Hey guys, this is the MK Writer here, welcoming you to the final installment of my Mortal Kombat fanfiction chronology series, Final Combat, based on Mortal Kombat Armageddon. And just like Mortal Kombat Vengeance, based on Deadly Alliance, this was one of the hardest fanfictions I have to ever make. But I was so eager to end the series, because Mortal Kombat 1 was on the way, and I just wanted to get the classic timeline over with, as well as the whole series. I'm not planning on doing any NetherRealm games because they were a part of Ico's dystopian future. So, this was just a huge relief by the time I got it done, as well as starting it, because this was supposed to be the final installment of the series, but due to fan demand and Midway about to go through bankruptcy, they just had to continue the series with the DC content and Forge NetherRealm Studios and all that. But this was supposed to be the original end of the Mortal Kombat series, and so, thus, this shall be the end here. It is Armageddon, after all. So, let's get this thing going. Alright, Final Combat. This is it, fans. There is no accident that this would imply it's the end. The last book of my Mortal Kombat Chronology. It's based on Mortal Kombat Armageddon, and sometimes these epics, even the material I'm unfamiliar with, can really be a grind. Perhaps in the future I might make a one-shot here and there as filler, but as always my brain won't shut up on closing the last chapter of the classic era. Just like what the great Clement did, saying farewell to classic Sonic, and eventually a Sonic retrospective, I'm doing the same here. Of course it's going to be a large chore to create, even when highlighting the end and conquest, like the other epics, but it's to be expected. For now, I shall take place soon after the events of Return of the Dragon King. And here is the prologue. After Liu Kang reunited his soul with his recovered body, courtesy of Raiden Infusion in the Sky Temple, he settled with Kitana at Edenia for a while, away from the constant conflicts. The palace grounds had astonishing sights to explore, and the royals and inhabitants were surprisingly friendly, including the Shokan and Centaurs, who used to war with one another. The guards and monarchs were just as welcoming, and Jade and Sindel gave the pairing the greatest appreciation. Night soon fell, and the beta couple began to relax with Kitana's chambers. She even proposed to him with an Edenian opal. I think that's how you pronounce it. Their love began to flourish since that serene day and evening, and Kitana wished it would last forever, even the pyrokinetic. However, due to having his duties as protector of Earthrealm, Liu soon left and mingled with the stupefied and ecstatic monks. He went, leaving a bewildered Kitana, recollecting all the wrongdoings she committed as being one of Onaga's generals, and lamented on all the wars she and her allies fought, deep within her violet chambers. She even looked out her tall arched window, which was slightly agape, as she breathed in the crisp air. Suddenly she felt a rush of hot air at the back of her neck, and saw a bright orange hue in her peripheral vision. She looked behind her abruptly, only to find what looked to be like a male humanoid, who almost had the same shades and coverings like Iron Man, clad in crimson and canary. He stood as stiff as one of the stagnant trees contrary to those in the living forest. In a vehement tone he introduced himself as Blaze, the embodiment of fire, heat, and lava. Kitana was astonished. Blaze? The deity of Edenia? The creation of Lady Delia and Lord Argus? Indeed, I have come to alert you on a very serious matter. He informed Katana that her premonition of a looming conflict was correct, and that she must unite the forces of good once more for a coming battle to preserve the realms and all of existence. Disheartened, Katana just fell to her knees. She began to hunch over as she sobbed, her eyes flowing with tears. "When will it ever end?" she implored in a shrill cry. "Every victory leads to more conflict and greater adversaries." "Can you blame her?" Blaze simply just rose a hand and replied, "If all goes as planned, your enemies will be destroyed." The Edenian slowly rose her head, pondering on the foreign entity's words. Meanwhile, there was a disturbing vision in which all the combatants within two factions clashed each other brutally and to the death, scaring away a lone vulture who was munching on the remaining meat of a leftover corpse. Actually, this is the intro to Mortal Kombat Armageddon.
There have been many powerful warriors throughout the millennia. But ages of mortal combat have begun to tear at the fabric of the realms. The critical point has finally been reached. It was foreseen that combatants would one day grow too powerful and too numerous. If left unchecked, their intensifying combat would weaken and shatter the realms and bring about the apocalypse. The elder gods demanded a safeguard put in place to avoid total destruction. One that would make use of the combatants' insatiable bloodlust. Like moths to flame, they would be drawn to battle. At the apex of destruction, alliances will be broken. And old hatreds will be revived. come to this final battle. Armageddon has begun.
Armageddon has begun, and it's freaking blaze. That lethal battle faded in light as that vision played out inside Raiden's mind, similar to the reboot, filling him with dread and panic, almost amongst other negative emotions. After he calmed from what seemed to be a night terror, he looked down at his amulet after he held his head, and his vision cleared. It was beginning to show cracks on the fragile gray-blue surface. Master Raiden? From behind, Liu Kang witnessed his mentor in distress. The Thunder God turned to see his most promising disciple, though he wasn't relieved. Oh, Liu Kang! I followed the sudden booms of thunder and erratic bolts of lightning emanating from the temple. Are you hurt? No. But I have grown despondent over this vision I had. His eyes perked up. Vision? You mean... you saw it as well? The impending battle of Armageddon? He bit his tongue and only let out a slow nod. Raiden just stood up and walked slowly over to the devoted monk. Liu looked up with his guardians, wearing a somber expression. Liu Kang, what I'm about to describe to you was a long-lost secret, only shared amongst us within the Pantheon, and is forbidden for mortals to know. Those malevolent visions that we apparently both saw was the beginning of the end of all the realms, all of existence. And that fiery entity was Blaze, who is supposed to be the embodiment of the end. Armageddon has begun. Well, this is shorter than I thought. At an Ope cavern, a female Adenian received word from her lover as she walked up to him. A male which looked oriental, consisting of a pair of white eyes and a thick silvery dew tied back into a ponytail, laced onto the same sacred medallion with golden and clear blue. Cracks began to form on its surface as he muttered in despair, "It has begun." I won't unveil the identity of the random Oriental just yet, although he will be a special addition throughout the story here. In fact, I've been dropping hints here and there of this god's involvement, but I won't fill in all the details. I can't seem to find the transcript of the opening dialogue, so unfortunately I had to do this all by myself, muffled and otherwise. It sucks I need to mimic as much as possible, especially the fight scenes, which seemed contrary to the roster I have. If you guys have read my previous epics, you would see the difference. Songs here would include the intro, overture, the MK Immortals. Only 3 people received disturbing visions in the end. The rest shall fall into place later on. So, maybe I'll stop here for now. I'll continue Chapter 1 shortly. Until then, this is the MK Khronology signing out, and I'll see you guys later. nice little theme from Mortal Kombat Armageddon, especially when it starts Conquest. Welcome back to another chapter of Final Combat. Last time we just went through the short prologue, very brief at that, and apparently Raiden and Liu Kang have witnessed these night terrors and visions in Raiden's amulet of Armageddon, the end to all things. And they apparently know who Blaze is, because Raiden informed Liu Kang of the secret from the Pantheon that mortals aren't supposed to know. But meanwhile, soon after the events of my last epic, The Return of the Dragon King, Liu Kang and Kitana were in Edenia. They were just going around the Edenian palace, relaxing, taking in the scenery from their lethal fight with Onaga. And unlike Armageddon, Liu Kang is his normal, lively self, because he actually had his body resurrected normally instead of being possessed by the Hoenn chains, or however they pronounce it. And so Kitana actually gifted Liu Kang an Edenian opal, or an opal, or whatever that jewel is. But it was an engagement gift to him, actually. And apparently, there's a mysterious Edenian and Oriental that has witnessed the same thing of Armageddon. They received visions too. And the Oriental himself also has the amulets, but with golden etchings instead of silvery ones. So, it was a pretty brief prologue. So, here's chapter 1. And this actually starts off Conquest mode. So, continuation 1. Welcome to the jungle. Pun intended. Under an archway and 2 carved dragons made of dark granite, an elderly man wearing a large cape and a regal outfit of dark crimson black and blanche innards stood over a spacious rectangular balcony looking over a vast, foggy valley of steep, rolling hills and a forest of evergreen. It was an opaque and humid night, although he was never irritated by it, but rather something different. And this would be the first scene of Conquest here.
It is done. Taven and Dagon have been hidden. The dragons, Orin and Karo, will be at their sides.
I trust they will be safe in the caves. I only hope Shao Kahn shows no interest in Earthrealm.
It is unlikely. His attention seems focused only on Edenia. The pyramid is completed. You are certain the battle will take place here, Delia?
I am. I have sent Blaze to monitor the realms. When the time has come, he will signal the dragons and the quest will begin. Are we doing the right thing, Argus?
Your visions determined this course of action. The powerful warriors to come. The corruption of a Mortal Kombat tournament. The chain of events you foretell will lead to a conflict that will destroy us all. These combatants must be dealt with.
I am talking about Taven and Dagon. Must they be involved?
Our sons are the only ones we can trust. Furthermore, they will prove their worth before the Elder Gods. They will bring honor to Edenia.
And to you, if they survive.
We have equipped them well, and the monoliths will hone their skills. This must be done. Dagon and Taven will remain dormant. When they are revived, they will embark on a quest to save the realms from Armageddon. May the Elder Gods watch over them.
Taven, it is good to see you have awakened. Do not worry, your strength will soon return.
Orin? What happened?
You were encased in stone to protect you from harm until I received the signal to awaken you. You are no longer in Edenia, Taven. You are in Earthrealm.
I don't understand. Why am I in Earthrealm?
Your father has a very important task here for you. Your brother, Dagon, will also be participating. It is a competition between the two of you, from what I understand.
What? Competition? Last I remember, Dagon and I were summoned to Father's throne room, and
there you were both rendered unconscious. I don't know the details of this quest. I was charged only with hiding you in Earthrealm and awakening you when the time came. That time is now.
no. This is all too strange. Where is my father? I wish to speak with him.
I will send you to his temple. Find the main chamber and place your hand on the altar. Your father will speak to you there and present you with a weapon to use on your quest. No doubt your brother has been awakened by Kharo and will be sent there shortly.
Why will I need a weapon? Very well, Orin. Lead the way.
Sorry for the interruption, guys. Alright, where was I? Alright, so I just played the intro here. So, here we are within Earthrealm. There was a monolith. You've seen all this already. Orin. Competition. Yada yada yada. So, I guess we're here now. He wound up in a muggy jungle at the edge of a precipice, which ended behind him, and a waterfall was making its thunderous roar beside it. He made some swift punches and kicks to loosen up his stiff muscles from the extended slumber before he made the first foot of his journey. He took out a thick sheet of paper which looked as if it aged as long as he was asleep. This map should lead me to my father's temple. He followed the dirt road to some fallen bare branches blocking it. He made some strong maneuvers to break through, which added some sensation to his rusty limbs. After some steep declines, as well as removing more coarse detritus, he spotted a skinny woman clad in an indigo garb and matching headband as she stood before a durable wide bridge. Now, keep in mind, this is the first of one of the changes I've made compared to Armageddon. One of many. So, you won't see Katana in Conquest, but you will in this fic. She was nearly startled as she heard the sudden ruffle from behind, and made out the muscular figure clad in bright golden and black armor. Who are you? I am Katana, the Princess of Edenia. I've been roaming down the jungle in search of my allies, though I must remain discreet, as I had more personal matters outside of my watchful kingdom. I am Taven. My parents are Argus and Dahlia. Edenia, you say? I want to be on my way there, but I wound up far away from it in Earthrealm. Katana stood upright and agog. Taven? The mythical demigod of the Edenian god and prophet? Indeed I am. No show of arrogance. I'm on a quest myself, in search of my father's weapon located in his temple yonder this jungle. So you're on your way to look for an artifact in the Protector's pyramid? Katana felt a little uneasy. Then she held her chin in deep thought. If you really are the son of Argus, then I challenge you. Prepare for battle if you dare behold my wrath. She took out her dual steel fans while Taven put up his dukes. She blocked Taven's advances until he spun-kicked her in the chest. She regained her composure as she jumped to her feet and made her own advances with her sharp reflective fans that were clearer but lethal. They left some minor abrasions in Taven's arms as he recoiled, like fists clashing with the precise fans, until she unleashed some irritating sound waves while the fans spun against each other. A little sonokinesis. Driving the rookie back, he continued to lash harder, even to the point of emitting small flames from his arms and fists. His brute strength and resilience were returning to Taven blow by blow, which seemed to make Katana waver. The fans, though, were decent shields upon Taven's rushes, though she'd still feel some discomfort, making her vulnerable to another blow or two. This gave the newbie the advantage overworking her weary muscles. Kitana's kicks were the most direct and impactful, although Taven's thick cover helped endure the strikes. Just like a ferocious bear, though, he backpedaled. Once she dropped as he recalled he was only fighting a woman. Down but not out, Kitana stumbled slowly back on her feet, and she grew impressed with the newcomer. Well, the Elder Gods must have blessed us yet. You truly are the skilled warrior of Argus. Where is your brother Dagon? Sorry. I haven't seen him since before my slumber. My guardian Orin said he'd meet me soon. He mentioned that he and Cairo needed to prepare us for some competition. A competition between you two? This isn't good. I'd been on a long journey to gather all my friends for Armageddon as prophesied by Blaze. But since I'd heard you're one of the chosen along with your opposing brother, I felt great relief. Although I was searching a seclusion, even slipping away from the kingdom without noting anyone. She pointed Taven toward the ruins. Go, follow the dirt road till you reach a clearing. A village shall await you, and the temple shall be towering over it like a steeple. Go to it, and hurry. I look forward to seeing you again. Taven thanked Kitana and did just that. After a few beats when he left, Kitana came to an inclination. The Protector God and his wife were dead. He came across a thin stone with illuminating green etchings both shining at the top and down its body. Taven, place your hand on the monolith. Taven did just that. And I believe you would see a scene here. Then a few at a time, Taven used his honed, not-forgotten melee skills to deal with the hordes. He even recollected a powerful technique that literally shattered the wave of enemies with his ground pound. It was a critical move, even combating some flames toward them, making them stunned for another counter. He also practiced his extensive ability by somersaulting while juggling his opponent. He also recalled how to grab and throw or strike an enemy head-on. With all these skills mastered, another swell of white light enveloped, and he was back in the Botan jungle within seconds. Was I inside the monolith? How was that possible? Maybe Father will explain when I find him in the temple. He soon came to the same fork in the road and took the left passage with the stone wall removed. He wound up with some small statue mounts at each side of him before he hesitated as he witnessed taller maws. One side was spitting out darts while the other received them before the pattern repeated. He timed the spits rhythmically and evaded each volley with his somersaults, which helped him gain momentum, clearing as he removed the prickly, thick brush and wound up near a primitive village, like a square littered with behemoth houses. He saw each structure have a fierce man exit from each one, surrounding Taven. He braced himself as he clobbered the gangsters, especially with his handy, flaming ground pound, which decimated several thugs almost instantly. I hear that's a very crucial move. By the time the way was clear, he spotted a colossal temple with an eerie face that could have belonged to those scary portal mounts found in the Elder God halls. Believe me, that's creepy. There was another square with the same type of criminals from the previous era, only this time Taven wiped them out easier thanks to the battle axe he picked up. Some of the terrorists hesitated to attack the demigod as they noticed him behead their comrades, yet still he bashed through them. He didn't mind the puddles of blood stunning the stone floors, staining as his eyes scanned another sacred structure.
His clan any longer. Looks like I've finally arrived at my father's temple. I didn't know he had one here in Earthrealm. I'm sure he'll explain everything once I locate him in the main chamber.
He was met up by the 20-foot-tall, thin goddess, which was holding her hands in prayer to the elder gods as he found some unknown, though valuable relics. At first, I wasn't sure what to do with them, but I just added them anyway. You'll find them in the Conquest playthrough. I suggest Anonymous Affection for that.
What are these images supposed to represent? That looks like Mother having one of her visions. And this must be Father speaking with the Elder Gods. These sleeping figures might be my brother and I. How long was I unconscious? And what's this? It appears as if my brother and I are attacking some demon. I have no memory of that. What does all this mean? Where is everyone? Doesn't seem like anyone's worshipped here in ages.
Suddenly, several of these fanatics descended on the epicenter, and Taven fought off each of the 3 waves diligently. His bear-like hide, as well as the lethal grabs and throws or punches, even his minor pyrokinesis, was more than enough to exterminate them. Conveniently, an aperture rose its door after the enemies were killed, although Taven needed to watch his footing, while a side statue exhaled a wall of fire. The streak nearly burnt him as he was anxious to reach the center chamber. It then became a sort of obstacle course as he encountered more of those same mouths which kept on breathing out flames like a dragon's. Thanks to his momentum and flexibility, Taven managed, even in the steep incline, before meeting another deadly trap. Around another corner there was a straightaway, but the floor shook for a brief second. The reprieve didn't last as the ground continuously quaked by those wide bases of a series of slammers coming from the ceiling. They even had rows of spikes underneath to make the trek more fatal. Thanks to memorization of their rhythmic patterns, Taven went straight away. And those are like the instant death traps. He ran across the grates, then through some thick cobwebs before he entered another wider room where the black-armored thugs awaited him. Taven kept on the same strategy as before with his battle axe and lethal ground pound, which made the melee easier to manage. Where not only he had more wiggle room, but he hardly noticed the long balcony in which he threw his opponents over. Their death trap wasn't entirely safe afterwards, as the 2 chests were littered with poisonous gas. Taven was still eager to find more artifacts within his father's sacred temple, but not all treasures were beneficial. Taven constantly dropped and rolled to give him more oxygen till his airways were clear enough. He continued through where he met more of the same lethal pillars, and it wasn't easy remembering their patterns since the constant slams distracted him from the current traps. There were a few errors as the spikes caused some bleeding on his arm. Thankfully, some of the relics like Kataro's flag provided a cast for one of his limbs. As he gotten further in the straightaway, the slammers became less overwhelming, unlike the first one. After descending a narrow ramp, he beheld 3 stairwells at the sides and front connecting to a higher platform. There was a smaller side pedestal in which the engravings from the monolith were on the top. Taven touched it and let out a gong noise as it emanated red light, while the center ledge shined bright blue, which caused Argus to arise. And I believe he speaks to him here.
Taven, the time has come for you and Dagon to prove your worth to Edenia. I must choose my successor as protector of the realm. I give you each a weapon of great power. You will find them on the wall behind this altar. Your mother has also left you items of great importance. You will find them in her temple to the north.
What are they? What is their purpose?
You must find Blaze, a fire spawn created by your mother. Use the items we have given you to defeat him. The victor will not only succeed me as protector of Edenia, but he will receive a gift worthy of a god. Go now, and may the elder gods watch over you.
Sector to warship. Rendezvous for immediate evac.
You guys seen that, right? Before the transmission finished, the demigod was knocked out by one of the rockets in which a robot shot, let out a quiet metallic noise as it moved, before it broke off its camouflage. Sector, the red robot assassin, emerged and spoke into his communicator.
Grandmaster Sector, the prisoner is awake.
Good. Now I can get the information I need.
What are you?
I will ask the questions. I need to know what you learned from the altar in the temple. What message did you receive? Answer me!
You are going to regret having toyed
Increase
with
power! What information did you acquire from the altar?
Grandmaster Sector, the ship is being attacked!
Incoming fighters! Special forces!
Cocoon warship, this is Sonya Blade. You are in violation of the Earthrealm Accord. Surrender immediately or risk annihilation.
Remain at your posts. Initiate code K0NN1H5.
Affirmative.
Estimated time for impact, 30 minutes and counting. The announcer prompted Taven to look at Su Hao's watch, in which he found back at Argus's temple. He began to sprint, while also collecting more of these leftover scraps around. At the topmost corridor, he found a few deactivated units. One of them he managed to snatch the card key from, which allowed him entry to another corridor with more of the same sentinels. Hell, one unit actually kept Kung Lao's lost razor intact courtesy of the card key. He was access to a chamber with a large rotating fan as well as an array of cybernetics. Upon his strategy, he uppercut and even grabbed and tossed his foes into the fan, which splattered their circuits and sprinkled oil everywhere. Due to some leakage, the impacts were able to stun some of the approaching units before being thrown aloft. Taven, with his keen vision, found an axe emitting a neon green glow from a side room before he ran further. With about 10 minutes to spare, according to the watch, Taven hurried into another card key access point where he met another swarm. He hardly heard Sonya demanding to surrender the ship. Thanks to the adrenaline rush, Taven was able to unleash some wide blasts of fire onto the terrorists. He was finally able to progress with assistance from the constant demolitions of the vessel being attacked. He managed to find Sector's rocket and Jade's bracelet amongst the chaos. With the battle axe ground impact and the increased pyrokinesis, he plowed through another squad, ran into a narrow corridor with 3 more units, ambushed Taven. One of them even snatched his Special Forces ID badge before he reached another card key access point. I have to find some way out of this ship and back to the portal.
I have to find some way out of this ship and back to the portal.
You are not leaving until I get all the information I need, even if I have to beat it out of you. Fight!
Curved his arms, intimidating his opponent. Taven used all the golden dragon moves he mustered thus far, even countering Sector's own Kenpo. Then he noticed to watch himself as the machine could endure more than a fleshy human. Taven thought he'd be at a disadvantage, even with Sector's precision, but the demigod's elemental abilities made some even footing. Unfortunately, the harder lunges gave Taven more pain as he switched to the Drake sword he was equipped with at the start of his journey. This made him slice and dice Sector's durable chest cavity, which made him falter. With his rockets beneath his feet, he soared and stood. Sector took out a pair of pulse blades, making it more like an on-guard duel. Although with Taven's fiery lunge similar to Johnny's shadow maneuvers, the licked flames made Sector falter, which gave him the home field advantage. Over the Amazonian landscape, which I believe the Botan jungle is in, the warship were several feet above as it sharply descended toward the thick vegetation. Spotting a side window, Taven threw Sector's retrieved rocket, which exploded a large hole, which was twice as wide for his body to leap out. Making contact with some tall, thick canopies, he cushioned his fall onto the sudden jungle floor. So, the cutscene plays here.
Finally, I found a way out of the warship. I'll have to get back to the portal and return to the cave. Maybe Orin has some idea who these strange warriors are. I can't help but wonder if my brother Dagon has encountered the same foes I have.
Welcome back, Taven. You were away quite a long time.
I was ambushed. More than once.
By your father's holy men?
No. His followers apparently abandoned the temple long ago. Warriors in red occupy it now.
This is not right. Something is amiss. Did you learn more about the quest? Where is the weapon your father left you?
There was no weapon. I'm assuming it was stolen long ago. As for the quest, apparently it's a race to combat a fire spawn named Blaze. Whoever defeats him will succeed Father as protector of Edenia.
Yes, Blaze. He is the Watcher who sounded the call to awaken you. But how can defeating him in battle grant you the title of Protector? Your mother was mortal. You are only a half-god. Transforming you into a full god would require...
Require what?
What else did you learn?
I must travel to the north. Mother has left me an item in her temple. I hope it's still there.
Must travel north, yada yada yada. Orin's eyes widened. Sector? He's still alive? Impossible! I also noticed the black dragons had increased in numbers. I believe that temple is now currently in a territory called Arctica. The Lin Kuei occupied that place, and Sector was a part of that clan several years ago. I will send you there at once. Orin conjured another portal without hesitation, and Taven went through it post-haste. Phew! This was the longest, toughest chapter I ever had to pull off. Glad to be done with this one, and I hope the others won't just be as long, which, unfortunately, they kind of are. So, here are the songs for that. Also, dare I say that Cobra, Kira, and Cabal were cut, as much like Ian in 616 Entertainment. I wasn't into the faction wars between the red and black dragons. I also made Katana meet Taven, another Edenian, who is determined to prevent Armageddon. Though it would be cool for two of them to get to the same path, but in different directions. And MK Confessions gave me the idea that since I felt 2006 was too long from 1995, he said it'd be a few months upon Katana's desperation after meeting Blaze. I hope the relics would be helpful for Taven in the long run, like making up Hotaro's flag used as a cast for his bleeding, or Suhao's clock to keep track of the time to escape the warship. Although, the artifacts were less relevant later, I just lost interest. So another strenuous chapter done. Hopefully Taven would find the answers in Arctica, which I spelt wrong, especially with the sun rising the red dragons and Sector's revival. Until then, this is the Ekron Rider signing out, and I'll see you all next time. was a pretty good song from Draken. Just to think outside the box and what's ahead. Welcome back to another chapter of Final Combat. Last time, we just started Taven's expedition through the Botan jungle, and he followed the dirt road and soon came across an obelisk, which actually had Argus's hologram in it, which gave him a little bit of training against the Black Dragon thugs. And so, he followed the way and he came across Kitana, who actually wanted to prove that he's the real deal, and thankfully he was, because Kitana actually slipped away from Edenia and the watchful eyes of the Edenian guards, because after hearing Armageddon from Blaze, she decided to pass on the message and recruit discreetly without worrying her family and such. And she came across Taven and she actually lost, but it proved to her that he was the real deal, because, you know, it's been millennials since she heard from him. So Taven met up with Kitana. He eventually went to Argus's temple and he found the Drake sword and the other weapon. I forgot what it was. He was then ambushed by the Tekunin clan, which was new, and was led by Sector. He was in the warship, which was shot down by the Special Forces, led by General Sonya Blade. And so he escaped the wreckage, returned to Orin, and he received news that he's going to Arctica in order to hunt down whoever's attacking him. So, on with the plot. Alright, continuation 2, Expedition Antarctica. Taven made his way to Arctica, the far reaches of the northern pole. The impact when Orin's portal ejected him left massive cracks onto the clear icy path, although Taven wasn't wavered by the bone-chilling air, as his body heat was as strong as a dragon's fire, and his boots made him as more sturdier than the tall pillars and sharp spikes. Amongst the rubble, he was able to find a Tarkatan blade, although his expedition was thwarted by the sounds of scuffling when a swarm of vicious tribesmen wearing orange garb ran street form. Thanks to his honed abilities, and with some help from the dagger he found, he was easily able to wipe the way as clean as the ice underneath him. Not even the storm picking up in wind, golf ball-sized snowflakes, and loose friction slowed him down. Surprisingly, the ice path never melted nor caved in, despite the brute and heat of Taven's moves. Still, he continued on to another swarm of those same wild men approaching him. It was unfortunate for them as Taven tossed some of the men into protruding spikes. Even when they detached some icicles, were of little issue for the unstoppable Edenian. As he progressed about a mile further, he made out some beastly roars emanating through the blizzard. The snarls belonged to what appeared to be a yeti, complete with a horned back and all that. It let out an ear-piercing bellow at Taven as he prepared for battle. Just like the ice beast, he never lost balance, although he was agile enough to avoid its swipes. The Tarkatan blade did little to no infliction, letting Taven get caught and beaten a few times in the monster's constriction. Still, Taven let out his fiery ferocity as he kept his distance and unleashed some large fireballs into the abominable's open chest. It even tried to conjure a massive pound, although Taven made his own while avoiding the shockwave, stunning the foe. It was a chance to close in with some pyro punches before the beast crashed back to the metallic barred door. Trending onto the fallen corpse, Taven headed through the broken exit. The blizzard picked up more than it almost blinded him, while the coarse wind made him weary. He was unable to notice another one of the monstrosities looking down at its prey from a nearby steep hill. It actually leapt from its perch and onto the icy path, just a mere foot from his next meal. Taven still put up his dukes as the beast drew nearer, only to have it hesitate and squeal as its back spewed some blood. A strike as if belonging to a rocket hit the intruder on contact before it collapsed in a heap. Taven's eyes hardly made out the opaque figure, with its symmetrical body descend by thrusters beneath its feet. It gently descended, then a group of ninjas, donned in blue and black, raced to them. Looks like I don't need my smoke to make the entrance. There was a digital tenor. Before Taven replied, Commander Smoke, we scouted the wilderness and noticed this man here. Oh, this must be him. So it is. I really want to thank you for saving my life. Who are you? The armored man pointed himself at Smoke, a member of the Lin Kuei. We occupy most of Arctica, but the wilderness is fraught with many dangers. Acknowledging Taven's garb, he reached out a hand. You don't look to be around here. Come, we will help you seek shelter from the storm. I appreciate the offer, Smoke. Lead on. The Lin Kuei escorted Taven to their own home turf just a few miles away. Lucky for them, thanks to the cybernetic enhancements, each of the men were able to follow Smoke as they activated them and pierced through the Arctic air as they flew to the looming temple. Taven mistakenly identified it as Delia's temple, but he'd mistaken it as it was known as the Lin Kuei base. So there's actually 2 temples instead of 1. In Armageddon, there's 1. The Lin Kuei temple was abandoned. Actually, it was Delia's temple, which was abandoned. The Lin Kuei occupied it, but it was abandoned after a while because of Frost's fallout. But it didn't happen here, as you would see in my last epic. So there's 2 temples here. 2 patrolmen stood side by side from the large slab of alloy. Smoke, you have returned safely. Yes, I have. We were scouting the outer perimeters until we spotted this man lost in the storm. It's not the first time we accepted an outcast. Go, you may pass. Inside the bright blue throne room, consisting of the glacier walls and regal flags, plus the rug leading to the Grandmaster Kuai Liang, who stood before Taven, even his close apprentice Frost, he spoke. Brother, it's about time you had returned. The snowstorm is becoming worse for scouting. Who is this weary traveler? Smoke uncovered his face, which had a check composure and short black hair. This is Taven. I'm not pronouncing this. We had found him lost in that blizzard. We even saw him wipe out those swarms of the vicious Tengu clan, even an ice beast. One of the ninjas declared enthusiastically. Even the cryomancers were impressed. He held his chin. Has he now? It would take several of our warriors to achieve the same feat as you have, unless if you are Smoke. I am intrigued. Frost's eyes just glistened upon the admiration. He may stay, or at least until the storm has passed. Thank you, Grandmaster. I am humbled by the offer. So why have you come here, stranger? I am looking for a temple here, one that belonged to my mother. The Lin Kuei were flabbergasted. This is a temple here, newcomer? No. I'm looking for my mother's temple. Her name is Delia. I was told there was supposed to be sacred weapons there. Have you heard of it? Everyone just mumbled. We would try looking it up on the Ethernet, but in this storm, it could only do so much. Alright, who says this? There's, another realm. Oh, Kuai. I believe I might know. A slicker woman with black and white locks marched out from a corner door behind the throne. Kuai introduced her as Serena, a defector from the Netherrealm. That name Dahlia seems remarkably familiar. She was revered as the Empress of Flame. Yes, she's my mother, Serena. Do you know the whereabouts of her temple? Rumors say she once occupied it around these parts, but it's still further into the dangerous wilderness. As she pointed yonder, her eyes abruptly noticed some red shines igniting from a nearby monolith. Those lights! They were never there before. Everyone went over to the window. They saw through the inclement weather. Serena said she couldn't make out the symbols on its base, but Taven came to the conclusion it looked similar to the ones he saw at the Botan jungle. As soon as you have recovered, and if the storm should pass, you are free to investigate. By the time the snowstorm finally subsided, minutes later, Taven went to it and then touched its basaltic surface. And you would have another training exercise, one of many. Those hieroglyphics are now... Wait, who is it? Those hieroglyphics are now brightening as much as those mysterious soul stones. Astounding. Even though it's by the abbot and his monks, but I don't believe it. They were boring characters anyway. Taven was engulfed in a blinding white light and he vanished. The ninjas just muttered to themselves of the incident. Instead, Taven was just transported inside another obelisk, only this one was imbued in red instead of the forest green like the previous one. By the time Taven unshielded his burning eyes, he received a transmission behind him. He instantly beheld his mom. And you'll see this here. As soon as she addressed them, masked figures materialized with black and magenta garb at first. Taven figured they belonged to the same assassins he dealt with in the rough jungles, yet still he fought them off. Serena and the Lin Kuei still remained outside in the bitter cold, though their keen vision noticed a flash of lightning reflecting from the icy path. At first, they thought it was snow thunder. As if that storm hasn't ended yet. All of a sudden, there was an even larger flash that completely covered the entire area, and they almost instantly beheld the original guardian of Earthrealm, Lord Raiden. They returned. Well, they bowed low. They reiterated Taven's disappearance and were now awaiting his return. But the Thunder God had other ideas. I have come to reassemble your best warriors. There is a greater threat that will change the fate of all realms. Serena, I will send you to our new protector of Earthrealm, your close ally, the goddess of light, Ashra. She's waiting for you in the Sky Temple. She will tell you on what's about to unfold. The reformed demon nodded before he opened a portal there. And as you can see, Ashra from the last fic has been promoted to the goddess of light, and she's now a new protector of Earthrealm appointed by Raiden and Fusion. I wish the games would be like this. If only Ashra was able to be emancipated from the Nether Realm. So Taven fought off the army. This caused him to cough at times because they had the toxic cloud. Eventually it wore off when he defeated them in time, just before his strength wore off. Some of the Lin Kuei wished Taven safe journey, while others escorted him to Delia's temple. He was then exposed to the bone-chilling air again, which merely took him off guard, and it was a stark contrast to the cozier obelisk. It was empowered by his mom's fiery aura, after all. Small gathering warned Taven of the traps ahead, although they seemed vague in their memory as the sight, though blinding bites and volleys of snow. It wasn't until a series of loud clangs coming from a pair of lethal crushers boomed. The ninjas had a bit of a struggle climbing over the handles, even when they needed to lift them by their feet, while Taven took on the challenge of memorizing the rhythmic patterns, like he did with Argus's traps. A few of these deadly contraptions awaited the little team, but they managed to press on. Taven even found a Chaos Realm cleric's mask amongst the traps. Like I said, I don't know how useful these relics really are. He also found a special emerald that shined brighter than the thick flurry as he fought off more of those aggressive Tengu, while his teammates assisted with their swift martial arts and ice blades for close combat. He then managed to enter a nearby stone chamber, where he found a longer and sharper drake sword, which proved to be twice as effective against more of the feral Tengu clan. After he bashed through a chunk of snow stuck in a rocky wall with minimal effort, he found another red barret cap, which was Jax's, by the way. He headed further, following icy paths. One of the ninjas halted him as he stuck out an arm. He noticed the throwing contraptions that possessed two blades, which were rotating and moving rapidly like helicopter rotors. They advised Taven to be wary at all times, and be as nimble to avoid lethal abrasions. One of them even wished he could possess cryomancy like Kwai and Frost. These are like the instant death traps, by the way. Taven's agility was useful, as were the Lin Kuei, even when temporarily stalling them with their thrown shurikens. They too used them for the side hammers to activate their lunges before they should lose a limb. It wasn't long before they were ambushed again by another wave of the Tengu, even when Taven found a pair of Sato sunglasses. Man, there's just no end to these guys! As the flurry suddenly cleared, the warriors exclaimed, "Good! With that storm gone, I can see that looming temple up ahead. It's yonder up. It's yonder up this path here, but beware for traps." Oh, thanks for the warning. More of those deathly rotors greeted them, only this time the small one moved left to right while the larger one swayed from front to back in different tandems. Narrow scars in the snow were shown as they cut through the air like scalpels. Still, the team stopped them, with their shurikens assisting Taven to progress. After another army of Tengu, the Lin Kuei had their hands full, while Taven wandered ahead. He hardly noticed the warrior clad in golden linings, with his hot velvet gear and cape as he leapt down just inches in front of him. What? So it is true! Delia's son has returned to claim the prize and save the realms. I figured you would eventually come to this place, Taven. You seem to know much about me, but I know nothing of you, friend. He stated the last word with bitter sarcasm. I am no friend of yours. I am Rain, a prince of Edenia. Once I have defeated you, I will find and kill your brother as well. Then I will claim the prize. Well, Prince, let us see what you can do. Oh man, it's the Rain. As you all know, I haven't highlighted him in forever. It wasn't since my first epic, Shaolin Monks Part 2. Sorry for the interruption, guys. Alright, here we are. They both put their dukes up. At first, the battle was just between them, exchanging blow after blow from their basic assaults, until Rain rose the bar, utilizing his own blade, clanging with Taven's new Drake sword. Then he upped the ante more as he finally unleashed a hydro pump from his palms, which knocked the Edenian down. They were almost as pressurizing as a water cannon, yet still Taven's momentum allowed him to evade and charge with his own pyro strikes. Later on, the hydrokinesis disabled his pyrokinesis temporarily, but due to the frigid climate, they sometimes shattered onto the path below like glass. And thanks to his brute strength and his newly found weapon that Taven found, Rain eventually evaporated with a shrill cry. The trio of Lin Kuei then caught up with Taven. Are you alright? That was close. The Hydro Wielder can be very powerful in this unrelenting environment. He was no match for me. I guess all this time sleeping hasn't deterred me. Yet. They spotted a couple more of these cutthroat rotors, one moving faster in the front than one in the rear. Again, the Lin Kuei threw their ninja stars to pause the blades, before the group was met by a sudden fire dart shot from above. Following the assault, Taven conjured and thrust his pyro balls toward the occupants in the multiple towers whenever he should see them. The nearby place was defended by more archers and some flaming cannons. Many shurikens were thrown, though it was Taven who managed to clean house. The low-ranked warriors rotated as they disabled the cannons and took down the archers, which seemed more nimble than the latter, though it didn't take long for their team efforts. En route to Delia's temple, Taven found the same purple and yellow vial his other assailant was wearing, as he bashed open another indentation covered with a thick wall of snow. He also found a rag doll of sorts in another indent, which seemed to give him a bit of nostalgia. Still, the tumultuous journey turned favorable as the group was finally able to enter the foreboding stronghold, but they all knew the expedition won't be easy. Phew! This must be Delia's temple. The gang beheld a multi-story shrine with numerous icicles and sharp stalactites all over the bleak gray navy blue stronghold. My mother's temple must be here, but it's now occupied by a clan of ninja. Locating the items she left me will not be easy. I'll have to fight my way inside. As the group went inside the spacious cubicle, the two entrances were suddenly blown shut. Swarms of enemies wearing black and blue garbs leapt out of the many portholes. The Lin Kuei knew it wouldn't be one of their kind. They were nervous despite the chilly air that someone must have beaten them here, but the enemies seemed more easier to sweep away. Through a couple corridors, the ninjas followed the Edenian, even when he bashed open a nearby glass canister, revealing a massive jade which might have once belonged to a powerful sorcerer. David entered another large cubicle, which had the ice scepter laying on the ground. I wonder if this was the weapon my mother left me. But I still have a long way to go. There was a rear door encased in ice, but of course more of those familiar, though foreign, enemies proceeded. Taven wielded the sparkling new weapon as if it were a keyblade, having it emit below zero mist and then cutting through. Eventually, the momentum made Taven pound and break apart the sealed door. Amongst several more of those skinny halls, Taven helped the ninjas bash through a wall of spiked ice, and also found a thin, rubbery teal-blue mask, as if it belonged to Frost from before. He then looked dazed as he stared into space. Hey, what gives? Oh, I seem to have remembered something. He held his head. I think I can escape out of some place while envisioning the outside in my mind. I just now can recall this. Well, it's about damn time you remembered. This can be useful. He tried it for himself as he spun around on his toes rapidly, similar to Kung Lao's tornado kick, and his body disappeared in an abrupt burst of flame. Then he reappeared. Still, the Lin Kuei were anxious as they called for him to follow them. There was another roomy chamber no longer covered with rows of enemies. At last! Well, I think I might have changed the dialogue here.
At last, an empty room. Maybe I can
rest? Think again, intruder. You may have bested my Lin Kuei warriors, but you will not get past me.
And you are?
I am Sub-Zero, Grand Master of the Lin Kuei, and you are trespassing. Fight!
Or not. Courtesy of the ice scepter that the Edenian found, as well as his own pyrokinesis, the lethal guardsman had his swifter, wider ice blades cushioned. He almost had the same type of brute as Taven's, but not quite as much brawn. He noticed his Drake sword wasn't effective against Sub-Zero's Shotokan until he took out the Kuri blade. However, with the increasing body temperature, it surely melted the ice, especially around the opponent's heart by the time he was defeated. Wait! You are Sub-Zero? You don't look like the other ninja with that name. Are you two somehow related? As he slowly rose to his feet by his sore muscles, the rival took notice of the dragon tattoo Taven had on his face and left cheek, while the rest of his team finally recovered. And I think this plays here.
Your tattoo!
What about it?
It resembles the dragon image on the door behind you. Who are you? And why are you here?
This must be it.
This must be what?
This temple was a shrine to my mother, before your clan commandeered it.
I assure you, it had been abandoned long before we arrived.
I realize that. My name is Taven. I merely came here to retrieve something. A gift from my mother.
Then tell me, where is this gift?
Most likely behind this vault door.
The door on the right was unlocked when we first arrived here years ago. There was nothing inside. The other door has remained sealed, despite our best efforts to open it.
It seems my brother has already been here to retrieve his gift. Strange. That would mean he's been awake for quite some time.
I assume you have a key.
You could say that.
You have your gift. Now tell me, for what purpose would a sorceress leave her son such a powerful set of armor?
Apparently, I need it for my quest. Something important is supposed to happen once I complete it, though I do not know what that something is yet. At first, I assumed the quest was nothing more than a game, but I'm no longer certain.
What do you mean?
A warrior named Rain mentioned something about saving the realms, and I've also been repeatedly attacked by assassins in red. I don't recognize their crest, though it seems vaguely familiar. A dragon, I believe. Do you have any idea who they are?
I may.
Oh, there's a different part here. What? Nothing. To answer your question, I've been searching for my younger brother Kwai during these past few tumultuous months. I would be damned again while I discovered he was willing to relocate to Arctica. Your brother? I thought you two would be related. Yes, it's been too long since I'd seen him. I need to make my word for it. He must be at that other temple wearing the dragon medallion even. He then noticed the scuffle of feet from the trio. Oh, you must be the Lin Kuei? Yes, we are. I don't wish to attack you, but I must have some... Oh. I don't wish to attack you, but I must have some business to attend to with my missing brother. Did you say something about a dragon? Was it red? I believe so. As if it was a tattoo of fresh blood. Why? These must be the red dragons that were hunting you down. Yes, quite suspicious since they had a rivaling gang that broke out from them named the Black Dragons. We had heard about them many times since we were all from China, although the Japanese Shiraryu is our primary enemy. Before the ninjas corrected him, Bihan continued, I can't help you get inside their base, but I can reveal its location. Where? Charred Mountain. As Taven made it out with his acquired escape maneuver, the ninjas grew petrified not just from the bitterness in the air, but by anxiety's icy grip as well. They received word from the Grandmaster, who also had intel of the Special Forces, that Sector returned from the dead. They thought it was Nero that rebuilt and reprogrammed him before Sonya identified the new Takunin clan. The Takunin clan? This sounds familiar. From that warship I was held captive in. Still, I wonder why my parents' temples would reside in Earthrealm instead of Edenia. Perhaps they had been relocated there. But why? But all those uprisings as of late. The Takunin? The Red Dragons? And Master Raiden said there was a battle he needed to prepare for with our best men. I wonder what in another realm it bodes. Then I must find my brother, if it's not too late. Hearing the Thunder God's name gave Bi-Han a sense of irritation, but his brother's whereabouts were more important. I want to thank you for hinting me of Kwai's predicament. Good luck on your quest, Taven. He mentioned before he just slammed down a nut which emitted a blinding flash of light deflecting from the icy surroundings. As Taven's vision blurred for a while, he looked up at the patchy sky. I hope you would reunite with your brother someday. I wish I could do the same with mine. Ah, poor Taven. Taven noticed Bi-Han left behind an amulet of the dragon's engraving on it, a cerulean fan with sharp spikes protruding from the tips, and a piercing sharp armband as souvenirs before he reached the portal where he started. It was unfortunate that Bi-Han lost connections with his brother, as he had chosen a path of darkness. I wish I could help them reunite, and perhaps someday I would do the same with Dagon. I pray that he hadn't suffered the same unfortunate fate and be broken off like they had. But now that I know the location of the Red Dragon's stronghold, I must return to Orin. He will be able to transport me there. Maybe then I will find some answers as to why I'm being pursued. Taven returned to Orin at the same cavernous, magmatic location, relieved for once to no longer be exposed to the uncomforting Arctic. Taven, you have acquired a new set of armor. It's the item Mother left me to help with my quest. Are you ready to begin your search for Blaze? Not yet. The warriors in red ambushed me again outside the temple. I met someone there named Sub-Zero, also named Bi-Han. He said he was looking for his lost brother, and he gave me information that could lead me to them. Who are they? He said they're called the Red Dragon Clan. His Lin Kuei recently located their stronghold. It's in Charred Mountain. Taven then made a right tone. I would like to visit them before I search for the fire spawn. They may be the ones who stole my father's sword. Will you send me there? As you wish. To some extent, the serpent replied with a slight hint of bewilderment or disappointment. Taven noticed, quickly discarded the change of heart as he bowed and marched through the liquid gold portal. And the dialogue's a little different, so that's why I didn't play the cutscene. God damn! This was a very long and tumultuous chapter to write. I'm so glad it's over, and it was more irritating since there were so many parts I had to cut out. Honestly, I never cared about the monk leader nor the head of the Tengu, and since Frost was recruited and never turned corrupt, she didn't have to become delirious as she broke out of her prison. There was no noob nor smoke as the cyborg helped Taven, and the elder brother was in search of Kwai, which was the Sub-Zero that Taven met. Also, the second part of the Lin Kuei Palace was cut, since it was pretty much optional, and I figured there shall be 2 temples instead of just the Lin Kuei's turf, since they never abandoned their post. So unfair, since they literally lost everything after Frost's shitty betrayal. God damn it. I always hated it when it happened, and it's no good for no good reason. What are they supposed to be, the personification of treachery? Well, definitely works. This is not how Frost should be. God damn it. And there are the songs. I didn't find use for most of the characters anyway. This chapter was a backbreaker here. And my back is sore as we speak. Especially those expeditions in Arctica and all the changes I had to make, even when Raiden needed to recruit the best warriors. So I think I'd switch gears and focus on the main cast for a while. Like in the Return of the Dragon King epic, Conquest was certainly a grind to me. I hope Charred Mountain won't be as tedious as this. Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out. And stay tuned for the next chapter, which will focus on the main cast. Man, the further I get into Conquest and Mortal Kombat Armageddon, the more relatable it is to Draken, and it's not just the music, which I'll show you later. Welcome back to another chapter of Final Combat. Last time, we just went through Taven's second segment of his quest, and he just went through Arctica, and he was led by the Lin Kuei. He was taken in by them and Smoke, who saved him from an assault by an ice beast, and the blizzard was picking up. While there, at the Lin Kuei Palace, he realized there were actually 2 palaces instead of 1, and it's not just his mom's. But while there, he met up with the Grandmaster, Frost, Lin Kuei, Serena, who's defective from the Netherrealm in my last epic, and they actually shown him the glowing monolith, which wasn't there before, but somehow was connected to Taven, which belonged to his mom, the Fire Empress. So, went through another training exercise, but while it was happening, the blizzard died down, and Raiden actually enlisted the help of the best Lin Kuei warriors to prepare for Armageddon, and especially Serena with Ashra. Meanwhile, Taven eventually got done, and he went on his way en route to Delia's temple, which was long and tedious, but there was a trio of Lin Kuei scouts that helped him along the way. And that's what should be Mortal Kombat Armageddon's Conquest. It should be more like Kingdom Hearts, like how it is an action RPG with 3 characters, you know? And not bad AI. You know, I don't like Kingdom Hearts, but it had a good concept, especially with the bouncer and things like that. But, they went to Delia's temple. They got rid of some intruders, and they met up with Bi-Han, actually. Bi-Han took notice that the Lin Kuei is relocated from China to Arctica, and he's been looking for his brother these past few months. So, Taven wished him luck. He went back to Orin, and the Lin Kuei informed him that the Red Dragons were the ones pursuing him, and so he went to Charred Mountain, which is their stronghold. So, here we are. Continuation 3, Double Cross. Alright, so a pair of those some mysterious white eyes shot open, as if he'd awakened from a nightmare. They narrowed as he listened to the crashing ocean waves in the distance, and the sea breeze hit the sleepy warrior. Surrounded by palm trees and amongst a gray rocky wall, he looked through a mysterious bright light just ahead of him, revealing a thin portal of sorts as if it were an eye of a hurricane. He gazed near a thick forest of thick red and orange vegetation. The Oriental Watcher noticed the tiny armored warrior march through it, and soon paused as he fought against a swarm of the Red Dragon clan. He then rose his head as he breathed in deeply. His upper chest warmed as he was still in his lotus position. Yes, it is him. It is Taven. I sensed Blaze's fiery essence resting inside of him. He must be conjured. He must have been conjured as he first traveled through Arctica. He shall help us prevent Armageddon and save all the realms. You found him. The female Adenia, hiding her face in a large silky cerulean mask, appeared behind him. Her outfit matched the same shade and material as her vial, even her pair of black and blue gloves as soft as the night sky. The Asian holy man nodded. His eyes then followed a slightly taller traveler, consisting of a thin, long white ponytail. Fujin. He spotted the otherworldly lone warrior trotting toward the massive warehouse after sticking a small purple hairbrush in his pocket, completely armored like a steel-tight military base, just smack dab next to a steep mountain slope, as if it was just incinerated by a wildfire. It was barely noticeable amongst the heavy steam. Fujin followed Taven as he spotted him head in the same direction as that terrorist workstation. He reached for him as he was blowing a squall of wind from his palm, but it only let out a thin breeze. His hand just stopped as if it was frozen in time. The same mysterious Chinese man stretched out to the wind god's arm, only it stayed in place, gave it a slight tug, and the inanimate elemental was paralyzed. Seeing he was satisfied, he gazed upon Taven's destination. He's gonna watch over Taven for quite some time, but I'm not gonna reveal who they are just yet. I need to discover why the red dragons have been hunting me. Well inside the opaque chambers, Taven managed to bash through about 4 swarms of the same red dragon assassins wearing the usual blood-red uniforms with black hoods and cream innards, and they seemed skilled than the radicals at the Botan jungle. He also found a red thick cape almost as soon as he stepped foot into the cavernous natural entryway, although it never seemed cooler but just as humid as the outer hefty crimson forest. Only flaming torches lit the way, stuck in one of several indentions within the stone walls. A choker bracelet with a golden handle was laid out beside a door. Taven couldn't budge, so he stayed the course, dang error. Within a fork he turned right, and a door of inaccessible titanium alloy blocked his way. The left path led him to a massive chamber where a motherboard was located. It may not have been the buzzing noise emanating from the heavy machinery, but Taven held his head for a short while. A vision of him raising his hands and creating a funnel made a group of enemies stop dead in their tracks. Some fires beneath the massive slab of rock burned in hurts as sudden landings of pairs of army boots interrupted Taven's reverie. With the technique he had just recalled, he utilized his time-stop maneuver, which had the same effect he envisioned in his mind, albeit lasting for about 5 seconds before his assailants continued to sock him. During the melees, Taven found a thick, rubbery black belt as if it was worn by a runaway fanatic near the few giant motherboards, a pair of hooked swords in the back wall, and he needed to pay heed from the numerous combustibles and gas tanks around. The biohazards were proven useful as Taven broke those canisters instead while throwing his enemies into them, and also letting them spread to more of his assailants, gaining on him. It wasn't long before the main deck was silent, yet still, Taven remained on guard. And there's a scene that plays here.
Taven.
Dagon! You look older.
I am older. Much older than you, big brother.
So you were awakened long ago. Why are you here?
This is my stronghold.
Your stronghold? And these warriors?
I formed the Red Dragon clan many ages ago.
There must be some misunderstanding. Your soldiers have been hunting me.
There is no misunderstanding. For years, my clan has infiltrated every corner of Earthrealm searching for you. Scouting parties were placed in locations where you were likely to appear. At our parents' temples, for instance. I see you found your armor. I wear mine always.
Why would you send your clan after me?
Isn't it obvious? I intend to kill you.
What?
The prize will be mine, Taven. I will not risk losing it to you.
Grandmaster, please excuse the intrusion.
Speak, Mavado.
Blaze has been found.
Excellent. I must make preparations. See that my brother never leaves this stronghold alive.
While the Red Dragon elitist was circling Taven before he lunged out with his elongated hook swords, the strange meditator just rose beneath the sun, still shining amongst the creepy vermilion sky. He gradually dropped his white tattooed arms as his eyes began to fizzle as if they were generating lightning, before his entire being glowed and combusted with fire. Hovering over the resistant stronghold, his right hand cupped a pyroball within his palm. After several clangs with his Drake sword, Taven was able to outmaneuver the count of the clan. He then picked him up as he wringed his throat. "Where is he? Where is Blaze?" Movado's only reply was a sly smile. As Taven reached for his foe to make his point more strenuously, Movado snapped away on a concealed elastic cord. He disappeared through a hatch which sealed behind him. All of a sudden there was a tremendous flash of light coming from the lower deck beneath Taven's perch. The ground trembled and it made the ceiling rain down some debris, with a humongous wall of flames began to lick portions of the cavern. A monstrous saurian and a bold sorcerer stood within the circular room, surrounded by machinery. Just before it felt the violent tremors, chunks falling from the ceiling as if they were starting to be buried alive. The foundations became fractured, and the alarms blared. Amidst the chaos, an elongated red dragon was limp amongst the electric chains, keeping him suspended. Instantly, the keyboard sparkled and soon lit up as bright as the sun, and the duo of warriors ran to a nearby red and white portal made of radical energy, leaving the serpent trapped. However, he was too weak to even protest or yelp for help. At the same corner of the chamber, another portal opened, only this was made by swirling flames. The same man just rose his left arm after he stepped out, allowing electricity to shoot through it and onto the remaining restraints. The power to them shut down as they collapsed with noisy clangs onto metal, and he marched over and bashed open the shackles with his durable fists and wristbands, covering the dragon's sore feet and massive tail. With a hint of anger, the warrior broke apart the contraptions with one blow at a time, even shattering a chain in half before slamming them down. "Stand still!" His voice boomed in a low, stern tenor before he rushed over to unwrap the metallic shackles. "Can you move your feet painlessly?" The beast demonstrated that he could as he moved his toes, feet, and his legs warily, never wanting to break or strain a bone. The stranger with the igniting white eyes urged, "You must escape into the portal before your slavers should get here." The crimson serpent hardly saw the epicenter as it shone, within its swirling flames, a tropical scenery with palm trees, thick foliage, and an indigo sky. "Now, come with me." The red dragon was reluctant as he followed the kind stranger, but he knew this time was short. He grew limp, yet he was still desperate to evacuate from his master's abuse as he cantered. The portal still roared with the bright flames, yet the aperture was closing as every second passed. Luckily, the two escape aids breached the fiery portal with no incident of burn, blister, nor heat exhaustion. The ejection, however, did give him some imbalance before he toppled over. To his surprise, a calm, cool breeze greeted him. The loose, damp sand soothed his irritated feet. Damn error. And to his surprise, he heard ocean waves in the distance. He actually stuck out his forked tongue a few times like a snake's, taking in the refreshing aromas and scenery. The Edenian female approached the fugitives as she came with a silky cushion to rest the poor dragon's head on it. He actually began to slowly close his eyes as they fluttered, and his breathing became fainter. "Don't die on us now, Khro." The man urged him to stay awake. He then touched his scaly face. "Stay still. You will feel a deep sting." His hand and arm lit up in a bright blue hue before he ejected the holy energy onto the wounded dragon, who whimpered at times as he felt the singeing pain. He was still widely awake, though, even when his head and body trembled here and there. The man roared as he conjured more energy with the dragon, and the hue grew brighter, until it instantly shut off when he was done and uncurled his fingers. Khro became limp, until he slowly moved his head with a few growls. His vital signs seem normal, the woman stated with serene relief as she felt the stronger pulse in his neck. Thank you, he faced his subject. You are now safe, Khro, far away from the accursed Red Dragon base. What? Am I back in my own cave? He spoke with a tangy voice, as if belonging to another species, like a reptilians or a robot. No, you were at the peaceful beach of Yin Yang Island. This is the most ideal place for anyone to hide. An isle between Earthrealm and Outworld, and within the Lost Sea. I am grateful for your sudden rescue. Mind telling me who you are? The answers will come in another time. But before I do, what is this calamity? Who is Blaze? And why were you held captive against your will by your master? The man knew this won't be easy. Khro just took in a deep sigh as he stuck out his tongue a few times. I have been enslaved by Dagon. He uses me to teleport his clan anywhere in the realms, including Earthrealm. Anywhere? I hope I had destroyed the lot of them, including their wrathful counterparts, the Black Dragons. I saw Kano there earlier, but the Oriental's fist just clenched. I can't believe he could have been capable of something like this. I too decimated those accursed experiments, the foul Red Dragon hybrids. He is not the man who we once knew. We? His expression instantly changed to seriousness, although his voice seemed reassuring. Tell me, Khro, what happened? He laid a comforting hand on Khro's head, relaxing him as his partner gave the dragon fresh fruits. I am partially to blame. Long ago, I lost mental contact with the fire spawn Blaze. I mistakenly took it as the signal to awaken Taven's brother. But it was too soon. Reviving him early had unforeseen effects. Tegan was unbalanced. He was outraged that he had been manipulated by his and Taven's parents, and demanded to know the true purpose of the quest. Did his parents tell him? By force? Perhaps. Whatever he learned must have disturbed him greatly. He killed them both. What? Killed them? How callous! And he was about to slay you! No, that's No, that's impossible. Argus was a god and protector to all of Edenia. Delia was a powerful sorceress. Although I was never one to believe in visions, just like the future, everything changes. These last statements talk some disturbing thoughts in the Oriental's mind, fighting a lightning god in multiple fashions, as if they'd been destined to destroy each other. Khro's wispy voice broke out the reverie. How he did it is of little importance. They are gone, and I am to blame. He cracked in despair. No, do not condemn yourself. You may have been the mascot and catalyst of the evil Red Dragons, but this was all against your will. I blame your slaver Dagon for all of this. Taven is still alive, Khro. There is still hope. If he truly is the savior of Armageddon, and if Dagon were to round up our adversaries. My wife has been watching over him, Khro. It is not too late. The Oriental gazed down onto the relic, with cracks beginning to thicken at the top. His face fell with a little bit of worry. Nevertheless, I wish to atone for my mistakes. Moments ago, I created that portal to the Netherrealm for Dagon. She is right. He truly is evil incarnate, as tainted as those living in that horrid realm. He is there now. You must follow him, and slay him if you must. I will. I promise you. He bowed with his hands together as if his display of gratitude was similar to that of the Shaolin. I intend to destroy these atrocities Dagon has created in my name. When I am done, the Red Dragon will be nothing more than broken bodies strewn throughout the hollows of all the realms. Kairo's eyes appeared to be like raging flames as he roared. His caretaker stuck out a hand. Shh. Save your strength, Kairo. I'll see to it our enemies are destroyed, and Armageddon is prevented. You should never blame yourself for these calamities, Kairo. My husband is known as Earthrealm's most prominent warrior. Then there is still hope. I saw some of our enemies escape from the wreckage. Movado, Quan Chi, Reptile, along with Taven and Dagon hurried out. I will defend Taven and my friends, with my life if anything should happen. And what of Orin? He would be vulnerable alone. The Millennium-Old Dragon can do so much. Perhaps I will check on him. The multi-elemental rose and walked back to his main portal, with the gentler keeper stayed by the crippled dragon's side. Go now, and may the elder gods watch over you. All he gave was a smile and a thumbs up before he returned to his perch. Meanwhile, Fusion's body nearly took a jolt as his arms suddenly lurched as he noticed he was mobile again. It was as if he woke up from a night terror and was flabbergasted by the sudden destruction just ahead of him. The humongous bonfire was once the Dread Dragon base, he recognized. Before he had an inch of worry, Taven suddenly materialized a few feet away. Through a puff of dark smoke and a small fiery funnel, Taven emerged back outside at the Crimson Forest. He perspired. That was too close. That sudden firebomb destroyed the Red Dragon base and nearly annihilated me. As something my brother would have wanted. He began to catch his breath. I can't believe Dagon betrayed me. I wonder if his guardian dragon Kairo knows. He must have had this idea from his own dragon, possibly abusing him. Looking at the stunning display at the mountainside, finally caved in and doused the flames, he brought himself back to Orin. The Golden Serpent was surprised to see him. Oh, Taven! You made it! He dusted the layers of hot suit off himself. Yes, that was just a hot mess I went into. Are you hurt? No, but the Red Dragon base was destroyed. They were attacked, firebombed. By the Elder Gods. I hope it's not Blaze. I sensed it from an unknown assailant. It wasn't Blaze, nor was it all ill will from their bloody rivals, the Black Dragons. The Black Dragons? They were members of the Red Dragons that formed their own clan. I had received word from someone in Earthrealm. He seemed to be almost like a god, one I have never foreseen. A god? Well, I hope it was vanquished a lot of those bastards. All because of my brother. Dagon? Yes. I'm not certain whatever happened to his own dragon Kairo. He began to pace with a clutched fist as tight as an airlock. But he has woken up centuries before me and created the Red Dragon clan. And he sent them to kill me. All because he and Rain wanted this prize. From this competition between us. Orin just felt disheartened. My sincerest apologies. I am deeply sorry of your plight, Taven. Then stopped and faced his monolith where he awakened from, only he used it as a punching bag. His ferocity left several cracks on his basaltic surface. He struck fist his struck fist began to ache, and all Oren did was remain silent with many unanswered questions. What if my parents were slaughtered as well? Much like the Conquest and Deadly Alliance, well, there's some main characters, and in Deception, Taven's journey has taken quite a mental grind on me, especially with all those fake leaks and rumors for MK12, which is MK1 now. I couldn't wait to be done with this. And a little spoiler alert, I really do want the dragons to live here. I also wanted the Yin-Yang Island to be a significant place as a safe haven, since it's known it's smack dab in between Earthrealm and Outworld, thus being at the Lost Sea. So many people won't find it, so why not use it as a sanctuary? Why not? It's a beautiful place, as long as you're on the Earthrealm side. Also, I don't want to reveal who the identities of the mysterious Oriental Norse wife is, if you will. You probably might not know who they are, but I won't tell. And I've been pretty miffed the way Conquest was going, as I hated Dagon and his double-crossing, even enslaving poor Cairo, and making abominations of actual red dragons. The whole base was a shameful outrage. Even with Quan, Reptile, and others were involved, so I couldn't wait to get rid of that accursed base. This is a shameful outrage. Why not make it a sneak attack to wipe out most of the scrappies, like the red and black dragons, eh? I hope I would explore more in the next chapter. It was just too exhausting here. Again, Drekhen has done it, giving me inspiration music-wise. And, if you guys know Drekhen, it's like half human, half dragon, which actually was a reminder as I went through this chapter with the accursed hybrids of the red dragon and the reptilians, the saurians. And just like, you know, the Tarkatans, they're half-breeds. So, I couldn't wait to get rid of all this. So, another section of Taven's Conquest is complete. Hopefully, I'll get refreshed for the next one. And I just hate the brother's plots. He gets outraged over his brother's plots. I don't blame him. So, until then, this is the Ekron Rider signing out, and stay tuned for the next chapter. Well, that was shorter than I thought. Welcome back to another chapter of Final Combat. Last time, we just took Taven's third destination during the foot of his journey at the Crimson Forest and the Red Dragon base. And it was smack dab in the middle of Charred Mountain. Meanwhile, the mysterious Oriental and the Edenian at the Yin-Yang Island had been watching over Taven for a while through a mystical portal, and even they knew about Armageddon. So, as Taven went inside, he dealt with Movado and Dagon, who actually was Taven's older brother, and he was actually awakened prematurely before Taven, thus, you know, granting him the newer strength, older age. He sunk into the path of chaos, and he created the red dragons for himself, based on his guardian dragon Cairo, who was enslaved by him. And he started this whole criminal organization before there was the black dragons that broke off. You know, like the Lin Kuei with the Shirai Ryu. But, yeah, Dagon was the one that created the red dragons on account of Kero, and he was the one who created portals from the dragon itself as he was abusing him, and the crime organization came to be. So when Taven was fighting off Movado, he realized that Dagon has been trying to kill him, as did Rain tried to do. So he was confronted by Movado, and all of a sudden there was this firebomb attack left by someone. They thought it was Blaze. And so there was this fiery escape, and the mysterious Oriental led Cairo to safety through the Yin-Yang Island, and the Edenian cared for him. And Cairo just spilled the beans that, he mistakenly took the signal of Armageddon. He woke up Dagon early, millennials early before Taven, and the rest was history from there. And Taven was actually miffed because he believed that Dagon might have killed his parents aside from abusing Cairo. And even Orin was saddened by the news and the attack. And Fusion saw it as well. So, now that we're all caught up, let's get going. Continuation 4, Summons. It was smack dab in a dystopian world. There was hardly any sunlight unless you'd see an ashen vermilion sky, as if it was greatly polluted and the ozone was decimated, or as if the gods had died and bled into the sky itself. Places were in shambles, and even nature was dead, as there was no life, not many animals tweeting, chirping, meowing, barking, or however else is displayed life. Even vegetation and water were scarce, since resources had been poisoned. Groups of refugees had been roaming from place to place, as if they were nomads of weak cattle, searching from haven to haven, scavenging for food and shelter, while also being hunted. Figments of an undead legion, some coated with dragon armor and leather, had been invading one and massacring, doing the dreaded deeds of 2 necromancers. Aiko was part of one of those fugitive camps, as they just found a desolate shelter with sundries still available. An elderly man with disheveled white hair led the group, and he was preparing to leave, while Aiko assisted, when suddenly they beheld several looming shadows, and on one of the back walls, growing in height the more they drew nearer. "Oh my God, they found us. I don't know how, but they found us. Run for it, Aiko!" "From who? Who? Who do you think? The Revenants!" The cardiokinetic paused and gazed upon those terroristic zombies that she kept hearing about, but never saw. She was completely immobilized on who she made them out to be, with the pairs of orange eyes that glowed as much as beacons. Each one sneered down at her, as she recognized them as the deceased combatants she encountered when she was young. Liu Kang led the charge, with Kung Lao, Nightwolf, Katana, Cabal, Striker, and Kwai. She just turned tail and ran dastardly for her life, while the corrupt champion pointed them to halt, and be fixated as the main refugee possibly demanding ransom. From a distant closet, Aiko witnessed one of the cohort shoot him as he refused. "No! You bastards!" Hearing the outcry, the future emperor mentioned his allies to chase after her, whom just found a nearby vehicle. Unfortunately, she never knew how to drive. She still managed to turn the key and raced within the sanctuary, outmaneuvering the revenants. A few managed to keep up, licking the vehicle at times. Fueled with adrenaline, Aiko turned the defective automobile and saw the cluster. "Let's see if you bastards can survive this!" Aiko then charged toward the Legion, thinking if she should die and finally leave the Elder God's forsaken realm, she shall take them with her. Dang it, these errors. How can I overlook this? She was done living in terror, always being hunted down by them, and constantly being relocated as a refugee traveling with other disabled fugitives, hiding and looking for sanctuary, or a haven full of food and sundries. Looking at the undead faces of her former friends she met when she was just 6 years old, she went all out as she began to ram into them, only to receive a flash of light, which instantly took her to a world she didn't recognize. There was no debris nor rubble. Every structure was clean, neat, and dazzling underneath the clear night sky. All of a sudden she steered into an opaque alley, trying her best to hit the brakes. She could only scream and jump out of the runaway vehicle. She simply rolled onto the concrete while her devilish ride crashed into the nearby barrier and exploded. Aiko just gazed onto the newly made barbecue and readjusted to her spanking new environment. Aiko! Aiko! She looked back at the male voice, startled, thinking it was still the zombified Liu Kang calling her, although it was only Kung Lao who awakened her. They actually shared a bed together in her room. The morning sun was shining through at the unisex chamber. Aiko kept wiping thick layers of sand from her eyes as her lover expressed his concern. Are you all right? You were flailing as if you had a nightmare. He leaned and made a warm kiss on her forehead. It was nothing. Lao just rubbed her back tenderly. No. I don't believe it, Aiko. I had seen you thresh around. You actually woke me up. Aiko sulked, struggling to keep her eyes open. Oh, I'm sorry. I never had a episode as bad as this. And I thought my stims were as bad. Actually, this was the third night in a row you'd subconsciously acted like this. Oh, man, She held it in shame and fatigue. Lao just simply rubbed her shoulder. Come on, it's late. We should rise up and get ready. As they had breakfast, Jim's mom was chirpy as she couldn't get enough of the sudden news break she was jabbering in Mandarin, in which only her brother-in-law knew. Jin himself just rose for school, and is a teen now. His schedule is hectic, with sporadic routines starting at 8 in the morning to 4 p.m., 'cause he's in middle school, and apparently that's what the Chinese school times are. I know, it's ridiculous. Way more than America's standards. After she turned on the nearby small screen, standing on a small counter, Lao translated for Aiko with a white banner, there was a sudden firebomb in Charred Mountain, specifically in Amazonia. She wondered why China would take interest in a very distant location at the other side of the world. Even Lao and Jin's mom were puzzled, but the alert continued the impact as if by a meteor, which incinerated many Red and Black Dragon members. Aiko and Lao were thrilled, although a sudden series of chirps interrupted their joy. Following the sound, which wasn't necessarily an alarm clock, Lao picked up the digital wristband he attained as communication. Am I out of time here? He answered the call and Raiden broke the static. Kung Lao, Aiko, are you two awake? Raiden? Raiden! Yeah, we are. What is it? Is it from another troubling vision of Blaze? Lao was aware of the Thunder God's dread after he discussed the matters with Liu Kang, who soon passed it on to his Shaolin siblings as they grew curious of the sudden rumbles and electrical bursts, even the elemental himself. I have assembled the Lin Kuei's best warriors in Arctica. They had grown very anxious with the discovery of the uprisings of the Takunin clan. Sub-Zero, Frost, and Smoke are willing to prepare for the summons at the Dragon Grotto, while Serena would discuss the matters with Ashra at the Sky Temple. Ashra? I hadn't heard her name in so long. I must send the defector to the new goddess of light, to keep her away from a certain demon sorcerer. We believe he has hatched some machinations. A demon sorcerer? Who? Shang Tsung? Quan Chi? I will explain it all once we set our summons in the Dragon Grotto. You two must prepare. Meet us at the entrance to the sacred ground. I will see you there. Signal went dead. The Dragon Grotto. This doesn't sound good. I hope we won't be dealing with its traps. Even after several years, Aiko was still unconfident dealing with the Guardian's death traps alone. She even had to study them multiple times. One fell swoop can cost a person's life instantly, while the innards were being monitored courtesy of Nightwolf. Oh, courtesy of MK11. They eventually met up with Liu Kang as the two Shaolin lovebirds were in heated discussion over Blaze and the so-called End of Days. Even the champion was just as alarmed. An embodiment of the end. It's insane. I'm beginning to show quips of doubt, Kung Lao. We may have beaten past overlords like Shang Tsung, Shao Kahn, Quan Chi with the accursed sorcerer, and Onaga. But I fear this time there may be no stopping him. Something tells me he's not the only adversary. Tension was briefly halted as Aiko noticed some barks from a nearby dog, or rather a wolf, as Kiba scampered over to the trio. She giddily petted him as he kept licking her, and then the Shaolin duo. It's not often we get a personal powwow. Nightwolf marched up. Our boy Raiden certainly does have his angst. I've seen them too. So have I, Liu Kang. Kitana, you made it! It broke off as she expressed her plea. You have done so much for all the realms, Liu. Now I'm asking you to do so one more time. Somehow this filled the champion with more steam. Sure, Kitana. Anything. She actually introduced someone who was shyly hiding behind her. I actually introduced this original character, but it's not mine. It's actually a friend of mine from Twitter. His name is Frederick San. I think it's pronounced San. But, just as the user itself. So I introduced another original character here. He wasn't much of a collab partner, but it's still nice to have. Nice partner. So, well, looks like we owe you one, Frederick, Lou replied with a smile and a bow. Basically, he actually escorted Kitana from the Botan jungle with a blip ability like Thanos, but it's like an instant teleport. The others followed suit, approaching him, appreciating him, till some ice lights appeared. Sub-Zero and Frost slid down, then jumped off, while smoke descended with the rockets beneath his feet. Kenshi and Hanzo were not too far behind. Don't forget about us. Ah, it's Kenshi. For once, he was no longer wearing the usual crimson blindfold, but instead his eyes were shown but only with glowing opal, as contacts, enabling the same shade instead of complete darkness. Kenshi! What a surprise! You don't have your blindfold! He and Hanzo explained it all as a miraculous operation in Japan, and pleased that Takeda has been raised well with the Shirai Ryu, as Kenshi never regretted them, as his only option, aside from foreigners, that'd be either imperial or primitive. The junior just learned how to use his mind, which was developing rather quickly. Well, that's Takeda. Next, the Sun Portal appeared. There was Raiden. Alright then, this is it. Are we ready? Everyone walked through the rip one at a time, even the newcomer. They arrived within the heart of Earthrealm's life force, and it was shady, balmy, and calm of the occupants. Even Katana, Aiko, and Frederick were very thrilled. Raiden noticed for everyone to settle before he gave them the nitty-gritty. He gave off an irritated sigh. Where is my kid brother when I need him? Fujin can only do so much. What's wrong, Master Raiden? I assigned Fujin to gather the special forces, but he is late. No worries. I can simply record our conversations and just transfer the data to them, Nightwolf offered. I knew our new Linkway technology would pay off, Thomas said. My apologies to you all. We have much business to discuss. As you are all aware, excepting you, mentioning to the new kid, I had been receiving unrelenting and nerve-wracking visions at the end of times, as well as the mysterious elemental named Blaze. I had foreseen all of us reach a large pyramid as we found ourselves in a gruesome battle, determining the fates of all the realms and all of existence. Armageddon is truly upon us. Blaze, you've seen him as well, Lord Raiden? As an Edenian, surely you would know. She nodded. Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. I recently met him in my private quarters after Liu Kang left for Earthrealm. He insisted I should know of Armageddon, assured that our enemies shall be vanquished if events would unfold as plotted by him. He assigned me to gather all of you for the war ahead, but I needed to leave Edenia discreetly so that my people wouldn't be so heartbroken and afraid. If I'm right, then our old nemesis may be involved in this. Then I found this young traveler after I spotted the awkward son of Argus, Taven. He seems to be our last hope to save all life. No one had ever heard of his name. I had also recently received word of a sudden attack on Charred Mountain. The Red Dragon base was hit, and the Special Forces discovered that Sector and his new Takunin clan were also on the rise. I still believe that wasn't an act of nature, but perhaps by Blaze himself. He must be making his move, Kenshi stated. He offered to transfer Raiden's visions to everyone, even though it caused some fear and anxiety. Yeah, the visions of Armageddon. I have also received this, as a gift by the Elder Gods once I had attained their status after decimating Shinnok, shown them the amulet. I never knew what its purpose served, until now, shown the cracks. If I'm correct, this may be the key to averting, or rather enduring, the Battle of Armageddon. Kung Lao stood up. Raiden, Aiko's been having some night terrors too, of her escaping from the Revenants in her dystopian time. Could they somehow be connected? It may be possible. Pardon me for the intrusion, but Liu Kang fears that it might not just be Blaze we'll deal with, but our new adversaries as well. Hanzo's eyes widened in alarm with the inevitable possibility on dealing with his own dreadful assailants. Sorry for the interruption, guys. I ran out of time. Alright. Which is why I let Serena talk with Ashura, thus not being here. But you and Liu Kang can be correct. If my theory is true, then they can be hatching their own agendas in the Netherrealm. Ooh. Then, we must cut down their numbers first, before we should fight them in Armageddon, Frost exclaimed, as which Aiko agreed. Most of the crowd just cheered, agreeing with the apprentice, but Hanzo held up a finger. I don't know. If we should take out our enemies in the Netherrealm, it would all be suicidal. Besides, even if we should kill them, they'd return to Hell and come back eventually. So, what must we do? What if Oniro should return, besides Sector? My clan became paranoid of the sudden return of that cyber assassin. Katana took a deep sigh. It was bad enough resolving that incident with the Shokan. And so, we got a flashback here. Everyone listened as the Edenian princess was caught in the possibility of the Shokan relocating from Edenia and even Quaitan. They had enough problems relocating to Australia to start anew inside the palace throne room. Goro and Shiva were discussing with Queen Sindel on not being bodyguards nor staying in Outworld. She was surprised at the sudden thought. Shiva? You have served for many eons as my personal bodyguard and most trusted friend. Why are you and the Shokan willing to leave? Even Jade, Katana, Asgarth, and King Gerard were just as tongue-tied. The Centaurs had no intention on quarreling with you nor your kind. And you have the Saurians behind your back, too. There may still be the vicious Tarkatans, but with the allegiance of the more docile Baraka, this may turn in the tides. We just want a change of scenery. We hadn't yet made it official nor set in stone. I understand relocating some of the Shokan to Earthrealm to defend it still, and the inhabitants may be intrigued. There was a series of hard stumps heading toward the exit, and the Edenian knight was frantic. Your Majesties, it's Kentaro! He's bashing through our men! He was simply tossed like a discarded toy that his kid didn't want, and Shiva went on the offensive. Oh man, Kentaro was back! And this is the first time in my chronology, but it's like a flashback to Shaolin monks. Sure enough, it was him with the orange and black stripes, the elongated forearms, and his other feline traits. He was none other than the most lethal Targaryen himself. Shiva tried to reason with him. Kentaro! We have made allegiance with the Draconians. Honor Queen Sindel and King Gerard now! There's no need for bloodshed, nor to serve the corruptive Khan anymore. All he did was unleash a fireball which forced her back. The female Edenians put up their guard, before Goro stormed in and punched the feral beast. By comparison, the Outworld champion was more bulkier than his furry counterpart, and demonstrated his brutal strength. Both Shokan could perform their usual fiery projectiles and fatal jumps, so it almost seemed to be at a standoff, until Kentaro had his limbs clipped by the unstoppable ferocity as Goro wrecked him like a truck. I didn't have a lot of battle ideas, so I apologize. Severely wounded from the brawl, Kentaro looked up at his victor, who growled over him. Goro flexed his arms, then stomped toward the powerless beast and just offered a hand. With a disgusted sigh, Kentaro never accepted, although his body was encased at a great mist for a short while. He noticed he was healed by Gerard's soul kinesis. The ferocious feline was shocked, seeing his arms as flimsy and pointless as ever. He slowly stood up agog. But why? I had realized there's been no purpose on fighting amongst ourselves, Kentaro, as long as you no longer work for Shao Kahn. Well, Goro and I even brokered a deal with the Centaurs just several years ago, Katana offered with a serene, confident tone. Kung Lao was the one who helped to make it all possible, even resolving the dispute between him and the prince. At the sound of his name, Kentaro became irate, almost as if his eyes shot red. Kung Lao! That Earthman who killed me in Mortal Kombat! Silence, Shao Kahn! Sherrod raised an arm. We have come a long way since that victory. We have no intentions on harming you, and neither do the Shao Kahn nor Centaurians. I know that kindness is forbidden, but without the diabolical Emperor, many customs had changed for the greater good. Otherwise, Edenia would not be standing. War has been happening for far too long. Kung Lao realized we must settle our differences. I promise you he won't fight you, unless you're still one of Shao Kahn's ranks. Besides, he has already betrayed me and my clan, and favored the centaur Motoro as we had failed to meet his expectations in the previous tournaments. The champion was correct when he said Khan never supported us. And me and Goro are planning to start anew in Earthrealm. What? It's as if I am in some wild dream. This is no dream, Kintaro. If you can just quell your violent heart and use it for the greater good, you can achieve almost anything. And we all had done the same. We offer you to be Edenia's royal protector if we shall plan on relocating to Australia. We would love for you to take this offering. Wow, isn't that a surprise? Kintaro was reluctant on accepting Edenia's peace offering, and it wasn't until I met Blaze that dwindled my hopes. Who couldn't help but tend her. Raiden, if this fire spawn is surely to awaken, and if our enemies are for certain plotting in the Netherrealm, then I shall accompany you. Me too. We will need to spy or a mole in order to infiltrate with their plans. Perhaps I should tag along. Only tainted souls can enter it, and I have no jurisdiction there. Alright, I would need some willing combatants for assistance. I think I might still go. I remember Kung Lao and I being corrupt thanks to Shinnok. What if he's plotting Armageddon? I hope there'd still be some who were against their evil plots, those who are willing to fight alongside us. Frederick can be of some assistance. He may be a rookie, but I'm certain he can be of some assistance. Well, that's the new OC. Liu decided to be of some assistance, however Raiden turned him down as he and Katana hadn't been corrupted, and that she needed his support more than ever. He also wished for Fusion to show up. Alright, who's saying this? Oh. The rest of you should alert the Special Forces and our allies in Edenia and Outworld. We will need all the help we can possibly assess. If they are unwilling to fight one last battle, then so be it. Ready? With the Epilogue, Raiden conjured a portal leading to the most foul depths that was capable of absorbing light and time. Nightwolf commanded Kiba to jump in his body and merge with his energy. Katana was still taken aback after Liu offered to help settle matters with their cause. They were about to make a passionate kiss until a sudden funnel formed. At first, the spectators thought it was impossible for a tornado to develop in the grotto, but a certain someone who rushed out made the decision. Did I miss it? Did I miss Brother's summons? Everyone just looked at each other before the confirmation. You did. God damn it, man, Johnny stumped. Relax. Relax. Nightwolf and even Smoke recorded the briefing. Why were you late, Lord Fusion? You won't believe what in all of the realms has happened. Throw me into the Chaos Realm if you think I'm crazy. Oh good, I'm almost done. The remaining heroes listened attentively before Smoke activated the shaman's gizmo he left behind. Yeah, I know. There wasn't much of a fight scene here, but I didn't want to waste my time and effort on this. I was busy brainstorming ideas and I wanted to get as much stuff done as possible. And there are the songs for that, yada yada yada. Goro doesn't want to kill Kentaro, which wasn't an easy track with Super Paper Mario. Blah blah blah. At least we get to see more of Ico's destroyed future this time around, always moving, always scrounging for resources, and escaping from the terroristic sorcerers and the undead loyalists. Yet still, the sudden cause escaping from her future hasn't been solved. At least not yet. I'll reveal it later. About the new character I introduced here, his name is Frederick San, or Son for short, Frederick San. A role player and good friend of mine I knew on Twitter. He's a scout and explores the multi-universe for knowledge as well as making friends. He seems to be a swell guy, both as his character and for reals. I hope I'll come up with a better role for him next chapter as the heroes investigate the Netherrealm. And with him helping Katana was a small idea I had when we were role-playing, because he actually adores Katana, Melina, Jade, even Chronica. And the idea of having the Shokans relocating to Australia was inspired by the MK role-players I used to meet, while the scenario itself was from Shiva's Ending and MK9 of all things. I actually do want them to have a fresh start and another defender for Earthrealm. And maybe Kentaro can take Shiva and Goro's places as parts of the Udinian resistance. So another chapter done. Next time shall be the espionage in the Netherrealm. Until then, this is the Ekron Writer signing out, and I'll see you all then. Welcome back to another chapter of Final Combat. Last time, we just received a summons from Raiden, who actually brought his skilled warriors to the Dragon Grotto so we could discuss with them in private of the upcoming battle of Armageddon, while he also sent Serena to Ashra at the Sky Temple because Ashra is like her consultant. And, Fushin was actually late because of the previous encounter at the Crimson Forest. He was supposed to get the Special Forces, but Raiden got most of the warriors, Liu Kang, Kitana, who we actually met with a newcomer named Frederick San, who was a scout, who escorted Kitana from the Botan jungle to the Wuxi Academy by a blip portal, or the instant teleportation, rather. So Liu Kang, Kitana, Frederick, Aiko, Kung Lao, Hanzo, Kwai, Frost, Smoke, and Nightwolf were actually summoned at the Dragon Grotto. The Nightwolf and Smoke actually recorded it for the Tardy members. So, they had decided to espionage in the Netherrealm to spot on their enemies and what they're conspiring, because they're pretty certain that with the uprising of the Takunin and Oniro coming back, Shao Kahn, Onaga, and others, they believe that they're conspiring something in the Netherrealm. So, let's go there, shall we? Alright, continuation 5, Hell Tour. And by the way, this was a very bad impression of a certain game I encountered. The blue portal took Raiden's small team consisting of Aiko, Kung Lao, Hanzo, Nightwolf, and their new associate, Frederick San, into the most horrid, diabolical domain, the Netherrealm. Only this time, instead of being in an opaque plain, or immersed in a demon city, they materialized on a rocky bank overlooking a body of red, as if it belonged to water, and with the distant hanging chains, they figured they were in a pier. After he conjured the rip, Raiden's voice became hoarse. I have always dreaded this place. The Bloody Sea, the conduit of Outworlds and the Netherrealm, where no one survives while the sea is littered with endless blood and legions of undead dwellers. It's also bottomless, as victims tend to fall forever. Everyone spoke in strange tongues, full of dread and anxiety. Can you blame them? The vessel itself and its captain, Charon, escorts the damned into their eternal prisons. They'll be bound by Shinnok for eternity. Even if we should consume anything habitable to this realm, we must never be tempted. We must always stand guard. I was never sure about a voice actor for Frederick, but I guess maybe similar to Gomor, with Gomor and Shio and F-Zero, I don't know. The damned must be restless. No wonder it feels like intense gravity here. Yes, Charon must be the ferryman, like Charon or that beggar in the Bardo. Do we need to pay him? We aren't part of them, as we're still alive. So, we will be like intruders to them, and should pay him as we're foreigners. Alright, hold on. Fly, get out of here. Quite right, Hanzo. I will negotiate. Raiden stepped forward and discussed matters with the boatman, who looked quite scary with his frizzled white thick beard, balding head, and garb that blended into the endless entrails. Kung Lao just gazed out over the choppy sea, rigged with those sharp rocks. Just like our voyage in Outworld. His mind flashed back several years ago when he and Liu followed Kuai Liang to the nearby wrecked vessel, which he repaired with his cryokinetic slabs, keeping it afloat. They soon disembarked, and the warrior warned of any stragglers invading them. Sure enough, several swarms of drowning denizens leapt onto the main deck, while the Shaolin monks assisted their new ally as they fought them off, with Lao mostly performing his signature throw. That was when you'd been chasing after me, Kung Lao. Hanzo's voice interrupted his reverie. He hesitated and sulked. Yes, that was when my brother and I pursued you, as Kwai failed to catch up with Noob Saibot. And this led us to fighting each other. I wasn't human form yet, and it was before I found the truth. He laid a hand on his shoulder. My sincerest apologies, Kung Lao. We've come a long way since your damnation. I trust you will never betray me. Charon has accepted the offer. I forewarned him of Armageddon, and we needed answers from the fallen Elder God. We are now ready to depart. Everyone nodded in affirmation. Kung Lao, look after Aiko. She was born anemic and wasn't diagnosed before she traveled through time. Do you still have your iron supplements? She nodded as she showed him the beak container which was half full. You'll need them to help you withstand the queasiness. The sea of blood could make anyone's stomach churn, not just from movement. Prepare yourselves. Everyone replied with a bow before they headed a few feet away from the queue of sinful passengers. Each one of the shades were escorted and shackled into the overpacked cabins, albeit some were feisty and simply were clamored into them, while the combatants remained on the outer areas of the main deck. Metallic rusty bells began to chime as Charon detached his vessel and soon turned it eastward to their destination. And this was inspired by MK11 of all things. Raiden mentioned it shall be 1 knot, 1 mile away, and you must keep a sharp lookout for any sudden stowaways or jerks on the ship, as the damned would try anything. Much like those demons in the river Styx. Precisely, novice. How long has it been since you've eaten, Aiko? Since before Kung Lao and I were summoned to the grotto, so I guess about 30 minutes. That's not good. It might not be enough time. Incoming! Nightwolf's warning pierced through the quietude like a spear, and a few stragglers with loose hanging flesh and blood hung from them like fronds. Everyone stood guard, even some unguarded, before they charged into the fray, and they mostly relied on their close-range tactics unless they must throw the demons off. Battle has begun. Hanzo hardly used his deadly spear and pyrokinesis as he mostly relied on hand-to-hand combat. Raiden bashed through them with his staff, grateful he didn't want to give it away to Kai before his ascension to former Elder God status, which is Kai's wasted ending in MK4. I'm not into that. Aiko mimicked her mentor's strategy, wielding her bow staff, while Kung Lao sliced through their splattered guts with his deadly hat. Nightwolf seemed to be the lesser phased by the disrupted voyage, as he plowed through waves of enemies with his soul-empowered axe and dagger, even his swift and brawny moves. At times the Thunder God conjured his bolts, but due to his limited power in another realm, they usually came out as sheer shocks rather than complete electrocution, leaving him vulnerable. He was once caught in a hold by a couple demons till there was a volley of lightning. He was indeed flabbergasted that the new combatant Frederick was able to wield his own prowess, even when immobilizing them before a few swipes with his canary katana. Over time there were large clusters of the desperately damned, to the point where each of the heroes had no choice but to toss them overboard, especially Hanzo, who stuck out a signature lethal spear into a queue and threw them asunder before retracting it, or Kung Lao, who was doing some of the crowd control as he diced and performed his Shaolin throw. The inconsistent current caused his stomach to lurch and even throb. He held it as he felt some sharp pangs, and he muttered he needed to be wary of his maneuvers. The constant movement, contrary to the current, even made Aiko squirm, as if her head was about to fall off, with her eyes as so glazy. Suddenly she felt like vial building. "Oh, I think I'm going to be sick." She slightly hunched over, and Kung Lao was the first to notice. He went by her side, even fending off a ganging, bony zombie or two, yet still her abdomen and esophagus were acting up. She eventually held her neck and mouth, nearly hurling as her throat constricted. Open for an assault, she began to wander as far away from the melee as possible. Unbeknownst to her, since she seemed the most susceptible to the impurities the sea was emanating, the sun rapids and the bulging throat caused Aiko to falter. Kung Lao noticed the warning signs. Aiko! She hardly had time to react as her body tumbled over the edge by another quake and dropped straight into the current below. Oh man. That was until she was unexpectedly saved by a red dragon who swooped her away and above the endless bloody sea. She wound up riding the serpent's back, who flew higher away from the stomach-churning chemicals. She shot open her eyes and noticed she was on a blunt surface rapidly moving away from the vessel. She observed the serpentine neck and the flat snout. He let out a wry grin as he faced his new, ecstatic passenger. I don't believe it! I'm riding a real dragon! She exclaimed as she adjusted herself. The beast nodded in affirmation before it made a sharp U-turn facing the infested vessel. He saw the undead springing up from the sea, and he let loose a volley of flames, incinerating them instantly. The distracted passengers shielded their faces from the sun-fiery streak from above, and the dragon let loose again, aiming for the side and cabin, scorching the dead. God damn it, not now. The tepid assault was so intense that the lower deck began to collapse. The ship lurched forward as it continued its voyage forward, while Nightwolf observed... I shouldn't have repeated. While Nightwolf observed, they were sinking into the bottomless blood. Aiko screeched her friends were still on deck. We're close to Shinnok's spire, but we're still too far away! Raiden shouted over the chaos from the panic-damned souls. Hanzo attempted to aim a spear onto one of the spiked pillars around the 50-foot tower, but he was out of range. Raiden stated his powers were useless on carrying them with at least an air tackle. Kung Lao offered to make a teleport toward the disjointed aisle, although Frederick beat them to the punch. Gather round, stay close to me. I could blip us out of there. Never having any other choice, the team obliged, and with a snap, everyone dissipated in a millisecond into thin air. A few moments later, they emerged onto more firmer ground amongst the thorny coast beside them. Aiko cried they made it off alive, before they all beheld Charon and his unfortunate souls beginning to sink deeper into the undertow till the topmost pole was out of sight. The group adjusted themselves, while Kung Lao inspected the heart gems still lively. Aiko! As if on cue, the fluttering shadow greeted them as the red dragon landed softly beside them. Aiko turned her body sideways and Lao caught her in the nick of time as she dismounted from the savior's back. They immediately made a tight embrace, almost like an airlock. Raiden perspired. I really appreciate you for saving Aiko's life, before she plummeted into the sea of blood. Just nodded and hissed as he stuck out his forked tongue a few times. Wait! Who are you? He replied with an otherworldly tone. I am Karo, Dagon's former dragon guardian, and the former mascot of the Red Dragons, created against my will. So, you were the one who incepted the Red Dragon clan? No, it was my slaver Dagon, the younger and more warmongering brother of Taven. They are both sons of the late sorcerer Delia and the protector god of Edenia, Argus. Karo's wings fluttered at times. He was hardly used to them being so heavy and wide with the teal innards. I made this up, by the way. I don't think Karo actually had wings in Armageddon, but I believe them to be, like, really, really tiny, so that, you know, Dagon would prevent Karo from escaping. So I kind of made this up. I wish you would fly, actually. Same with Orin. If you were once a slave to Dagon, then who set you free? When the Red Dragon hideout in Charred Mountain was firebombed, there was an Oriental who seemed to have as much might as a god. He wanted to keep his name a secret, and he restored me back to health at the Yin-Yang Island. Kiro explained he escaped via a fiery portal, and his rescuer and a female Adenian nursed him for a day or two. He was soon imbued by the Jinsei and fire healing his wounds, and also budding his tiny wings. They were small to disallow his freedom, thus never flying, and having their growth stagnated after being clipped. But the god restored them to their full size. Kiro also told that crossing the Sea of Blood was déjà vu for him. Rain was in deep thought. So, he knows about the Jinsei and wields fire. Could it be Liu Kang? He said he didn't want his identity revealed. He said he didn't want his identity revealed. I can see why. He just doesn't know yet. Or maybe it could just be Blaze. Why would he want to be in the Netherrealm? May have something to do with this place. He pointed yonder. Contrary to the rest of the team, the trio were fixated onto the monstrous structure, as black as every essence roaming the Netherrealm. So we are at Shinnok's Spire. That is Shinnok's Spire. It would require all our strength to breach the utmost floor. Shinnok's throne room. He faced the sick combatant. Aiko, you may need to be on healing duties for the duration of this mission. She nodded despite feeling clammy with her face so placid. Rain led the way, followed by Hanzo, Kung Lao, Nightwolf, and Frederick, with Aiko and Kiro taking the rear. This won't be an easy journey. I would need all of you to stay and work together. Understand? If we cohere, we'll survive. All of a sudden, summoner demons emerged from bursts of flame. Rain commanded his troops to rid of them, while he would activate the color-coded monoliths and fill the corresponding spheres in the rear wall of another tall structure. Kiro and Aiko stood by for reinforcements, as both Lao and Nightwolf took them on. It wasn't until he unleashed his fury in an F3 funnel the way was clear. A tower of light emerged from the epicenter, and the team proceeded to the next floor. This was based on Mortal Kombat Armageddon in Taven's expedition, only instead of descending, we're ascending. It's kind of ironic. I kind of did the reverse. Everyone thought it was some kind of a gauntlet challenge, yet still the group shifted. There was another summoner's demon, only this time he dissipated and made duplicates of imps, which looked to be numerous, but about a foot in height. Frederick and Hanzo volunteered, and the former Wraith took charge whenever the big bad appeared. Frederick's electrokinesis was exceptional, especially when thrashing through hordes of imps with his blade. It wasn't long before they proceeded. In the next floor, the group witnessed a wounded crusader of sorts, wearing the same primordial armor plates and helmet. The next floor, which I already did, wasn't long before they proceeded. Hanzo and Kung Lao knew better. Havoc! The pair rushed over to the wounded cleric. Are you alright? Kung Lao queried, then mentioned Aiko to lend over her heart gem to restore his heart and vitality. Havoc just rose his head in disbelief, before he gradually stood up. What's the big idea? You taking pity on me? The Shaolin didn't hesitate as he rushed over and punched him in the face. Havoc just took in with a wry grin as he held his chin. Feel better now? He smirked. That's more like it. Been too long since I've seen you two. Same to you. What in the Elder Gods are you up to in the Netherrealm? Ah, yes, I had heard murmurs going around of a hellspawn who's about to wreak havoc on all the realms. My compatriots Dairu and Darius were preparing ourselves for the ultimate battle. We're here for espionage on Shinnok, so we get some intel of his followers being involved in Armageddon. Armageddon! The ways of chaos is smiling upon us. That was until I was defeated by that bastard Taven. I was left to die by Shinnok, and my clerics turned on me. They should still be at the Chaos Realm, converting them to the ways of order, serving that Elder God with his wings clipped. Hanzo turned to the newbie and knelt. Frederick, can you bleep to other realms? I would have to know what that other realm is. The Chaos Realm seems new to me. Perhaps I can be of some assistance. Cairo, you can actually develop portals? Indeed, but it requires most of my stamina to do so. Hanzo lifted Havoc's arm over his shoulder and escorted him through the red ball of energy. Alright. Hurry! Oh. Hurry! The betrayer may notice this sudden elope! The yellow-garbed ninja wished to return as soon as possible despite the group having one less member. They dissipated moments later. They took the colossal funnel and emerged smack dab between some spiked walls. They knew more of the demon warmongers would arrive, only this time they went after the poor red dragon. Lao and Nightwolf immediately took action and succeeded, while Aiko restored the dragon's health, which resulted hers to shatter and wither away. She warned the humidity was so dense, she could only conjure her strength once, but not enough to make another gem. It was convenient enough for the active trio to take on several more demons in the next 2 floors. Up ahead shall be Shinnok's throne room. I may have lost most of my powers here, but it's still enough to sense his accursed essence. The group proceeded with some nervousness between them until their mentor spotted a particular traveler. Taven! From that sudden roar behind him, the Edenian demigod turned quickly and met up with the defender of Earthrealm himself. Lord Raiden! He was almost too excited to even bow, although Raiden wasn't impressed. You had finally been awakened, I see. But why are you here within the Netherrealm? I've been looking for my brother Dagon. I believe he has wandered here to empower his corruption. That's what Orin and I thought. But why are you here? To spy on Shinnok. You have been a fool assisting him. He's a fallen elder god, casted down by serving mortal affairs. I was the one who banished him here. He warred with the elder gods and reduced Earthrealm to ruin. He is not who you think, Taven. Kira spoke to avoid the escalation. Taven? So you're finally awake after all. What? Cairo? Yes, Taven. It has been too long, old friend. Look, we need to see what Shinnok is up to. Yes, he's gathering him forces as we speak for Armageddon. Armageddon? The extinction of all the realms? By the Elder Gods. I wonder what the competition was supposed to be between me and Dagon. Orin said something like this would happen. Aiko and Kung Lao's minds seemed to have tuned out the bickering and were fixated on one thing. Do you feel that, Kung Lao? Yes. It must be him! He pointed to a deformed, colorless face that had multiple streaks of blood. The rest of his body seemed obscure, blending within the shadows. His arms were outstretched to unseeable chaos in distant walls. Shinnok! They rushed over, only to slap him in the face. I should have known you would be here, Raiden. Simply reached in and held his neck like an anaconda squeezing its prey. Explain, Shinnok. You must be recruiting our enemies to conspire and destroy us in Armageddon. Blaze won't be our only adversary. You are working for him. Prisoner still never backed down. I am not the same Shinnok I used to be. You should know. Losing your vitality by creating your own doppelganger. The risk worth taking. What do you know? You don't have your precious amulet. Shinnok snarled. I detected your dark signature. It was you wreaking havoc in Earthrealm after your sacrifice to Onaga. I'd seen it all. And even you and your champion opposed the Elder Gods. How do you know all this? Shinnok's body twitched and felt an object that made Aiko's blood run cold. She panicked as she noticed a black crystallized heart-shaped gem. Kung Lao was furious. You stole her heart! You are a fucking forsaking abomination! Frederick and Sun Lao tended to her. You created this from Aiko's cardiokinesis, borrowing it when you were disguised as Kai in the Netherrealm War. The Thunder God knew it all. It wasn't just from that rare specimen. After I absorbed the champion's heart, I was taken aback by the sudden churn of light energy. I was greatly irritated. That would be me. Big surprise. Indeed, you three made me suffer dearly as I diffused myself apart. I had spontaneously split into another form as I remained. Weak, helpless, paralyzed by excruciating pain. But at the same time, I had remembered being a part of the pantheon associated with my sister and mother, the elder goddess who's the opposing force of light and light, Cetrion, and the dominatrix mother, Chronica, the titaness of time. Shanks spat us as if disgusted mentioning them. I wasn't raised as a love child. I was raised in the line of her whims, as the polar opposite of my goody sister. Chronica admired her more over me, the younger sister receiving the most attention. I was enslaved as she was given special treatment because of her blind loyalty. I despised them both, since I still had assertiveness and my own desires, while she was the mama's girl. Oh, and my own mom was willing to stab me in the back. Since then, I resented the Elder Gods as they did nothing. Everyone was aghast, especially Taven and Frederick. And that's why you lost your sanity and waged war in the heavens. You should know full well how your followers will betray you. Everyone perceived me as a threat. I hadn't seen my treacherous family, and then I was casted down and imprisoned here. My hatred still remained, and I'd thrown all of my compassion away, and I seemed to have become amnesiac. Until now. With Armageddon to seize by my own double walker torturing me, he has been in alliance with all the overlords to kill Blaze and attain the prize. The forces of darkness will march forward in a fight to the literal death of all reality. Raiden relieved his hold. What must we do? You know what you must do. The elemental figured exactly. I won't give you your diabolical amulet. Suit yourself, just to show my opposition to the petty archangels who have cared nothing for you, even in their ranks, and perhaps unite with my lost sibling, no strings attached. I will entrust you with my pleas, Raiden and Aiko, as I gifted you the visions for you to end them. Raiden was just too absorbent to hear a suggestion to get out of here. So Shinnok was the one emitting those visions. It was easy to figure out since Taven was capable and warping out the same as Frederick. Kero offered to create a rip leading back to Earth and the Wuxi Academy. Needless to say, all the heroes had numerous unanswered questions, as cryptic as a hard reboot. Pun intended, as it did so twice. Although, by the time Kero was the last one out, he collapsed again. Inspirations include the accursed Taito game Bond's Adventure, should be Bond's Adventure, involving the Blood Pond, which could have been the inspiration for the Bloody Sea in Mortal Kombat. Kero's rescue of Aiko was a slight reference in Pokemon 3 the movie, when Ash's Charizard did the same, and was able to carry him without issue. The ideas were usually from MK Temple's vid involving the Armageddon battle, as well as Anonymous Affection, but it seemed true when the former mentioned Shinnok made a doppelganger to kickstart Armageddon, as mentioned by Fourth Snake. This took so much time and work, disregarding the constant tiffs over whether or not MK1's canon. The conquest wasn't easy to highlight, as it was complicated, and I hated Taven acting the fool, much like Shujinko. He should have known of Shinnok as an elder god and his fall from grace. How can he be so ill-informed? I can't stress it enough, it pissed me off. One of many things. And there are the songs for that, yada yada yada, and there's Dante's Peak. I'm sure not too many people appreciate it, but I do. So, I'm so damned relieved to make this motherlode out of the way. See you in next chapter. So much work to do to take care of. So, I'll see you guys next chapter. Until then, this is the Ekron Writers signing out. I actually made that song for Taven's theme song. It's pretty good. Welcome back to another chapter of Final Combat. Last time, Raiden has actually led a small team of heroes, Hanzo, Aiko, Nightwolf, Frederick, and Kung Lao, to the Netherrealm. They sailed across the Sea of Blood on Charon's ship, which was inspired by MK11, and Aiko, as sensitive to the impurities as she was about to fall overboard, and the Sea of Blood is known where you sink forever. and even become part of the damned. But she was actually saved by Khro, who just shown up at the nick of time, and she was introduced to him. So was the team, and they soon disembarked away from the sinking ship and made it to Shinnok's spire. And they came across Taven, actually. Well, actually, they came across Havoc first, who was wounded by Taven and left to die by Shinnok and his betrayal of Darrow and Darius. So Hanzo actually took him to the Chaos Realm. And meanwhile, they met up with Taven when they were up the throne room. They were about to meet up with Shinnok and spy on him, and Raiden was outraged that Taven didn't know, myself included, that I was outraged, that Taven didn't know that Shinnok was a fallen Elder God, but he didn't know the reason, that he invaded Earthrealm and Raiden casted him down upon his defeat, because he warred with the Elder Gods. And they actually came across Shinnok, but he wasn't the same. Apparently he diffused himself, and there was an evil doppelganger who was stronger than him. And from their last encounter, his heart was overwhelmed by Lu's light energy conjured by Nightwolf, which made him have a meltdown, and he dissipated into two. So the weaker, real Shinnok actually recalled distant memories on the war with the Elder Gods because he was outraged of his Titan mother, Kronika, and she was always so obsessed with the golden child, Cetrion, because she was always loyal to her, and Shinnok found out the truth, and so he was outraged. The Elder Gods did nothing, he invaded Earthrealm, and that was history. So with all of that information, the heroes went back to the Netherrealm to settle down and absorb it all. There was a lot to take in. So, Chapter 6, Pep Talks. Yeah, we definitely need a breather after this. As the team made it back to Earthrealm, the area before the entrance to the Dragon Grotto, Khro collapsed from overexertion. They immediately went to his side, especially Aiko and Taven. Moments later, Raiden broke through, telling everyone to stay back. He simply just laid his hands onto him and concentrated his ki, causing a combo of electricity and also light Jinsei energy into the fatigued serpent, which let out some groans as the pure substance seeped into his wounds, as if adding salt to the injection site. The healing process eventually subsided, as did he. Taven still remained by his side and apologized for all the abuse Dagon made. Raiden then offered to have Khro and Aiko to recuperate on the grotto ahead. Taven and Kung Lao, of course, decided to keep company. Noticed Kenshi. That was blindly fast. Have you guys emerged from the Netherrealm? It was Kenshi. He was the first to notice the team emerge. Nightwolf queried, "How long have we been gone?" The group knew that all realms tend to flow in different speeds. Even traversing from realm to realm would feel like weeks. And the Netherrealm itself tended to speed up time, as 1 year could be as close as a decade. Kenshi stated, "You have only been gone around 15 minutes. Everyone was dumbfounded as it felt like several hours, crossing the sea of blood and climbing the excruciating spire. I also sensed tension. Everyone spoke about Taven and Khro before Raiden gifted the Dread Dragon with the Jinsei energy. This was given to me some time before, as I was healing at the distant tropical island. Again, I want to appreciate you for saving Aiko's life. You must have known her." "Yeah. I don't know you. How could you know me?" "Actually, I seem to know all of you." Needless to say, they were stunned. Excepting Taven, who remained unrelented, Frederick asked, "How'd he known her if she never met him?" "Only the mysterious Oriental does. He wanted to keep his identity a secret. He was the one who spared me and helped me escape from the Red Dragons as soon as he bombarded the base. She recalled the discussion about the Hellspawn. He wasn't Blaze, was it? Who destroyed the Red and Black Dragons and saved you? He wasn't. I deeply apologize, Taven, on all my past incidences caused by Dagon. Wonder if it has anything to do with that competition Orin mentioned. Oh, Orin! I must head back to his cave. He must know the progression of the quest. I will send you there at once, Taven. It's been too long of a millennia since I last saw him. And not just Kenshi knew a storm was about to burst. Taven, this is hard to say, but your brother has become more evil than you realize. I was the one who awakened him prematurely. Long ago, I lost mental contact with the Firespawn Blaze. I mistakenly took it as the signal to awaken your brother, but it was too soon. Reviving him early had unforeseen effects. Dagon was unbalanced. He was outraged that he had been manipulated by your parents and demanded to know the true purpose of the quest. Did they tell him? Perhaps. Whatever he learned must have disturbed him greatly. He killed them both. Killed them? Impossible! Father was a god. Mother was a powerful sorceress. How he did it is of little importance. They are gone, and I am to blame. Do not condemn yourself. Nevertheless, I wish to atone for my mistake. Still, I must see to him. Confirmed and affirmed, Cairo offered to conjure a portal to Orin's desolate location, leaving some of the heroes bewildered. Poor Cairo. Taven arrived as frantic as ever, calling for the dragon after discovering Shinnok and Dagon's plots, only to have him gone. His feet scuffled upon something that almost made him slip, like a flat, light surface never belonging to the basaltic soil. He examined the object, which had coats of dirt on it, and the particles dropped as he turned it. A buried sheet of thick parched paper, so it seemed. Taven then read the notes, with the light from the magma making it seeable enough. Taven, I have gone to the distant Yin-Yang Island. I was abruptly attacked by a sorcerer named Quan Chi. I believe he'd been sent from the Netherrealm, and that someone assigned him for the assault while you went on your journey. Alone and vulnerable, I was saved by a powerful fighter who fended off Quan Chi. He assured I shall watch over you, as long as I remain safe, and that he shall do the same. Continue your quest, and may the Elder Gods watch over you as well. Sincerely, Orin. Taven! He perked up at the echoing voice of his mentor. Orin? Where are you? I can't see you. I am speaking to you telepathically, like I always have been. Do not fret. I am safe. Have you not found my letter? Yes. It said you were taken to Yin-Yang Island. You were attacked by Quan Chi. Who rescued you? He wants to keep his name a secret. Our enemies may still be after us. Taven was surprised. Secret identity. That must be that same Earthrealmer who helped Cairo. Raiden assisted with his healing. Indeed, he told me the same, and that Cairo is unharmed. Although, there was a sudden scrimmage involving Quan Chi. I was losing to him immensely, until our savior seamlessly defeated him in combat. He possesses strength beyond any mortal, and he wields both thunder and fire. He soon kicked the demonic sorcerer into the portal I created upon his signal. Still, I wonder if that man in Raided know of the quest. Cairo just mentioned of Dagon's enslavement over him. And killing my parents as well. Orin paused to what was almost a minute. Taven, there's more than you know about your parents' quest. If I am correct, this may all be a setup. Nevertheless, Dagon must be stopped at all costs. For once he wasn't saddened nor enraged at his brother's murders, but actually intrigued. What is it that you know and Cairo know? Meanwhile, Quan Chi fell through that liquid cold portal as he emerged in Shinnok's spire. In the middle of his throne room, the Overlord was furious as he stood upright. You imbecile scum! You have failed me, Quan Chi! How is it you can be outmatched by a pathetic elderly dragon? The blanched Overlord rose slowly and struggled. He was not alone, my lord. There was someone who assisted him and nearly finished me. Nonsense! I have appointed you to slay the beast to prevent Taven on accomplishing the quest. And you failed miserably. I wouldn't want you to claim the prize nor have you participate in this foreplanning battle. Who by the Elder Gods thwarted you? He will not state his name, Lord Shinnok, but he did peep he knew me. He might just as well know what we are up to. He wields both fire and lightning, and his strength is incredible. Shinnok seemed somewhat intrigued. Interesting. We better clip this warrior's wings. Dagon! The caped crusader marched up to his side. The necromancer demanded Quan Chi to replay the battle involving the stranger he mentioned. A transparent orb was shown as the free-roaming sorcerer lost and was kicked into the yellow portal. He was exactly how Quan described him to be, even knowing who he was. Shinnok was taken aback by his astounding combat. He is strong, quite strong, and a skilled warrior. I told you he was a problem. And Taven is just as potent as he. Perhaps I'd be relying on the wrong brother. Overhearing the conversation, Dagon became infuriated. What? You swore you would help me! Shinnok just simply socked him one. Foolish boy! Your brother has been effectively delayed upon his extensive slumber. His means of teleportation hasn't been eliminated. And with this uncanny warrior meddling. Forgive me, Lord Shinnok. I didn't realize. It's just that your aid is vital to my success. Our success. There is more to this quest than you know. All things have led to this moment. The prize is not merely some gift, as your mother and father would have had you believe. It will determine the fate of many mortals, a fact I will use to my advantage. I don't understand. I have informed other warriors of the prize to hasten their participation. They will think, as you did, that godlike power will be bestowed upon the victor. It is a deception. They are marching to their doom. You shall be the victor, and the catalyst to my ascension. What must I do, Lord Shinnok? Little did he know that his altered, albeit dazed self listened to all of the blabber and made the dark heart gem luster. At the grotto's sacred fountain, Aiko and Kira were relaxing with their ailments, while their ailments were being healed internally and externally, respectively. Kung Lao simply stuck with them. Hey, Kung Lao, do you really think that this Oriental that helped us may be Liu Kang? He said he doesn't want his identity shown. His enemies may be after him, if he could. Has he told you? No, but I have heard of the martial artist you speak of. He was the champion of Earthrealm, and he and I restored Edenia from Shao Kahn. We just decimated Onaga too recently, and we were deemed as champions for all the realms. Yeah, and since he can wield fire with lightning and saved you, it might be his other counterpart. I mean, I was actually sent back in time, and my past self still exists, in New Jersey. So, perhaps he would be another incarnate from a different time. That shall not be. If he was, then who would send him back? Could it be Kronika? Shinnok's mother. We don't know much about the Titaness. Us in Edenia, not even the Pantheon. As the Keeper of Time, and since she's been rumored to have power narrowly equal to the One Being. I doubt she's really on our side. Aiko's breath was cut short and her head began to ache. She took out her heart gem, remembering the terrifying fact that Shinnok managed to still use her abilities manipulating the heart and thus communicating it from another world. The jewel itself looked as if it was slightly expanding like a swelling organ. Kung Lao, look! Raiden, Kenshi, and Nightwolf's gems reacted the same way, but only the Thunder God took it out and examined it. All of a sudden, his head swam as he found himself atop of a pyramid, gravely wounded while Shao Kahn stood over him. His hammer was risen above, amongst the hellfire burning beside them. All the elemental did was mutter,
"We must win."
The hammer went straight down to Raiden's head. The real Raiden lost the vision and was stunned by the recoil. The group muttered if he was alright. "Brother!" Fujin ran to the small gathering from the sidelines. "I must apologize for being late for your summons, but luckily I was able to watch it thanks to the Matoken's gizmo, even from the special forces. Are you alright?" "I think so. I couldn't make it. I was in the Crimson Forest at the mountainside before the Red Dragon's stronghold. I then noticed Taven and followed him there. I was about to stop him when I felt I was frozen in time. It wasn't until about a second later, maybe more than that, where I observed the base went ablaze. Better than never. Where's Taven anyway?" "He escaped from the blast, but it's not from Blaze like we thought." "Who?" "Cairo said that an elemental and talented firebombed the base, and the majority of the red and black dragons were slaughtered. He also helped Cairo escape, who soon saved Aiko's life as we were traversing through the Netherrealm." "Brother, we must not let Taven continue on the quest. He doesn't know this can just be a setup. He's with Orin now. Cairo warned him of Dagon and his corruption, and we were planning on an espionage in the Netherrealm. Blaze won't be our only adversary, and Shinnok is conspiring as well." "Shinnok?" "I should have known." "He must win." "Who must win?" "I am not certain. Shinnok has managed to split himself into two forms. His weaker self was the result of wasting away his vitality, the same way I used to do. His former self is powerless, although we managed to create an ominous duplicate of Aiko's heart. That was how we saw those visions. He's been communicating to us indirectly." Nightwolf was shown Frederick the rounds, and Kenshi walked with him, but he signaled he'd keep a mind out for the gods' discussion. "By the Elder Gods! So he split himself into two, without the use of his amulet." "I shall not fetch it for him. Hanzo left for the Chaos Realm. I believe Havoc may help us like he did with Onaga." "So, what of Armageddon and Blaze? He must win?" "I doubt it is Taven. but he recalled Kairo's words about his former caretaker. He knows us, brother. That mysterious fire and thunder wielder. He might as well be a god. It's him. He must win. What if he is Liu Kang? There may be a hope after all. What are you talking about, brother? Don't you see? Eiko traveled through time, so it's likely he has as well. If it's true, he was the one who destroyed the two criminal clans and saved Kairo. Maybe that means he's on our side. That mysterious Oriental. It might be him, but we don't know for sure. Not unless we see him first. Where is Liu Kang now? He's in Edenia. Then, perhaps I shall see him when he returns. We have much to discuss. So it's most likely there's a different version of... It's most likely there's a different version of Liu Kang out there, but we don't know, unless if we should meet him personally. It seems possible. Eiko was a different version too, different than her younger counterpart. Kiba was let out. Hey, did I hear you guys talk about my master? Yeah, we were just talking about him, Kai. He had left for Edenia, Kai. The rookie just blushed. The special forces and the Lin Kuei shall be joining us soon. They need some time to repair. Sonya's been preoccupied with the new Takunin clan and Kano, as are the Lin Kuei with Sector and Oniro's possible return. She shouldn't worry. I'm sure that stranger took care of them well. Although, it kind of made me curious. Since Shinnok split into two like atoms, perhaps the stronger version can still manipulate dark matter, while maybe the other could create and bend antimatter. That is quite a theory, Nightwolf. But we still can never trust him. He's been transmitting signals to us through Eiko's abilities. So perhaps he may have a change of heart? I think Shinnok might be. Eiko and Lao Tsun Kairo gazed upon the jewel. Her head swam a little as she hallucinated Revenant Liu Kang and his cohorts greet Shinnok after they emerged from a portal.
Praise be to Lord Shinnok.
Let us be on our way.
There is an Earthrealm force in Netherrealm.
I am aware. They will be neutralized.
The vision ended, and Lao wondered if she was alright. What is today's date? April 14th. Why? I think this might be the same date I escaped from my dystopian future, but I couldn't tell from it, till I went back to the past. It felt as if I was living the same day over and over with the same routine, like a time loop. We're just living through hell. We're just the Chinese version Diu. I doubt it was Chronica, as she seemed very self-centered, only caring for her golden child, that being Cetrion. Which is true in MK11, especially Aftermath. Both Eiko's and Lao's heads reacted simultaneously as if their brains were swelling. Visions of a missing head from an engraving entered through them. I just saw a cave drawing's head gone from its body. It's almost as though it had been erased. Kairo's eyes just widened, having that epiphany. Now it all makes sense. Blaze, he isn't just the embodiment of the end. He's the destruction to all realms. There are indeed fates worse than death. What do you mean? Blaze, He isn't just the bringer of Armageddon. His flames aren't just meant for disaster and death. A mortal is transported to either heaven or the netherrealm. But what if you cannot? What if your entire being has been erased like that etching? Not just having your body and soul obliterated, but to be erased from existence. Both Lau and Aiko were beyond shell-shocked to move or say anything before Kero offered to open a portal. The idea of antimatter could be of Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic Unleashed, warping matter. It turned out that Shinnok has suffered the same fate as Raiden did, dividing himself into two while casting the majority of his vitality. Of course, time is of the essence, like in Back to the Future, being erased from existence. Time taking down for Armageddon, not staying in the past, and the idea of being erased from existence via flames reminded me of Chandelure in Pokemon, and having a victim's soul be incinerated, leaving the body to rot. Only Blaze shall insert all. Heh! These guys never thought of that! Blaze incinerating the body and spirit. And there are the songs for that. I wish they would think about this sooner. Basically, I just thrown in whatever would fit, and little did I know, I'm almost done with the Conquest mode. Never liked the ideas in Auron being vulnerable to Quan Chi's assault, and having Taven be held the damage. Thus again, another little job for that mysterious Oriental. You probably know who he is, but I'm not going to reveal it. It certainly got the characters curious anyway, because it sure isn't Blaze. Nice for Kai to make a minor appearance. And I made a nod to the opening cinematic of the reboot with those 3 cryptic words. He must win. And the date April 14th was the same date when MKX was made, just a day before MK3 was made in 1995. That's insane! So another chapter done. Will the secret be revealed for this mysterious elemental? What would Shinnok be plotting with Dagon? Find out later. Until then, this is the Ekron Writers signing out. Whew. Man, I am so glad to be done with this. I always liked that song from Draken. Very somber. Welcome back to another chapter of Final Combat. Last time, we just went through some pep talks as Kero actually spilled the beans to Taven that Dagon was responsible for killing their parents. And he was also responsible for imprisoning Kero against his will as he created the Red Dragons. until the Orientals saved him. And apparently he saved Orin too, because Taven, as he went to Orin's cave, he found a parched paper letter stating from Orin that he was saved by that same Oriental, and he was ambushed by Quan Chi until the Oriental finished him and forced him out of the cavern and into the Netherrealm. And Quan Chi confirmed this to Shinnok's stronger doppelganger, even to Dagon. And Shinnok was actually impressed about this mysterious Oriental, but his main focus was on Dagon to present the prize, claiming Blaze's flames by his defeat. And meanwhile, Khro was discussing with Kung Lao and Aiko, who were recovering in the Dragon Grotto from their Netherrealm incident, their voyage, their climb up Shinnok's spire. And Shinnok, the real one, had transmitted messages through Aiko's heart gems. Raiden was receiving visions, so was she and Kung Lao, even reliving Aiko's dystopian future, and a vision of an engraving that its head was missing. And Khro came to the conclusion that Blaze is not only the embodiment of the end, but also capable in destruction, like total destruction, of not just a mortal's vessel, but also their spirit, disallowing them to move on, as if they faded from existence. So, that's pretty scary. There are fates worse than death, as Raiden once said in MK10. So, let's begin. Alright, continuation 7, Altruism. Khro, Kung Lao, and Aiko had suddenly slumbered, just taking a relaxing nap, while simultaneously healing from their hellish endeavors. A hand brushed over and slightly shook the cardiokinetic awake, even when a gleam of light awakened the remainder of the duo. Through their groggy vision, Khro and Kung Lao noticed, Lord Raiden. Come, we must meet up with our distant compatriots. How long have we been out of it? I don't remember dozing off. Only a few hours. More disturbing visions entered my mind. Aiko's expression changed. Raiden, we think that my heart gems can be tapped by Shinnok. We think that whatever plans we have, the real Shinnok would use his gem, and the double would manipulate our plans. You may be right, Aiko. Then we should discard them. Leave them at the academy if we should plan ahead. But we would still need them as a power source. Perhaps we should leave them here, and use them when the time is right, for the Battle of Armageddon. A tinkling sound emitted from the side pocket. Raiden took out his amulet, in which the fractures became deeper across its clear... A tinkling sound emitted from the side pocket. Raiden took out his amulet, in which the fractures became deeper across its clear, fragile face. He was a bit surprised it hadn't revealed any shards yet. Time is running out. Armageddon is drawing nearer. Master Raiden, the fallen elder god Shinnok. He is conspiring and plotting with Dagon. He seems to be his right-hand henchman. I despised what he'd done, and he may use him for ascension if he beats Blaze. This put the duo in alarm. But he can't cross over, can he? Impossible. Raiden signaled the trio to pause as he closed his eyes. His mind then shifted back when he placed the accursed amulet of Shinnok inside the Temple of Elements, just millennia ago after Earth's destruction. No, he cannot traverse to another realm as long as his amulet is sealed. It is safe. We need to discard Aiko's heart gems. Shinnok can surveil us, and Nightwolf has bound Onaga there too. However, He had theorized that Shinnok's weaker self can produce antimatter, which in turn can form portals. Alas, aside from me, this is probably how the Red Dragons in Dagon had entered the other realms. We must wait on our allies. The special forces are transpiring as we speak, along with the Lin Kuei, making last-minute preparations. Liu Kang and Kitana would rally up Yadinians and Outworlders. I only hope it's not too late, if our enemies shall break free and expedite Armageddon. Meanwhile, inside the Yadinian throne room, I must apologize for never informing you sooner, Mother. And to the rest of you loyal subjects, I do not wish to have you all alarmed. This is indeed a travestying moment, daughter. However, it hasn't been inevitable. What do you mean, Your Majesty? The Pyramid of Argus. The Pyramid of Argus, champion. It is a structure created by the protector god of Edenia. Before Shao Kahn usurped the realm, he and Delia led it into prosperity. Delia, however, is but mortal, a sorcerer, and even an oracle with talented pyro. An oracle? As in, she can tell the future? Precisely. Their sons Taven and Dagon are demigods, each one possessing Delia's elemental prowess. They had always been in competition with each other, to see who the better kin were. Like rivaling for the Olympics in Earthrealm. They were put into sleep, and only their guardian dragons, Orin and Cairo, were charged in watching over them until Armageddon should strike. The Elder Gods foresaw this catastrophe, and so legend had it that Delia was the only one who could receive these premonitions, and thus passed on these daunting visions to Argus, who in turn put his sons into slumber for millennia. So, what of Blaze? Liu became desperate. Raiden and I had nightmares about him, rising atop the pyramid as if some volcano. With Delia's incredible might, she was able to create this fire spawn. By her own 2 hands, she and Argus tasked him to destroy all warriors involved, even if their sun should clash. It's the only way to rebalance the universe. So, it isn't just the war we need to be concerned of, but the Hellspawn as well. He assured me my enemies would be wiped out for good. No. Blaze is capable of destroying everyone, and perhaps all of the realms. We must stop him before he would do so, and decimate all of existence. Our objective would be to reach the top of the pyramid and take on Blaze, although our enemies would interfere. I wonder if we would deal with all of our enemies at one time. Wait, greeted... Oh. Which is why you will need reinforcements. To everyone's shock, in came Baraka from the opaque arched entryway. Forgive me, Your Majesties, he humbled as he knelt with his arm blades slanted down. I've been hearing the murmurs of Armageddon. Nothing but bloodshed. Us Tarkatans wouldn't seize our insatiable appetite for destruction. And Outworld is your neighboring realm. We cannot risk any victims. Baraka, I'm actually honored for once you would join us. But, Master, Raiden said that he didn't want to put the Saurians' lives in danger. I guess it would say the same with you guys. Precisely. It is only up to us, the best fighters, to strike down our adversaries. Liu Kang, stop! Wait, what? Master? Liu Kang, you must rid of the heart gems you, Sindel, and Kitana have. They are all tapped by Shinnok. Everyone was flabbergasted. What are you implying, Raiden? Shinnok had mimicked Igo's cardiokinesis, and he is still in the Netherrealm. He has created his own dark heart of concentrated energy, and he would spy on our plans. What? What must we do? Get rid of them. Keep them away. We would still need them in the foreboding fight. Sindel? Is there any way we can compromise them? Jirah just rose a hand and carried the jewels to a distant table. All he did was conjure a line field around them. This may prevent their reception. Whew. Guess there's no point in holding them and hiding them. So, I was thinking maybe there's always me. Liu, what are you saying? Yes, he is the champion. Oh, yes, he is the champion of his realm. He has faced and won many of our adversaries. Shang Tsung, Shinnok, the Unholy Alliance, and he assisted against Onaga. And he is still a Firebringer. He may just withstand and perhaps decimate Blaze. But that won't be enough, Goro. He was created by Dahlia. A mortal cannot stabilize against him. After all, Argus and Dahlia were slain, leaving Adenia vulnerable to Khan's conquest after his 10 straight victories. Even Onaga can't stop him. His voice was beginning to crack. I cannot stand being his forced wife again. And if Shao Kahn should ever return... She bit her tongue, and her face suddenly fell, wearing a composure of great sorrow. Jirah and Jade tended her, sharing her grief. Katana raced up the stairwell and did the same. Liu just couldn't bear to watch the motherly figure break down. She plopped on the throne, and his fist clenched as tight as an airlock, and as hot, ready to combust. He became more determined. Sindel, I will defeat Shao Kahn and prevent Adenia to fall again in his dominance. I promise. I'll bring an end to Blaze as well, if you can count on it. I'll defeat all our foes once and for all. Katana reached for him, worried for both of their welfares. Father, if I should ever lose you two again, Kenshi can still reverse the curse. Unlike maybe rely on Nightwolf and use his tools for protection. Besides, if there's anyone I want to mop the tile floor with, it's Tanya. Well, that's a first. That is an excellent strategy, Jade. We mustn't charge irrationally and be tactful with the situation. Indeed, before we get to Blaze, we would wipe out their numbers one at a time. Where's Kentaro? He's licking his wounds. Li Mei, are you certain you want to partake this task? This isn't like your guard duties. It's a matter of life and death. She just made a curtsy. I must, my queen. Bo' Raicho had a lot of faith in me, as the lucky survivor of Sundou. This can prove my chance as a warrior. I have not much to live for if all the realms should crumble. I see. There may just be 2 factions, perhaps an army of dark and one with light. Alright, who's saying this one? Oh. If it is that arbitrary, then there may be a power struggle with some of them, like the Deadly Alliance or with Khan, pinned against Onaga. These two abhor each other. If we could just cut down their numbers by putting them against themselves, then maybe there's a chance. I kind of see where you're going with this. You seem to be the level-headed one, champion. Little did the group knew there was a couple pairs of neon green eyes piercing through the dark corners of the balcony. Back in the Lin Kuei temple, Frost, Kwai, and Smoke were preoccupied with Raiden's summons concerning Armageddon. The Lin Kuei received word quickly of the coming calamity, most of them theorizing that their powerful cryomancy shall quell Blaze's flames, thus preventing him on destroying everyone and everything they cherish. They hardly noticed a few more of the cohorts who had just returned after aiding Taven to his mother's lost temple. Kwai just scuffed on them, his mind still hyper-focused on the oncoming threat. "Well, that's good to know." Thomas was sober enough to explain their predicament. "We have been hyper-fixated on the Battle of Armageddon and the Hellspawn Blaze, as summarized by Lord Raiden. It seems like a collateral situation, as our old nemesis would be brought back too." As their cohorts became irritable and seeing Sector and Oniro again, Frost tried to numb their anxieties. "We must unite, with all of our allies across all the realms. It's the only way we can win this." "So you're all dealing with the fire elemental and the restoration of our enemies. I wouldn't hesitate to kill them all as the Lin Kuei's most trusted assassin." "It was Bi-Han!" "Brother!" "I am myself again. I had been found by these three warriors. After I found Taven, who unlocked the secrets of Dahlia's abandoned temple, I was escorted here. I'm quite impressed you moved to the most frigid parts of the world." Despite his stoic, he was amazed. "Yes, indeed we have." So you're the Grand Master's lost brother, and you're no longer your tainted self. Welcome to the new Lin Kuei, Bi-Han." She made a curtsy and the rest of the crew bowed. I was lost after my eviction from the Netherrealm. I was slain by a woman possessing light who had a dagger that was said to slay demons. "Ashra, she was the one who saved you." "Ashra? Why does that name sound familiar?" Frost just stepped over and grabbed his hand. "Come, you should see how we transformed the Lin Kuei. Your brother was a true hero, even overriding the Cyber Initiative, and even Serena joined our ranks." "Serena? Where is she? How can she defect from the Netherrealm?" "Both of the fair ladies did. Ashra is now the goddess of light of Earthrealm. Raiden anointed her. She's now looking out for her. Something about being bound to Quan Chi." Kwai finally found his words. "Brother, we must depend on you. I will show you the reformations later. But first, we must prepare for Armageddon and Blaze, I know. With the strength of our ice combined, we for sure can take out Blaze and douse his devastating flames." She couldn't hide her enthusiasm. "You and your brother working together as one, at long last. If all the realms should end. If that should happen, then I will die with honor. It has been too long, younger brother. And I see you wear the Sacred Dragon Medallion." Yes, I do. And I wear it pridefully, that even our ancestors would." "That's not till later, but we must prepare. All of existence depends on this one battle. Master Raiden's orders." Everyone knew that Bi-Han would be reluctant as they looked at him quizzically. "If it's to save all of existence instead of a petty bounty hunting job, then so be it. I just hope Scorpion won't get in my way." The events in mythology Sub-Zero. "Then, let's make this official. I'm honored to have you fight by your side. Kwai bowed low, and his brother did. Thus they'd done something they never thought they could, make a tight handhold as strong as the everlasting snow in all of Arctica. So they finally reunited. Back in Orin's cavern, Taven was sitting in front of the same monolith he awakened from, taking in his guardian's advice as he talked to him from afar and telepathically. So my parents' quest was all a setup. They only wanted us revved up to fight each other, and whoever survived our quarrel would destroy Blaze and attain his flames. Yes, his flames can grant the desire of its wielder, but they still remain corruptive. I did not agree with your parents, Taven, but I had no objection. My duty was only to protect you until you were ready for Armageddon. Why can't we just work together to take down Blaze? Unless it was all yin and yang, Taven. There was no agreement, and that was why you two always competed, to be the better prodigal son. This is madness! I can't understand why we were destined to fight each other to the death. And all the realms in ashes. No wonder my brother has gone mad. There is still hope. You mustn't let your fate cloud your judgment. My savior stated we have a right to choose our own destiny. We are responsible of our fates, instead of being bound to them. What must I do? Continue your quest, become the champion, and decimate Blaze, and perhaps reason this with your brother. Where is Dagon now? He is in Outworld. He shall be assembling the forces of darkness and march en route to Edenia, at the pyramid of your father. Very well. Open a portal there. Orin did just that as he conjured a lime rip. Go. Straight ahead in the enemy's stronghold, Khan's deserted fortress. I must warn you, Taven. If you should ever spot any opposing forces of Edenia, do not be tempted to kill them. Why not? They must be mortally wounded, crippled in battle. Otherwise, they may be restored completely if their souls are taken to the Netherrealm by Shinnok. Divided, they will be conquered, and Armageddon may not be as overwhelming. Taven just realized Orin's epiphany. I see. I will head straight to it, Orin. Good luck, and may the Elder Gods protect you. Taven bowed before he headed straight through the portal and arrived at the foreboding terrain. Minutes later, Kung Lao, Aiko, and Cairo finally followed Raiden out of the Dragon Grotto. It was quite refreshing and rejuvenating to bathe in the Jinsei and be exposed by the calming effects of nature. They all wished they would preserve all of this tranquility if they should survive Armageddon despite their minds being full of doubt. Raiden then paused and coaxed the Red Dragon. Cairo, you seem to know who that Earthrealmer is. The one that saved you. Perhaps you can inform him on where we stand, and convince him to help us win over Blaze and our gathering enemies. I know his identity must remain secret, but if he is Liu Kang, there is still hope for us all. I'll see what I can do, and I hope Orin has warned Taven about the quest that drove Dagon irate. Wherever Dagon will end up, we must be prepared for what's to come. I hope he and Orin would still watch over him, and may the Elder Gods will too. Cairo bowed as he stuck out his forked tongue like a snake before he went through. After hearing a distant scuffle consisting of disturbed foliage and thunderous stomps, the Oriental braced himself for the intruder. He took the forefront, shielding the Edenian and Orin, while he braced for a possible invasion. Intensely focused, he was barely able to see a long crimson neck with a pair of giant bat wings and a flat snout with glazing white eyes while sticking out its forked tongue. Only Orin identified the newcomer. Cairo! At the sound of his name, the elemental eased up, and the other worlder observed the two beasts nuzzle each other as they let out some subtle growls. Another family reunited, the Edenian chimed. Eventually they parted, discussing it had been too long of a time since they had been together for over thousands of years, and how their bound destinies always drove them apart and succumbed to long-term abuse. And if it weren't for the humans' good deeds... Enough, Cairo and Orin. He interrupted the tender moment. We still must ensure Taven's safety. He is now traversing into Outworld, in search of his fallen brother. I am certain Dagon must have been lurking there with his organization many times. And the Elder Gods forbid this if Khan is there. He needs help now, following his corrupt brother into Khan's abandoned tower. Wait. He needs help now, following his corrupt brother into Khan's abandoned tower. It's suicide! Then let us hope he shall get the assistance he needs. So, they're actually going with him. They're going to watch over him. But he must not be tempted to assassinate his pursuers. There should be some stragglers he can recruit. He cannot go through this alone. I may try and help him indirectly. He will not let all the realms fall. The quartet's eyes were glued through the mythical portal of light, praying things won't take a turn for the worst. I didn't think of an outro theme for the chapters until later, which was something I already played. During Lao's, Aiko's, and songs. It was difficult to come up with more scenarios to prepare the warriors for Armageddon, even when I tried to make the connections in Edenia, the Link Way, and to reunite the two dragons. Something that Mortal Kombat Armageddon failed to do as they were both killed. They never explained much on what would be going through the combatants, at least not the heroes' minds, they should gather for Armageddon. Whenever I should delve deeper into Taven's quest, it keeps getting worse, like in Shijinko's. So I just threw in whatever I could to put two and two together, even though I still want to highlight others like Cabal and Striker before the shit hits the fan. A lot of scenarios have been altered too, like having the real amulet sealed in the temple, Baraka joins the team, having Bihan, Liu Kang, and Hanzo as human, having Raiden as his pure self, etc. And none of this has ever been easy. Sometimes I feel Armageddon was just a rush job, and a conclusion that never came to be, due to fan demand and greed. All good things must come to an end. I hope MK1 better not be a letdown. So another chapter over and done with. Hopefully I can make some more progress aside from all these fulminations. God damn it. I really hate how the series has become after Armageddon. So, until the next chapter, this is the Ekron Rider signing out. song wasn't as bad as I thought. Welcome back to another chapter of Final Combat. Last time, a lot of shit was going on in the last chapter. First off, Kiro, Kung Lao, and Aiko were recovering at the Dragon Grotto, and Raiden woke them up after he discussed with his brother Fujin on his visions of Armageddon and Blaze. And Aiko believes that the heart gems are actually tapped by Shinnok, as well as his doppelganger. And she was pretty much right. The espionage of the Netherrealm was done by Shinnok, spying on his darker duplicate. And so, they hid away their heart gems, and before that, Fujin was actually discussing with Raiden on his visions of Armageddon on top of the pyramid. And he muttered the words, "He must win," when he was at the mercy of Shao Kahn. And they were trying to figure it out. Like, they believe that it's actually... They believe that their savior, who saved both Orin and Kiro, could be the chosen one for Armageddon instead of Taven. And Raiden thinks that it may be Liu Kang from another time, but they're not certain. Fujin was really skeptical about it. They don't know for certain because they haven't seen him yet. So, he actually reunited the two dragons, Orin and Kiro. And I wish that was done in Armageddon. It was such a heartfelt moment. And so they continue to watch over Taven as he marches through Outworld and chases after his corrupt brother Dagon. So, here we are, continuation 8, hauling up the fortress. It was now dusk in the realms of Outworld and Edenia. A crisp air greeted Taven as he emerged from Orin's portal after warning him of the quest being a setup, which actually is. He actually beheld an iron 20-foot statue of Shao Kahn as if he was piercing through the air, symbolizing his totalitarian. He knew right then where he was. Shao Kahn's fortress! I must be in Outworld! I suspect Dagon is already inside. I must find a way to get in. As soon as he wound up at a fork road, he felt something clip his neck. His keen vision made out a dart or two, barely missing him. I must take out Shao Kahn's archers! Unable to make out the assailants due to the opaqueness of the dusk sky, he could still watch the shadows within the towers. Using the same tactics as he did before in Arctica, he decimated the deadly routers surrounding Khan's statue, then hid behind a shield before he evaded more fallen darts as he unleashed his fiery orbs onto each of them. Due to his agility and the towering wrought titan, he took them out seamlessly. He headed left as anxious as ever, though he immediately hesitated as he heard such a clatter ringing his ears. A series of ginormous boulders came rolling down the stairwell and colliding with the rear wall. Strange thing was that the debris never seemed to litter the bottom much. Remembering the traps in the premise of Delia's temple, Taven studied the pattern rhythmically before proceeding up once the way was clear. He raced up before there was another series of boulders. He scurried left then right and onto a long balcony similar to Argus's turf. He was then ambushed by Khan's champions, but he was ready. There was a skinny guardrail as Taven easily tossed the stunned guardsmen over it, where the bodies either splattered upon the unforgiving terrain or sizzling in the lava pits. It was a pretty good fatality, stage fatality especially. Taven soon came across a massive lever which took nearly all its muscle as he brought it down. He barely heard a low squish from the center titanium door ahead. It was easy for him to cruise down the same stairwell, avoiding the constant boulders before he repeated the process in the opposing chamber at the left side. After clearing out the same balcony, Taven muttered to himself, observing the thick pikes with Khan's spiked helmets on them. Shao Kahn is quite the narcissist. Always the conqueror, being so full of himself. I wonder if his zealousness would be his undoing. Which it was, actually. Good guess, Taven. Lowered the other lever and noticed the middle door had its spike pikes raised from the sides as a sign he unlocked it, finally. He slid down the stairwell and rolled away from the oncoming boulders before he dashed to the next section. Taven followed a couple corridors till he wound up in a massive circular chamber with a pair of monstrous bronze gears before he was struck upon by a gang of axe-wielders and swordsmen. Taven was bombarded at times, but his amazing ground pounds and heat blasts tossed them into the grinders and were sliced like cattle. It wasn't long before he followed a couple more halls before he arrived at... This looks like Shao Kahn's dungeon. No sign of Dagon here. Dagon hasn't... Oh. Dagon hasn't been down here in ages, nor has Khan. An alto interrupted the reverie as she emerged from the shadows. The light from the lava pits made her skin and her pink wardrobe glow. She almost looked seductive as she stretched out her arms and undulated her bare chest. I am Melina. Not bad. She seemed to admire Taven's meaty appearance with all that muscle and armor before she shifted herself. Care to dance? Oh, man. Taven versus Melina, and fighting a woman, that's not fair. Then again, she's no ordinary woman anyway. And he has to avoid the aerial kick. Luckily, the impact was cushioned by the Edenian armor he found earlier. He was still swept off his feet as Melina curled and spun like a rolling hedgehog, with her legs, pun intended. And he soon studied her moves, and Mian Chuan, realizing her flexible legs were her weakness. Her size seemed lesser lethal than her other tactics, and she was little to no match for the pyrokinesis, even when she stumbled and put out some of the flames. Still, her pride was wounded upon her defeat, and remembering Orin's advice on leaving his enemies crippled, he went underway. After clobbering through some colossal, elaborate pairs of doors, Taven picking up a distant, low siren. He suspected more of the dungeon dwellers had sounded the alarm, and not only attracted more enemies, but also locked up the exits as two walls of flames began to close in. It wasn't entirely simple, as there were streaks of flame tripping him, but thanks to his brute strength of his fiery ground pound, he whacked the group into the walls, where they became stuck like bugs caught in a sticky spider web. Following some more wide corridors he picked up as he noticed some moans and grunts coming from injured prisoners inside the spacious cells. He then scanned for an escape switch of sorts till he slammed on the dragon engraving, similar to the tattoo. The impact, in turn, rose up the barred walls, and every one of the inmates rushed out in the back entrance. Taven collected whatever scraps were needed, till he noticed the prisoners were slaughtered and beheaded by a beastly axe. At first, Taven suspected it was Khan, but he never spoke. He made him out to be the executioner, although his wrath made him back away. His peripheral vision made out the same dragon engravings. He hit them, which made the tall, muscular Minotaur incinerate his feet from the center furnace, as if designed to roast the inmates. This was actually used in Mortal Kombat Legends, that comic which Sindel made before we had the Fallout. Taven recalled that Khan never kill his victims nor capture them for long. After several switches were activated while Taven distracted the warden to the designated area, while realizing he had much more brawn than brains, he was soon decimated. Through the obliterating corpse, Taven's eyes spotted something shiny. His fingers quickly brushed on the object, trying to relieve the flames, before he grasped a golden key. "Stranger! The key you found! It will unlock my cell door! Please free me!" A raspy voice spoke. "How do I know you won't attack me?" Taven was skeptical as he walked toward the enclosed cell, since he had made many attackers to deal with since his quest began. I don't blame him. "You have only my word. I am Shujinko. I am not here to battle with you. My task is to eliminate Shao Kahn. Alone? Then this I must see. He was inspired that the old geezer. How could someone as frail as him possibly win over the imperialistic conqueror? Still he introduced himself. I am Taven. You plan to defeat Shao Kahn? Whole realms have tried to overthrow him. Yeah, at least he knows about that. Not only will I defeat him, but a host of his allies. They are in his chamber now, plotting some coming battle. I allowed myself to be captured. From this dungeon I can enter Shao Kahn's soul chamber. Once there, I will be able to destroy Shao Kahn and his allies in one stroke. I suggest to leave quickly, Taven, for I cannot guarantee your safety. My safety? I just defeated this entire... Taven, stop! Tenor interrupted him. Hanzo! Don't listen to him, Taven. He was the bringer of chaos, who helped resurrect Onaga and bring forth destruction to all the realms. Please, I didn't mean to destroy the realms. I've been deceived by my mentor Damashi. I have no idea he was the Dragon King in disguise. Until you were too late, old man. I had failed to stop him, and the Elder Gods foresaw this event unfold. Luckily that upon my defeat, not all the Kamidagu were united. There was still one piece left, but I and several other champions with King Gerard were able to annihilate the serpent, as he was possessing Reptile's broken body, which took place in my last epic. He's responsible for the end of all existence, as if Armageddon wasn't bad enough. No, please, just give me a chance. I can mimic Khan and his cohorts, and make them fall. Let me redeem myself. Taven hesitated with the key. Hanzo just stormed in front of the cell. Taven, this is for your own good, and for all the realms. I've had it being deceived by treacherous assholes that are nothing more than about manipulation. Destroy it now! He looked at the small object. Hello, it started to melt. So, it was useless, so he discarded it. No! Taven perspired. I'm sorry. But since you were the culprit on the realm's destruction and sided with and aided Onaga, the first emperor of Outworld, I won't help you. He scuffed away in disgust. You were on your own. Bah! Foolish old man. Finally, he has some common sense. Hanzo went after him. That must have taken you a lot of courage. It was awfully intense. I want to thank you upon your decision. They began walking beside each other. Hanzo, you've been following me? Were you not in the Chaos Realm? Indeed, I was, Taven. I assisted another one of our champions, Havoc, knocking sense into his allies Dairu and Darius. They were rebels upon the ways of fanatical order. Hutaru must have attacked them, and Havoc... Then he drew them to the Nether Realm. Taven hesitated. He instantly remembered his conflict with the Crusader. It was my fault. I was the one who attacked him when Shinnok implored me to do so, when he was in his weaker state. Shinnok. He's just as deceitful and as much of a snake as that old bastard back there. I should know since I was one of his generals, until I got my sanity restored. So what brings you here? I've been looking for Dagon. Orin said that he and the elementals saw him enter here. I need to talk some sense into him, since he killed our parents, and we were set up on this false quest. I see. So you're the victim of cunning corruption as well, with you being the puppet of their schemes. Rest assured, Taven, you won't survive here alone. I'm certain you are here for espionage. Our friend should just be up ahead. So, he has an assistant. Way to go, Hanzo. He helped Taven find a hidden lift and took it to the highest floor. The contraption was primitive, though surprisingly efficient, as the clean chains and gears churned their ascent. Taven and Hanzo wound up in the middle of the same room the former fought off Khan's cronies with the rear grinders. Dagon was not in the dungeon, but something Hanzo said might imply he's in the throne room. Hopefully this lift would take us there. During the disquietude, Hanzo and Taven were suddenly met by more of Khan's guards as they dropped onto their transport. They both took them out with ease as the Edenian rocketed them asunder as he pounded the floor, while the former wraith used his spear and his fatal breath stunning them. The ride shook as it parked on the top floor in a matter of minutes. The roomy area led them to the activation of a monstrous bot shaped like the fallen emperor. Really? A robot? That's one of Khan's pathetic toys? So, the duo scrambled as it fired its red plasma beams, and Hanzo held the mecha still as he pulled it taut around its feet. However, it wasn't long before he withdrew the weakened weapon. Taven just kept running around the chamber, decoying the bot as he shot the igniting orbs on the upper portions that seemed unreachable. They expanded and sparkled like tears, and Hanzo followed his strategy. Well, tears, actually, those in Reboot. Hanzo followed his strategy before Taven pounded the black platform once all the orbs were lit. They noticed the switch shrunk the orbs, and they took turns distracting the Khan Colossus while reigniting the light blue orbs. By the time Taven slammed in the large button again, the monstrosity began to break apart limb by limb before it collapsed. Hanzo and Taven did a high five for a job well done. It took them a while to find the main exit, as the room had multiple alcoves, till Hanzo found the airy section. Taven followed him to another balcony, only this one was a lot tinier than the ones he saw previously. They made out a single monster overlooking it. Hanzo halted Taven's progress and advised him to challenge him. Enjoying the view? The beast turned and faced the intruder. He wasn't thrilled as he replied in an intimidating tone. Who are you? What are you doing here? The newbie rose his hands and responded. Whoa! At ease, Watcher. I'm looking for Dagon. Have you seen him? He is with the Emperor. I am Motaro. I have been ordered to let no one pass, under penalty of death. My death? Or yours? Motaro, that must be the former centaur who was cursed. Actually, it was Goro in Armageddon, but I had him as a better role, so Motaro would have to do. And yeah, it should have been. And I took out some conflicts too, like with Shiva and such. It was gruesome, and Hanzo warned Taven of Motaro's vicious advances. While he'd been reduced into a simp of 2 legs instead of 4, he maintained his excruciating muscle as his arms lunged, and can still use his elongated tail as an appendage, even firing a pink orb from the tip. Hell, Hanzo noticed he could still teleport and take the victim by surprise. Well, it wasn't too much of a curse. His gold dragon and drake sword maneuvers seemed to slice and dice up the bare chest well. His swiftness gave Taven the advantage, aside from Motaro being an easy target. That was once his tail was disabled from moving. Hanzo was thrilled of Taven's skills, and he was also relieved he never had to resort to his pyrokinesis. 'Cause, you know, Motaro deflects them. Despite Motaro's injuries, he still snarled. You have bested me, son of Argus! But should we meet again on the fields of battle, you won't be so lucky. He then dissolved. Because of the fractured door upon the previous assault, Hanzo and Taven bashed through, came across several of Khan's patrolmen. Taven could have sworn they belonged to the undead because they're bare skulls, despite wielding long axes. They found the way out, although they witnessed the paintings missing their heads, which made them cringe. So, they saw the heads erased from existence. Well done! Those were elite guards. The pair were growing irritated as people kept on sneaking from behind. They turned and Hanzo went as if his eyes were flaming. Taven wasn't too phased. Heh, if you say so. I assume you are here to kill the Emperor. If anyone deserves to die, it's Shao Kahn. But I'm here for someone else. My brother Dagon. Taven! This is General Raiko. He was one of Shinnok's most deadliest generals. It's been an eternity since I last saw you. Hanzo was outraged, almost sounded as if there were two. Ah, yes. My old flame scorpion. That's Hanzo! Whatever! He responded coolly as he swallowed a fly. He then addressed to Taven. He is in the next room with the others. As much as I would like to see him die, I have been charged to protect the Emperor's allies. I am Raiko, general to Shao Kahn's army. The Emperor could use warriors such as yourself. Give it up, Raiko. We have no interests on joining your twisted allegiance. As a rule, I don't ally myself with egotistical madmen. Then I am afraid I will have to kill you. Kill me first, Shinnok's messenger. I'll take care of him. You find a way in the throne room. Oh, so it was Hanzo. Hanzo took the fight to Raiko. He used to be, well, they used to be Shinnok's generals in Shinnok's uprising and MK4 and Gold. So yeah, Hanzo knows him well. Hanzo had a slight disadvantage as Raiko was versatile and balanced. Teleport behind the floor nearly caught him unawares, although his yin-yang battle style, his rapid-firing ninja stars, his plasma kicks, and his spike club were lethal. Luckily, the former Wraith wised up quickly and kept tripping him with his spear, even stunning him with his breath like molten lava. The more temperate he became, the more stings he made on Raiko from the waist down. Seeing that his partner had the upper hand, Taven rushed to the entryway, hollering that he must not kill Khan's and Shinnok's promising foot soldier. Unfortunately, his warning came too late, for Hanzo used his fatality, which incinerated Raiko to dust as he screeched. Scorpion's pent-up rage was just too much for Taven to prevent. They didn't even notice. They didn't even make out the falsetto that cried, "Damn it! What have you done? Orin told me to injure the elitists, not kill them. Now he's going to be fully healed in the Netherrealm and fight in Armageddon." Hanzo just hunched over. "I'm sorry, Taven. I could not control my anger." Taven just helped him up. "Come, we must not make that mistake again." Can you blame them? Can you blame these guys? The pair gradually opened the last door leading to their final destination and peeked out from the sides as they eavesdropped on a conversation. To Taven's surprise, though, he couldn't make out his brother in the gathering. "Where does this portal lead to?" Hanzo wondered aloud as his partner observed the line rip. And that is why we must put our differences aside and join forces." "That's Quan Chi!" He helped Taven identify their other fellow overlords. Why should we believe you, Quan Chi? Why should we trust you?" Shang Tsung objected. I will not join an allegiance of traitors." That was Naga. Still, the Blanche was as cool as a cucumber. "Shang Tsung, Shao Kahn, Onaga, my comrades. We are all treacherous by nature, and betrayal is to be expected. But if we do not stand together, at least initially, it could mean the end of darkness." "Good! That's what we want!" "Shh! I stand with no one! I will claim the prize, and with it destroy you all!" The message serpent was outraged. Onaga. Emperor Onaga! Not anymore. You haven't been listening to what Quan Chi has told us. The forces of light also seek to acquire the power. You cannot defeat them alone. Only if we should join forces does one of us have a chance of winning the prize. They don't know that. Orin warned me about this, and the mysterious elemental that saved him. Shh. But which one of us? If Onaga is the victor, we could use that power to overthrow you. I'll take that chance. What of the brothers? What could be done about them? I was sorely bested in... wait, who is it? Then turned to Khan. Oh, Quan Chi. I was sorely bested in battle as I had failed to kill Davon's dragon. He slipped through me like an eel. And this stranger bested me in combat. The other is in Edenia. We must go there now. Our allies are waiting. He then turned to Khan directly and spat. Your minions better hold them off long enough. I wouldn't want them to be as weak as you. Enough, you wretched tongue! Khan fired its spear onto him, which made him fall on all fours. You have failed to assassinate the champion of Earthrealm. I should have you perished. What matters now is to unite and take out the forces of light in one fell swoop. My precious wife shall whimper for mercy. With the prodigal son compromised, with those foolish ants marching into our trap, we cannot be stopped. To war! Onaga bellowed before he was the first to prance into the rip. One by one, the diabolical radicals followed. Wait! We are not alone. Hanzo's eyes widened. He must have spotted us. He could track souls. He unleashed a fiery skull and it burst in the distance after the two turned tail and ran. Shang signaled the cluster to keep throwing their projectiles at them, even when Taven hollered to head to the balcony at the side of the room while they zigzagged through. Almost done already? Damn. They barely reached it with their throats burning and depleting of energy. They made a quick gaze, Hanzo barely stating he couldn't reach the distant landforms. Nevertheless, a volley of mixed energy missed their marks when Taven thought fast and warped them down to his starting point. Now, Kero! The Oriental shouted for the Red Dragon as they, Orin, and the Mastodonian observed through the mystical portal of pure energy. The Red Rip was conjured behind the weary warriors and desperately escaped, where only the Elder God knew where. The guys toppled onto a green patch. Through Taven's glazy vision, he realized they're still under the same night sky. They took a few moments to catch their breath before they beheld some flickering windows yonder. That's the Edenian Palace! We're in Edenia! The Wanderer realized the black massive structure, even the series of spires. Hanzo stood up his achy vessel. Ugh. We should rest there. Knowing they'd be in lesser vindictive hands, the pair walked with their sore feet to it. Ugh, finally. I couldn't wait to get that chapter out of the way. Conquest is so tumultuous to make through and write about. Even if I do have 2 parts to go in that walkthrough that I've been following from Anonymous Affection, I wasn't thrilled about this chapter either. At least Taven got a helping hand from Hanzo, and unlike the game, there is no Dark Raiden, since in my last epic he sacrificed most of his essence before his sacrifice against Onaga, thinking he'd perish. Then he was greatly weakened inside the Jinsei chamber. Next, he and Fusion sensed the Dark Aura reform, and thanks to Nightwolf's ritual and EMP, the Thunder God regained strength from the rainstorm and fried his doppelganger, making them combine into one, restoring his vitality. So, no worries. Also, I replaced Goro with Motaro in his cursed Minotaur form, because of Nightwolf and Shiva in my first epic. And yes, Shang does retain his role as Corey. Might want to end this series with the best Shang voice actor. Quan Chi still has his voice actor from Mythologies, though, while Khan and Onaga stayed the same. And there are the songs for that, yada yada yada. Also, I just wanted to show the consequences as Hanzo let loose his rage and killed his elitist, Reiko. So it looks like we'd be seeing him in Armageddon. Oomph. I couldn't wait to get that chapter out of the way. So, here's the home stretch now. Till then, this is the Ekron Rider signing out. And I'm so glad to be done with this. It took earlier than I thought. I'll see you guys later. I always loved that song from Draken. And in case you guys don't know, this was actually the intro I used for my Thanksgiving special last year, my top 10 video game foods. So you can check that out. Welcome back to another chapter of Final Combat. Last time, Taven actually cruised up, or traversed through, Khan's fortress, deserted in Outworld, but it wasn't deserted for long, as Shao Kahn actually littered the place with guards and traps. He knew there were intruders coming. He knew about Taven. He knew that Taven was coming up, and he was actually assisted by Hanzo. And he actually met up with Melina, and remembering Oren's advice, he actually injured her instead of killed her in combat. And he met up with Shijinko, who used to be the Wanderer, the Adventurer in Mortal Kombat Deception, and in this case the Return of the Dragon King, as Damashi deceived him, who turned out to be Onaga. He reunited the Kami Dogu, all for one piece, Shinnok's amulet, and Hanzo remembered that Shijinko was responsible for bringing chaos to all the realms because of what he did, and Hanzo failed to stop him in the Nexus, of course. So he knew all too well of him and deception, and he was about to deceive Taven by mimicking Khan and such. So Hanzo convinced Taven to let him go, to let him be in the prison cell, let him rot. I'm sorry guys, but I'm not a huge Shijinko fan. He he got what he deserved. So Hanzo helped Taven up, and they met up with the overlords, Onaga, Khan, Quan Chi, and Shang Tsung, and they were about to settle their differences, put aside their differences before they should fight each other for Blaze's prize. So, they actually made a very hasty escape. It was a very hasty escape, and oh, by the way, they met up with Motaro, too. So, they escaped from Khan's fortress, and at the signal, Kero conjured a portal, and they wound up in Edenia. They wound up near the palace. So, let's get this out of the way. Alright, continuation 9, Armistice. Alright, the source that the Orientals sensed from Taven was in fact when he found Blaze's essence back in Arctica, hence waking up and watching him after his meditation. And while gods usually aren't affected by temporal changes, fusion for once was as the Oriental conjured it onto him before the heat blast onto the Red Dragon base. I forgot to put these things out there earlier, so bear with me. Back on the tropical island, some tension was eased as the quartet witnessed Hanzo and Taven's hasty escape from Khan's fortress. Knowing they were safe, silence covered over it like a weighted blanket. This is all my fault. This never would have taken place. Everyone looked at the sorrowful monologue. What's wrong, Kero? The Edenian wondered with concern. The Oriental and Orin followed her gaze. Blaze, I never should have arisen Dagon so soon. I lost the telepathic signal from Blaze and was unable to receive it. In a panic, I assumed it was time for Armageddon, thus his tyranny. I see. I too was unable to sense Blaze, but I never thought it'd be the signal for Armageddon coming to pass. The mysterious elemental sulked, trying to process the situation. I don't understand. Something must have happened to him. The woman's eyes lit up as she touched his shoulder. Can you somehow trace Blaze back to see what transpired? Well, maybe rewind the scenarios leading to their lost contact? I can try, but it's going to take a considerable amount of concentration to do so. This can be going back several millennia. It may be done. The trio encouraged him. He closed his eyes as if he was meditating again. Fragments of Kitana talking to Blaze flashed through his mind. Then it was as if time was being rewound like a VHS tape, making the fire spawn shred backwards quickly. Following the bringer of Armageddon, his vision sent him to a subterranean cavern filled with lava. He was stuck in it. After a few moments, the warrior's eyes shot open with a gasp. I think I found him! Then conjured another mystical portal over the same projection they were watching from, displaying the location. That's the lava shrine! That was where Onaga was reborn, taking the form of reptile. So that was that dragon egg. I must head there, but unfortunately it's still an outworld. Try and see if you can find the answers there. It shouldn't be too hard since you have exceptional pyrokinesis, as Kero observed. He affirmed and went through the rip. He scanned the tepid place, never being greatly affected by it, not even dehydration or heat stroke. Still, his eyes never picked up any evidence of Blaze. He hesitated and closed his eyes again, refocusing those same illusions. He suddenly heard some incantations emanating from several holy men. The clatter made the chronokinetic hesitate and observe the imprisonment of Blaze being stuck in a distant lava pool. The fanatics were chanting around a large dragon egg, freshly incubated, within the spiky circular gateway. That's Onaga! He sped time forward, and the vision showed him the same egg hatching, then shoot out a blinding streak of light into a reptilian figure. The volley made it nearly hard to make out the poor, possessed body. It began to churn and transform, enlarging the vessel, sprouting a gigantic wingspan, and made the victim drop his hands before he ascended, had his eyes gleam in flames, and let out an ear-piercing roar as if belonging to a tyrannosaur. The Oriental startled, and the lava shrine returned to its basic condition. He immediately conjured a portal back and gave them the lowdown. So Blaze was held against his will, just as I was. Yes, Cairo. Blaze was held captive by Onaga's holy men, bound to his imprisonment within the lava shrine. That was until the egg finally hatched and took the form of reptile. Cairo just hung his head, wishing this would have happened, counting Dagon's abuse over him. The Edenian just tended to him. Do not be troubled. It's all in the past now, but we still must prepare for Armageddon and watch over Taven. Where is that portal gone to? To Edenia, near the majestic palace. Good! He should be safe for the moment, and if I'm correct, our enemies shall march forward to the Pyramid of Argus by dawn. Last-minute preparations must be met. The quartet observed through the usual portal as they watched over Taven, who was wandering with Hanzo. Our enemies will be marching into Edenia, and perhaps to the Pyramid of Argus first, the Battle of Armageddon. You'll be safe within the royal walls. I even remember guiding Kung Lao there, before we found intel involving Onaga. That dragon! He was there, wasn't he? Were you able to defeat him? Yes, with the help of 4 other champions. I rectified my failure in stopping Shijinko. Liu Kang's spirit led us to victory, along with other combatants, 1 for each realm, excepting the Order realm, of course. With his strategy in shattering each of the Kamidogu, we have won. The former raid's complexion changed to disbelief. Still, Nightwolf was able to bound the soul into the nether realm, and I can't understand how he would have been restored and broke free from his external prison. He was trapped by the shaman's tainted spirits. Shinnok was also imprisoned in hell for eternity as well, when Kwai and I sealed him away in his amulet. I can actually relate to him for once, and having a family of corruption. Quan Chi was responsible for the deaths and my clan. It took me long enough to see the truth. I see. Shinnok and I are not the only victims of deceit, just as you with the Elder Gods. I remember Shinnok's words in another realm, as I was negotiating with Havoc. Oh, we got a flashback. In the Chaos realm, he defended Cleric as they confronted his associates Dairu and Darius, reconverting them into Chaos then Order. Rather than being brainwashed by Shinnok's double, at least that was what Havoc believed. Hanzo stated they were once warriors of Order serving Sato and working for Hotaru. Upon the death of his family, Dairo turned rogue and escaped prison, thus being a fugitive of Order and becoming a mercenary. After encountering Havoc and Darius, he declared his perfect moment was that working for Chaos. It wasn't long as Darius began a riot at Sato, and that Daru was about to be executed since he once served as a guard there, and for his treachery. They'd sided with Havoc ever since, and it seemed that he and Hanzo restored their memories and why they converted in the first place. Armageddon would be the perfect opportunity to show off their rage to law and order. Hanzo describes Sato and Hotaru as a mix between a Soviet and Jehovah's Witness, which is ironic, because Russia bans that zealous religion, and we should ban it too, but it's a mixture of the two, in which Taven was clueless. Hanzo realized that, like Shinnok, he knew well on declaring vengeance and consuming his being, Once he was assigned as champion, the Elder Gods promised to bring back his family. Remembering how petty they were to Raiden and Liu Kang, with Earthrealm in peril and merging with Outworld, he affirmed he shall accept their losses and devote his heart to Takeda as his second son. Hanzo then recalled Shinnok's private chat on losing his own sanity from corruption, and thus, Hanzo decided to keep his promise and attain the amulet against Raiden's warnings, so he knew where to go in the temple. Oh man, he's going under Raiden's nose. He's going under the radar. I knew Shinnok was an Elder God, but I didn't know that he had fallen. Raiden retorted that it wasn't interfering with mortal affairs, but causing destruction by his madness. Precisely. I must find a portal back to Earth so I can turn a blind eye upon Raiden's advice, and spend my last minutes with my reformed family and clan. Suddenly, the two men overheard an organ play a festive tune in key A emitting from the palace, which was the intro. Knowing they were a few feet away, they headed straight to it. Inside the royal eatery, there was an entire banquet. Following the delicious aromas and the source of the inviting tune, Hanzo and Taven observed the exotic displays. One of the Athenian guards with his mouth watering was pleased to see them. During the night, Baraka was on a hunting spree. This is fabulous! He described he roasted a variety of his own specialty meals, including lizards, in thin strips similar to asparagus, the new red dragon species sizzling and leaking grease in slabs, a plethora of bugs as appetizers, gator chops, and stuffed snakes with the venom evaporated. The monarchs included their specialties, including... I shouldn't have repeated it. They had their signature pie located in the far right. Hanzo shook off the distractions. As much as I'd love to stay, I still need to find someone to converge a portal. He spoke over the talkative crowds and organs. He then shoved his way through some of the crowd as he drastically looked for someone to form a portal back home. He doubted Keiru's designated location was a good idea. One of the knights was surprised to see him again, and he suggested for Hanzo to head to the throne room, where King Sharad may be of some assistance. The ninja stormed up and exasperated for the Legion of Souls to make a rip, in order to reunite with Kenshi and Takeda at the Japanese headquarters. He did it gladly, forming a lime rip. He was almost breathless by the time he emerged from it. Hanzo? Kenshi? I spotted the green portal, and I was on my way to the Shiraryu base. Are you alright? As the ticking time bomb was trying to catch his breath in his racing heart, the blind man managed to stop and read his racing mind, tuning out any dialogue. You seem desperate. About Armageddon? I wanted to meet Takeda one last time. As do I. I was on my way here after I sensed Aiko's mind drifting away. Another flashback. At the academy, she was in a sudden hypnotic trance. As she hesitated and zoned out, he knew this was her weakness. But someone was transmitting a message through her, that the warriors must not be deceived of the so-called prize after they would destroy Blaze, that Taven's quest was a setup, as was Dagon's, and the only way to prevent Armageddon was the same cryptic words. He must win. Raiden became urgent over their words he heard in his visions. Aiko murmured, "Their hearts, one and together." Afterwards the thrall wore off, and Raiden kept the strategy to himself. Kenshi queried who sent her the transmission, and she described him being so familiar, feeling a certain warmth, and his voice was just so soothing. Kenshi knew from the Protector that Armageddon was now imminent as he gazed onto the amulet, which showed numerous cracks. Kenshi then decided to prepare to alert the special forces, and soon spend his last minutes with Takeda and Hanzo before they must rendezvous at the Edenian Palace. I was just in the middle of a banquet. Baraka had made all sorts of exotic meats. Kenshi pushed Hanzo back a foot by a telekinetic push, milliseconds before a rush of chilling air. All of a sudden, a nearby rock became frozen and covered in a blue translucence. Hanzo forced himself up as he looked at his assailant. Sub-Zero! Why would you attack me? I thought we made a pact. Bi-Han! So you remember me, dear friend. Have you also remembered how you killed me? When you unleashed your undead foul breath onto me at the first tournament? Uh-oh. Rose a hand. Yes, I know. And I regret it. I always thought you were responsible for my clan's and family's deaths. But not anymore. Quan Chi deceived me. It was you. And I made peace with your brother. Sub-Zero, stop. Why are you defending this dishonorable murderer? He slain me and forced me into the Netherrealm. He was a Wraith Bi-Han, just as you were. I guess you managed to make a portal after stealing the Lin Kuei's equipment when they failed to reason with you. How dare you! I know how the advanced technology of the Lin Kuei work. I work for the Special Forces, and I also happen to read minds. Hanzo is innocent, and I can prove it. Nevertheless, his words seemed minute as he avoided a swift charge from him. I should have known you'd be more cold-hearted than your brother is. Fight! Kenshi fought Bi-Han. The emancipated cryokinetic did give Kenshi a brain freeze at times, although his Sento gave him some endurance, and diced through the chunks, even Hanzo from a distance. He mostly relied on his swift kicks and psychokinesis instead of his katana for combat. Luckily, he held firm on the slippery terrains Bi-Han conjured, thanks to his telekinesis. Even the telekinetic slam gave him the critical advantage, counteracting the aggressive warrior with the unthawed heart. He was able to stun him and impact shortly. You work with high tech, you say? Then you must know of the Cyber Initiative. Sector provided Hanzo the data necessary on finding out his true enemy. It is not you. It's Quan Chi. He has deceived you both, thus you two killing each other. You both lost your souls to two sorcerers, and we have the answers. Now stay put! He concentrated more as his Sento began to illuminate in a pink hue. I too was once consumed by vengeance, until my allies assisted me through it. Armageddon is drawing near, and we and your brother need your help. Quan Chi is our only enemy, and I have a third eye despite my blindness. Kenshi then projected the blurry recordings that looked as gritty and red as if belonging to the virtual boy, with the muffled conversations between him and the former Grandmaster. The Oni dropped a series of bones from a thick sack as payment to him. Hanzo knows the truth, and does not wish to fight you any longer. So, his compatriot's head was imbued in turquoise for a short while as Kenshi carried over his memories onto the uncontrollable elemental. Even figments of Hanzo forgiving Kwai before he relocated entered his mind. You must put aside your quarrels, Bi-Han, for the sake of your brother, your clan, your existence before everything is erased by Blaze. The field dissipated, and Bi-Han stood on his feet. Hanzo just walked closer to the duo, never showing any traces of malice, nor his creepy flaming skull. He doesn't have it anymore, although he does have a sleeping beast inside, just as you do, noob Cybot. Don't call me that! Best not to stir the waters under the bridge. His ears pricked up as he heard distant cries. Hanzo and I have some business to attend to. With a baby. You better set things right. After that preachy speech, they simply just walked away and toward Sakita's cries. Way to go, Kenshi. That'll show him. Meanwhile, in the Edenian banquet, Taven observed the numerous food choices, especially with the exotic meats, before he spotted the sole provider who was sharpening his blades. Hey, you're a Tarkatan. Baraka? Fear not, Taven. I don't wish to harm you. Besides, I'd be too exhausted from all the hunting and the preparations I've made for this feast following Armageddon. We need all the protein and nutrients we can get. So, you actually side with the Royal Guard? Indeed. I had been an ally to Queen Sindel and King Sharad, albeit indirectly since my more treacherous kind has been banned from the Edenian border. Much like Aiko, I had traveled through time by an unknown cause. A Tarkatan taking on the good side? Alas, I wish Melina was part of our ranks. Before he had a chance to object to one of his assailants, the crowd was aghast as a billow went through. Why wasn't I invited to this soiree? All the denizens were either speechless or speaking in odd tongues, as they beheld a lord in black tread through them like deer in headlights. The Edenian faced him and was just as surprised. Bo Raicho? Well, hello. It's been ages since I last saw you, Taven. Oh man, Bo Raicho is back. They made a tight handshake before Li Mei followed. Master! Li Mei! She explained on the predicament after their reunion, as a gathering before Armageddon in which the surrounding Edenians and Outworlders were trying to cope with their nervousness. I thought you were dead by the Solnado. Kung Lao told me all about our victory over the Deadly Alliance, and we lost Hanzo the same. Armageddon, you say? I bet that'll suffice why the Elder Gods brought me back on my feet. And I was prophesied to be the preventer of Armageddon. I'll see if I can put an end to my brother Dagon and Blaze as well. Bo gave Taven a quizzical look. What about Rain? What about him? That snobby so-called prince? Bo laid one of his ungulate hands on his shoulder. Kid, there's so much more about your troubled half-brother of yours. You must have known him. Half-brother? That arrogant prig I met in Antarctica? I never even heard of him. Because he was the bastard of your father, Argus. This made Taven pause for a moment. Even Bo had some grudges with his parent. I'm listening. Rain was destined as the true noble prince of Edenia, all because he was a demigod, and the oldest heir Argus ever had. However, he abandoned him once he was born, to hide the affair with Arma. Delia was only you and Dagon's mother, but Rain was taken in by commoners. He eventually turned rogue after finding out the secret, and decreed to be disowned by both of his sperm and egg donors. By the gods! Dagon was enraged after learning about the quest, thus killing them. Am I really destined to be as corrupt? Even Orin warned me there's a setup. A very rough upbringing indeed. Rain might have slain his mother too before serving Khan. He and Dagon always let their ego take the best of them because of their own heritage. It seems you are their golden child. Damnation! First Shinnok's family went corrupt, and now mine! Good thing I would still have Orin and Cairo. I'm sorry to talk flack about your family, but only the dear dragons and your mother aren't the treacherous ones. And if I'm correct, you may be the successor on Edenia's protector god. What? Me? Yes, Taven. Oh, wait, who is it? Yes, Taven. Which is why we need you to lead our forces to victory. Dagon and Rain would surely oppose us. The army of darkness will attack at daybreak. I wonder if my prominent I wonder if my most prominent pupils Liu Kang and Kung Lao know all this. I bet Master Raiden and Fujin are preparing them. Also, this is not the time for drinking Outworld ale. We must partake cautiously. The others nodded. And that was Chameleon, by the way. Liu Kang must be spending his last moments with Liu Kang must be spending his last moments with Katana, Aiko said. And he wanted to prepare his disciples for the worst. The fractures became deep and frequent upon his amulet, symbolizing that Armageddon was imminent. We must hurry. We cannot delay the inevitable. As I had word from Edenia, our enemies shall be marching to the Pyramid of Argus by tomorrow's dawn. Wait, who is it? I must prepare each of you for the final battle. He hesitated for a minute before he regathered his thoughts. Kung Lao, do you remember your training before the first tournament? Yes, Lord Raiden. Liu Kang and I, we were given a variety of trials to see who would participate, as there must be one representative from each realm. Each faction, apparently. You became second to Liu Kang, though he became skeptical. He soon left for America to avoid the responsibility of his destiny, and he lost his brother Chan, too. You were chosen by default, until he returned and went on the path of vengeance, which is why I sent you directly. He then faced the other combatants. Kai, Aiko, Nightwolf, Frederick, you must all sharpen your skills before the calamity. Only the top warriors will be chosen. Hone your skills well. Fujin and I will judge you from there. Everyone obliged. I believe Liu Kang may have some intimate moments with Katana. He may not be... A light blue rip opened, and out walked the Grand Champion. The group couldn't help but cheer. He's here, brother. Excellent. Liu Kang, you must organize our tests for the ultimate battle. Be prepared. So, Liu Kang's finally back. Raiden and Fujin were the judges for the trials. For the trials, their topmost skilled warriors must pass. And these are the test your might, test your sight, and test your balance. They were trials. They were used as trials before the first tournament to see who was qualified. Nice way. Raiden chose Liu Kang to be first since he was the unstoppable champion. Most seasoned combatant. Basically, it's test your might from the original game. I don't want to go through this. Liu Kang passed. Raiden automatically healed, utilizing his Jinsei extraction. They can be pretty painful, especially the button mashing. Neighboring monks cheered. Second was Kung Lao. There was Ruby and Diamond. Everyone was just flabbergasted, especially Liu and Aiko. His arm was immobilized, but it was healed. Third was Nightwolf. Commandered his Wolf Kiba to merge with him for the power boost, the usual. And he made it up to Ruby. Fourth was Kai, who had the same prowess as the Matoken. Frederick passed the Diamond. Lastly, the Cardiokinetic, who couldn't overcome the Steel Mass. Needless to say, Aiko is like the weakest. In the end, the results were tallied, and they moved on to the next trial. Next trial to test your sight. A series of cups. Basically, what is it, Deadly Alliance? It's the same as that. First challenge consisted of 5. Wind God shifted them rapidly. Increase of velocity in cups. And the final trial was 10 cups. With a blindingly fast rotation, Liu went up to 9. Lao and Kai went up to 8. Frederick and Nightwolf up to 7. And Aiko with 6 due to her nearsightedness and slow vision. Kinda like me. The third trial was test your balance. And instead of using rocks or stones, they used beans. so it was more annoying. So Liu Kang, Kung Lao, Frederick, and Nightwolf managed to cross it. And Kai only made it to 2/3 the way before falling into a river. Aiko had a poor gait, crossed nearly halfway. The soak was humiliating upon their defeats, especially for the only female in the group. Returning to the square within the White Lotus, the final results were tallied, and first place was Liu Kang and Kung Lao, second place was Nightwolf, third was Frederick, fourth was Kai, last was Aiko. Of course, she hung her head in disappointment and embarrassment, knowing she wasn't passable enough. Raiden then invited his disciples. There's currently a banquet hosted by the monarchs of Edenia within the palace. I shall make you a portal there. To the victor and vanquished, despoils. One by one they went through, except Aiko. If I'm Main Master Raiden, I hereby decided to change my mind, Frederick spoke. I won't be partaking in the Battle of Armageddon. It's too overwhelming for me, and I don't want Aiko to be left alone. Well then, why did you decide to take on the test? Lao was dumbfounded. I just wanted to test myself, see what I can do as a scout. Besides, they were fun. Huh? Oh, I see. Anywho always responds with that. I'll stay with Aiko for now. Besides, Liu and Kitana have some catching up to do, so might want to spend our last minutes with them. How would you announce it to them, Lord Raiden? Fusion? Something will come up, when God said. So, the trio promised to return for a final time before embarking on what would soon be the advent of their final destiny. Oh good, I'm done. So there are the songs for that, yada yada yada. A little callback to the original. So, there's Dante's Peak, Star Fox Adventures, Majora's Mask, yada yada yada. And you'll see my virtual soundtrack. I honestly didn't have a lot of ideas for Rain. I was never impressed with him throughout the series, excepting as being a nod to Boone's favorite musician Prince with Purple Rain. So I kind of figured on Bo redeeming himself and spilling the beans of his origin. Quite interesting. And it seems that Taven's like the golden child as his bros went corrupt due to their status and their parents betraying them. I feel a little bad on Rain being a bastard and abandoned as a boy, even him and Dagon turning rogue. I'm starting not to like Argus much since he cheated on his family. Delia and Taven, aside from the dragons, are the only ones who seem trustworthy, as long as Taven doesn't do anything stupid like he did in Conquest. The idea in having Frederick changing his mind on being in the Armageddon fight was based on his idea during one of our role plays. He also seems like a nice guy wanting to stay with Aiko as she wasn't qualified due to her lack of motor skills and being a glass cannon. Literally. At least she ain't a Mary Sue, unlike most OCs. Phalanx. I wasn't too crazy about the minigames, as I could never figure out the OG trial out. Always failed at it. The only thing I was able to pull off easily was the spear and toasty fatality with Scorpion. I know, pathetic. I'm not kidding. I never pulled them off. I was hoping to get to the climax, the Armageddon battle, but there are still more loose ends to tie up. Very frustrating. So I guess I'll take another chapter then. At least, I wrapped up the feud between Bihan and Hanzo, involving Kenshi. Yeah, that was a good move. So, until the next chapter, this is the Ekron Rider signing out. up like crazy. I always loved that song from the original Mortal Kombat. Welcome back to another chapter of Final Combat. Last time. Hold on, I'm trying to blank here. Damn it. Fuck. Raiden actually had disturbing visions as he was discussing with Fujin on He Must Win for Armageddon. And Taven actually arrived at Edenia, where Boraicho explained about his corrupt family. Whether it be his brother Dagon, it be his half-brother Rain, or even his father Argus abandoning him, as well as Dagon. He was actually faithless, and Rain was actually a bastard because he was left in the care of commoners, as Argus abandoned him to hide his affair. And then there was Dagon, who actually woke up early thanks to Cairo, even though he didn't mean it. But he became corrupt too, and Boraicho said that only Taven and Dahlia are the most purest members of the Edenian god family, so it seems. So, Liu Kang and Katana actually explained the battle plans to the Edenians, and then the soiree was going on. And Hanzo actually caught up with Kenshi as they were returning to the Shiraryu base after Hanzo assisted Taven up Shao Kahn's tower. So, with all that out of the way, let's begin. Alright, continuation 10, He Must Win. Hanzo and Kenshi went to baby Takeda's crib, which, by the way, they fought with Bi-Han, and Kenshi actually confronted him. The wooden bedpost glowed with the dim lighting from the neon orange bulbs in the opaque bedchamber. Kenshi was the first to tend him as he picked him up, which soothed the infant's sobs. He also stopped and looked at his face while the Sento began to illuminate, a signal in which he was utilizing his psychokinesis. After a few moments, he turned to his close partner. He knows of Armageddon. He must be reading our minds and sense the tension outside. Yes, he must have. Someone needs to tend him when Armageddon would arise. I think... Kenshi looked back while holding Takeda close. You actually want to stay? It's all for the best. Takeda can't be left alone. He already knows. And considering how petty the Elder Gods are, which they are, how they lied to me about my family, and how overwhelming the war is. Besides, I won't be useful against Blaze. I see. And if anything should happen to you, which is why I'm entrusting you, I'm grateful you decided to stay and care for him. That's all I would ask for if the worst should happen. Hanzo took a few moments to process everything, then he nodded in affirmation before he laid a hand on his shoulder. Minutes later, the ninja left, using his outstanding skills in stealth, as he was restless and remembered hearing the weakened Shinnok's words. I must return the amulet to him. Forgive me, Lord Raiden. He declared me as his messenger, to retrieve his amulet once his double should kickstart Armageddon with Shao Kahn, only longing for his sister Cetrion to be restored in conjunction with a Dark Heart gem encasing their intact memories. He and I have more in common than I know. I will entrust his words. In the spire, the shackled Umbra kinetic transmitted via the dark crystallized heart straight to Hanzo, as if he was reading his angst much like Kenshi. Unfortunately, his essence was consumed by him, thus using his antimatter to form a portal, and thus led the invasion. Shinnok already knew since Hanzo, who was employed by Quan after his death in the first tournament. He knew of the Elder Gods' deception of their promise to restoring Hanzo's family as their champion. He knew his descent into eternal madness. He knew well of Quan's treachery, and he's the only one since he'd been there and slipped under Raiden's radar. He hopes he shall restore everyone if Cetrion's revival was possible. He held a small gizmo in his palm and rose once he was a long distance away from the tall base, or Hanzo. I sure hope this works. Well, aren't you the blue lonely one? Bihan looked up, following the alto voice, and his eyes beheld a familiar foe who descended. Ashra! I should have known you'd be here, since you were the one who poisoned me with your holy light. She rose a hand and countered. Ha! I only purified your damn balls, so I could be lifted from the accursed nether realm, and apparently it got you free from that demonic shackles too. But enough of your sarcasm. All realms are now at stake. A slimmer female walked up from beside the Kriss wielder. She was just as immobilized as if frozen by the cryomancer she once knew. Bihan? Yes, who are you? Serena? She slowly stepped toward her fallen hero who once saved her from the clutches of Quan Chi and Shinnok. Sub-Zero! Enough of that mushy stuff. I only found him so we can get our arses moving to Edenia. Besides, the rest of your defunct squad is waiting for you there too. Ashra spoke as if her mouth was dripping with venom. Before he had a chance to object, Serena sort of whimpered, Quan Chi. If I see him once we go to the Pyramid of Argus and meet Blaze, I would... No. Impossible, hon. Quan would have no chance thralling you again. We actually have the legendary Cobalt armor ready for you. The Shokan worked hard crafting suits of them since Shinnok's invasion over the kingdom, which is in Shinnok's uprising. The assassin was in disbelief, almost as if it looked like he grimaced. Cobalt? How can the Shokan help us? More importantly, how would this typical element reject Quan Chi's magic? Ah, crap. I shouldn't have made an indent here. You'll see. It's done wonders. I wish I could have thought of this myself. A lot of things has changed since your damnation, subby. Sub-Zero, we're all counting on you. This is your chance to redeem yourself and fight with your brother. I won't miss this moment for all the realms. You two united could surely help to extinguish our greatest threats. We're all there. Mostly fixated on Serena's compassion, the cold-hearted assassin could have sworn his heart was starting to liquefy for once. I wish it was like that in the games. Meanwhile, the ashen face murmured what was taking his messengers so long. Ah! He was struck from behind as he was being electrocuted by Raiden's lightning, while at the same time losing his energy as if being sucked out by a straw. The double snickered. Thank you for providing me with the energy I need for serving me so well. My chance for Armageddon has been brought to the forefront at long last. All who fall shall serve me in the aftermath, the Revenants especially. Once Blaze and my subjects shall be wiped out, I will remain unstoppable. Shao Kahn would be my enforcer to eliminate all those fleas. And as soon as I'm finished with you, I may take the amulet for myself. All the realms shall bow down to me and fulfill my every whim. Everything's coming to plan, and I owe it all to you! With the fresh cluster of antimatter, Shinnok's more malevolent self was able to form a portal of the same violent energy. He snatched the black heart gem away before he made one last snicker. Have a nice day, my pawn! He then leapt into the rip leading to his final destination. Alright, is everything ready and fully functioning? Sonya was preoccupied and tenacious as ever within the new Special Forces base, even though it was still a work in progress from Su Hao's invasion a few months ago. The main deck was still operational. Everything should be up and running, General Blade. Good. Are you sure you want to partake in this, Jax? Of course. Vera understood, and you won't make it far without me, he boasted while clinking his fists together, making his metal arms ring. Right, that's for... Right, that's for sure. I heard you finished off my murderer back there, Johnny admired. But I'm surprised you're taking this well, especially since you are pregnant. I'm only a few months in, Johnny. Hell, I don't even know if it is a girl, or whether or not it's Cassie yet. She couldn't forget Aiko's point of advice, making time and preparations for her birth as she existed during her dystopian future. And I hated the idea it was a one-night stand. Should have been better than that. If we do survive, there's a good chance for Jackie. I'd actually love for someone to take up the slack in the OIA and Special Forces. I'm getting too old for this shit, man. Oh yeah, Aiko. I was about to tell her about that special proposition. That is, if we do live through this. I was planning to tell her of promoting her fanfics into movies, and I'll be the director for all of them, while she'd be my consultant. They would be in all kinds of languages, in American and Chinese. I owe her that much, especially from all the shit we'd done serving Onaga. I wonder how Stryker and Cabal may be involved. I'm not sure how he would settle down. He's not the type of guy who wants to be dragged into those supernatural shenanigans. You know how reluctant he was in Khan's invasion? I'm sure Cabal would convince him. Cyrax was more than ready. Aren't you? He talked in a monotone digital voice, repeating the same note in each word. After receiving advanced equipment from the Lin Kuei, courtesy of Smoke, I should be more than prepared to deal with my enemies, counting Oniro, Sector, and the new Takunin clan. Raiden assured we shouldn't worry. Oh yeah. Raiden assured we shouldn't worry. I've heard of the sudden firebomb back at the Hidden Red Dragon base. The Black Dragons were drawn to it, knowing their location. And he said that as long as they're trapped and wounded, they won't be much use in Armageddon. I just hope his words are true. Kenshi's spending his last moments with his son. He and Hanzo need this. And I just received word he's staying behind, too. Man, good choice on his part. Oh, man, good choice on his part. I hope Cabal would settle these matters for real, and Stryker better not do anything ridiculous. Don't forget, Outworld and Edenia are ahead of our time. Don't forget, Outworld and Edenia are ahead of our time, so we must get moving as soon and as efficiently as possible. There's no going back now. It's time to go all out. Stryker and Cabal actually met up with them, and they marched in from behind. Are we ready? Not a minute too soon. It's been a long time since I partnered with you. Great to see you too, Stryker, Cabal. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have been involved. He already has a girlfriend. But as long as our nemesis, the Red and Black Dragons, shouldn't interfere, and if we take on our enemies tactfully, we might still stand, even if I should go down with Blaze would. It's great to have you back with us, and if we would perish, we won't go alone. Then, let's settle up. Lock and load. I picture Stryker being voiced by that actor in Defenders of the Realm. The Oriental and Edenian were intrigued as they explained to Orin and Cairo who they were and haven't seen them in eons since Shao Kahn's invasion, and how Cabal deserted Kano, even when the Black Dragons worked for Khan and were a subsidiary group from the Red Dragons. So, the Red Dragons had another faction, a bitter rival and a sworn enemy. I'm amazed Dagon never bothered with them. The Red Serpent expressed his confusion. Much as the Shirai Ryu was formed by a rogue member of the Lin Kuei. Unlike them, they're now allies, the Elemental explained. They're brothers in arms. If only Taven and Dagon weren't always so competitive with each other. And their parents, Rain. They are trapped in the rubble, buried alive. For now, at least. The battle may just be determined by the demigod's fates, if Blaze is somehow connected with each outcome. Whether Taven or Dagon survives would defeat Blaze in Mortal Kombat. The result might not turn in our favor. I had already passed on my words to Aiko. I pray for Master Raiden to decipher them. He must win, and our hearts must be one and together. And with that, we can beat Blaze and thwart Armageddon. Oh, I hope the Oriental is right. Kung Jin should be here any minute now. School should be ending, Aiko mentioned to Kung Lao. Together they were sitting on the bed within their shared room. She was clutching on her own jewel tightly. She wasn't sure how she explained to a tween about the end of all realms. He'll find out soon enough, once Lord Raiden would address to everyone. He paused for a moment, then laid a consoling hand on hers. I want to ask you to do something, but I'm not sure how. I promise you that if I can, I will. She was still fixated onto her lover. What if I asked you to stay out of this? No matter what happens, to stay out of this battle. Kung Lao? Why? He eventually laid another hand onto her, proving the cardiokinetics some warmth and comfort one last time. Please. All right. She couldn't hold back her tears as she leaned into him. Please turn home soon. He simply returned the pressure. The jewel that was loose upon her lap began to glow as they kissed and embraced. It almost felt like hours, but Lao just wrapped his arms around her from behind as he rested her face onto her back, and she turned to kiss him despite her tears. They held on to each other as minutes went by. So, if anything, if the worst should happen, the rest of us would follow. This is my estimate, Fujin, and while we belong to the forces of light, our best chance is to embrace both sides of our psyche, the light and the darkness together, as one. It would surely give us the home field advantage. Liu Kang and Katana should be at the Dragon Grotto, spending their final moments. Earthrealm may be behind Edenia and Outworld's time, but the best time to act is now. The God Brothers spotted Nightwolf churning his bonfire to green flames, absorbing his ancestors' spirits. The Shaolin should gift every one of our allies with Aiko's heart jewels. She should be occupied with Kung Lao. Her experiment was successful, and it was proven to provide the opposite effects from the Gemma Tetsuri. Raiden's mind had figments of the said incident involving the Zatara's ruler's heart, inflicting toxic influences on those affected by it. we would be given an extra fighting chance, where there's stored energy to revive us, and give us extra energy. The monks and other outsiders can monitor us as well, when we march down the southern crater. Regretfully, they can only be used once. In case you're wondering, it was kind of inspired by the red fairies in Zelda. You know, those ones in the bottle that revive you in battle. Well, that's kind of it. Remembering the incident involving the Gem of Tetsuri, Aiko reminded Raiden and Nightwolf. The Thunder God hesitated to recollect his thoughts of that myth, then remembering the intense quarrels between the combatants. It was theorized Aiko's gem can also be the opposite effects. Instead, its positive energy being absorbed and carried over by the user. Nightwolf magnified the effect, as he was the one who made the infected combatants as they did against Quan Chi. Lest we forget the Cobalt armor. Yes, the Edenian royals are making sure it's in full supply. To negate any sorcery, like with Quan Chi. Precisely. But Hanzo, Frederick, and Aiko will be staying behind, even Asgarth. No surprise. And Shinnok? If Nightwolf is correct on creating antimatter, he could be a very dangerous threat, in conjunction with Shao Kahn and our adversaries. Lost his train of thought. I see now. He must win. What is it? He must win. He recalled the visions, trying to come up with an essential strategy. Our hearts, one and together. Aiko and her message she was referring to. I believe it may have something to do with joining, merging, of two into one. Shinnok! He diffused himself into two. They might combine themselves. If not, then what if I can fuse myself with my own doppelganger and utilize both forms of myself? Then I can accomplish that. He must win. Are you saying... His mind flashed to the moments when Raiden sacrificed most of his vitality as he teleported Lao and Nightwolf away from the blast that failed to kill Onaga. Reforming an Earthrealm as Raiden was on life support in the Jinsei chamber, and soon giving his malicious half a massive jolt of electricity, which resulted in his restoration as he absorbed it. You mean you are willing to join yourself with a mortal? Like you did with your double as Shinnok divided with his? Brother, is that even possible? Raiden shook his head. No, but I am willing to find out. Our brothers and sisters should be informed of Armageddon through Aiko's hearts. He hesitated as he sensed something. It is time. Our forces are gathering, Fujin. Our forces are gathering. Fujin, you must prepare them and lead them to the Edenian Palace. I have last-minute affairs to attend to at the Dragon Grotto. What? But Liu and Kitana are there. Fujin was flabbergasted on having a party crash. All he did was smile as he laid a firm hand on his shoulder. Precisely. His eyes fizzled with lightning before he conjured a portal. Liu Kang, Armageddon is upon us. This will determine the fate for all the realms. And that shall be. Whoever is able to defeat Blaze, aside from the two clashing brothers, will determine our fate. And if we do perish, we will perish in battle. And all realms will go with us if they shall collapse. Raiden, he told you all this? I was discussing with his visions, Kitana, and he kept saying these same 3 words. He must win. I must win. You? As Grand Champion of Mortal Kombat, I defeated each of our enemy overlords, Shang Tsung, Shao Kahn, Shinnok, the Deadly Alliance, and assisted against Onaga with my spirit. I must win against Blaze. Liu, he was created by Dahlia, a sorceress and empress of outstanding magic. A mortal cannot possibly withstand its horrific and spiritual incinerating wrath. Which is why you need me... Which is why you need more than you can possess. A gruff voice greeted from behind before the Edenian was shocked in bolts of blue electricity. Kitana, no! Before Liu Kang got to her, she just collapsed in his arms as he held her and brought her down to the damp soil. Raiden? What have you done? Liu's fist ignited with his anger quickly rising. Liu Kang, stop! I had only put Kitana into a coma. She's still alive. He reached down and touched her neck. A weak pulse was still beating. Her heart rate had also dropped. Even her own gem suddenly went dark. He picked it up and inspected it. What are you planning? She won't be safe. Yes, she will. Everyone will. Our hearts, Liu Kang. One and together. He must win. He was in doubt, and for the first time a trace of fear. So, you would stun me? To keep me safe? He then saw his mentor's palms light up as bolts licked them as he looked down at Kitana.
I would rather save you.
The monk was just stupefied, both mentally and physically. What was Raiden attempted to do? Before he had a chance to object, with his mouth agape, Raiden just laid both of his hands onto him. Both bodies began to light up like a supernova as they remained huddled, even when Liu squealed at times where lightning ripped through both of their bodies. Aiko was outside the academy as tears fell after she witnessed Kung Lao and Fujin leave. Frederick began to tend to her, hugging and rubbing her while she did the same. All of a sudden she felt a jolt. When the electricity hit her and struggled as she rid of her heart gem, it dropped to the tile ground floor, and the small item continued to have its epicenter brighten while bolts licked it. She was surprised it didn't shatter, and a bit frightened, although some blurry image caught her eye. She looked up as she felt something emanating from the grotto. Something pulled her to it, and there was a blue zip. She hesitantly reached toward it, only letting her fingers delicately touch it when the rip suddenly expanded to a portal leading to the sacred spring. That wasn't for me, Aiko. Storing whatever courage she had left, she ran and jumped into it. Aiko traced the cardiokinetic signature clutching her own jewel, and eventually followed it to the source within the atrium itself. Her feet began to vibrate while she witnessed an immense white beam of light with it, which then dissipated. She ran over to this display, recognizing the muscular larger man standing before her as if it were a Hercules look-alike. I'm sure you know where I'm going with this. Long locks of gray hair hung to the sides, to the top in a small bun, a red shiny headband, as if made of metal, wrapped around his head. His chest expanded along with his whole body, as if twice the size. Numerous white lines tattooed all over his arms. His usual black pants and shoes also had the same etchings, and his eyes had lit up in a bright white hue, as if they belonged to Raiden's. Only except the figure that stood as mighty and unwavering as a mountain of muscle was... Liu Kang! Aiko ran straight toward him, recognizing his features. He then took out the same heart gem which actually grew twice in size, and lit brighter than before, as if it belonged to a dragon's heart, almost ablaze. He laid it beside Kitana's unconscious body. Give me your heart gem. His voice changed, as if it had a distinctive accent to it, and it sounded deeper as well. You want? Of course! Aiko knew she didn't have the time to object his words. She took hers out, although hers wasn't fused with theirs. Instead, he laid it near Katana's own, and just transferred her energy into Aiko's. "What are you doing? This is my last one!" The godlike elemental nodded. "Yes. Give this to the Red Dragon Kero. He'll know what to do." She just looked at Katana's empty vessel. "Liu Kang, what have you done? With Katana?" "Go now, Aiko. Time is of the essence. I must fulfill my destiny as the Chosen One, and the Protector, for all the realms." "No, you can't! I will fight Blaze until the end." You mean you're... Aiko, this will be my final combat. With Aiko still stupefied, Liu just marched to her and kissed her forehead deeply until he departed. The cardiokinetic was just a mere shock, frozen, and sort of delusional as her body began to have her temperature rise gradually, while also igniting the two hearts on hand. All Liu did was give a wry smile before looking up, and then vanished with a large flash of light and clap of thunder. Ah, damn, I forgot to bold the author notes. This startled Aiko for almost a minute before she processed everything. Raiden. In Armageddon, the Gem of Tetsuri was actually displayed as an Easter egg within Reptile's lair, only it's a green crystallized gem and vibrates when a player gets close to it. Very fascinating since Aiko's strategy was put to good use here, as well as having that bonus in Armageddon. Hanzo, along with Asgarth, Aiko, and Frederick, are sitting out Armageddon, 4 combatants watching and waiting for utter destruction. But would it be an ominous danger if Hanzo should attain the foreboding amulet and offer it to Shinnok? Only time will tell, although his desire to have his sister revived hit a snag on the doppelganger snatched away the black crystal. I had to add the small scene of Ashura, Serena, and Bihan at the last minute. I didn't know how to tie up that loose end until now. And there are the songs for that. Needless to say, it was one of the most tumultuous chapters I had to write, but I'm glad I finally am itching closer to the climax. There was quite the surprise merger at the end as Raiden and Liu Kang fused into one body. But would it be enough to put an end to Blaze and our greatest adversaries? Stay tuned, combatants. God damn, I can't wait to get this done. So until then, this is the Ekron Writers signing out. And oh man, I can't wait to get this thing done. So, I'll see you guys later. I love that song. A very timeless classic. Welcome back to another chapter of Final Combat. We are at the home stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Armageddon is truly upon us, and we're on our way en route to Edenia. Last time, Fusion and Raiden were actually having a pep talk with each other, last pep talk, as Raiden made last preparations with Aiko's heart gems to alert the Shaolin on what's ahead. And some of the combatants actually participated. Those who passed the trials, the tester trials, have participated in the Edenian soiree so that they can be ready for the journey to the Pyramid of Argus. And Kung Lao was actually having his last moments with Aiko before he left with Fusion, and Raiden actually made a surprise reveal unto Liu Kang and Kitana, who were in the Dragon Grotto. And Raiden actually electrocuted the Edenian, much to Liu Kang's dismay, because he had a plan going for him and Kitana. And there was a surprise reveal as Raiden actually merged with Liu Kang. And if you've seen MK11, you would know this. So, being that a mortal can't withstand Blaze, Raiden actually had this crazy idea. And Bi-Han actually had this lecture with Ashura and Serena, and how he must change his ways, put aside his discrepancies for Armageddon. So we are at the final stretch, guys. I got 3 chapters to go. It's like the final episodes with the series finale. So let's get into it, shall we? I can't wait to get this over with. Alright, continuation 11, climax. The combatants were making their first preps for the Battle of Armageddon as the Edenia Palace throne room, gathering their cobalt armor, whatever their most advanced coverings they had in store from the special forces. Even all the heroes were sharing each of Aiko's heart gems for an extra ounce of strength or revitalization provided by the Shaolin. Dawn was about to break in an orange sliver, as if from blaze within the opaque sky. This is it, fellow warriors. Asgarth was the first to speak. Wherever Kitana, Raiden, and Liu would be, they would surely meet with all of you, and if we should ever survive Armageddon, the powers of the protector god of Edenia shall be passed down to you, Taven. Needless to say, he was speechless. All the Hawk Noble did was knight him. Go forth, and lead all realms to victory. They bowed to each other. What of Liu Kang? And Lord Raiden? Lao rang with anxiety and angst. Do not fret, Kung Lao, Fusion assured. They were champions. I know they would never miss Armageddon for the realms. They and Kitana would show up in due time. Girl stepped closer, laid a firm, calloused hand on his shoulder. Our champions shall not falter. They will show up and fight alongside us. They cannot possibly back down now, and I am honored to have the chance to fight with you. I'm glad to finally return the favor, and for your ancestors as well. With that, as if a great weight was lifted from his shoulders, Lao bowed low. Much obliged, Prince Goro. General Sonya walked to the group. We're ready. Taven lifted his heavy head. Let's go. To the Pyramid of Argus. We must make haste if we should march there and make our preemptive strike. Who says we need to march there? Baraka and Chameleon shone up from the entryway. We will use our own ship instead. Come with us. So, Edenia's got his new airship. The troops went to a distant hidden chamber, and the lock was just beneath a candlestick. The passage was unlocked, and through a couple corridors they beheld a large airship that had the same features as the Nether ship, once used by Shang. The curved head was the bow, the elongated tail was the stern, and a pair of foldable wyvern wings descended to the sides. Welcome to the Netherwing. Everyone was agog. You must have drawn inspiration from the dragonfly, Kenshi said, so you can read minds. Then together, let us begin, Fushin ordered. Asgarth made one final prayer. May the Elder Gods protect you all. Fushin offered to give a head start as his aerokinesis activated the rotors with Chameleon navigating it. The hatch opened from the side of a tower, and soon the advanced airship lifted off. It almost felt like an hour, but the crew were soaring for about 30 minutes. Jade broke the silence. We planned on constructing this after Onaga's been sealed away. We shall approach the crater within a matter of minutes. They're arriving sooner. It's about time, especially when making quite the entrance. It was Chameleon, the female. Took me long enough to find this vessel, and if it weren't for her, I may have perished from her enemies. And it was Melina! What on God's name is she doing here? The Saurian rose a hand. Damn, sorry for the interruption, guys. The Saurian, a female Saurian, rose a hand. Stay back! It'd be too foolish if she should ever fight us now. As if Kentora wasn't shocking enough. She's only here to fight for her family. Sindel and Gerard were hit with an epiphany. Daughter! She went to her long-lost parents, first to her father who embraced her tightly, and then to her mother who did the same and gave her a peck in the face, nearly in tears. Katana may not recall Melina being her biological sister. Shao Kahn must have erased her memories, just as he did to us. Only Taven, the Chameleons, and Baraka believed in Melina's good intentions, unlike the majority of the group. It was hard for me too. Shiva assured Kentoril shan't be a turncoat, as she and Goro educated him of Khan's treachery. I wonder where Katana is in all of this, Sindel wondered. Jade and Gerard shared her distress. Even Melina, for once, was composed with concern. She must still have the Tarkatan illness. She just might be one of us. Taven abruptly vanished within a burst of flame. All the combatants startled. Taven! Taven! He just dissipated! And this would be the final battle here.
Well done, Taven.
Dagon.
I was hoping Scorpion would kill you and spare me the effort, but it looks as though I will have to finish you myself. Blaze! Why did you interfere?
The quest has been corrupted. All did not go exactly as my creator had foreseen it. You are in the wrong location. I will transport you to the rim of the crater where the final battle will take place. The quest will conclude when one of you defeats me there in combat. We must make haste. Many warriors are gathering. If I am defeated by one of them, they will steal the prize and the true purpose of the quest will have failed. Armageddon will be upon you all.
I want nothing to do with this quest. My business is with Dagon.
No choice. We are all bound to the quest. The fate of the realms will be decided today.
Then let's get this over with. I have waited an eternity for this moment.
When this is over, I am going to finish you. How did we... Dagon!
You used to be faster than me. Last time we raced through Father's temple, I believe you won. Seems like only yesterday.
It was yesterday.
I suppose it was. For you. But I was awakened prematurely. Over the millennia, I've grown much faster, much stronger. This time, my victory is assured.
The only thing that is assured is that you will pay for killing Mother and Father.
So you know. Yes, I killed them. I had to. Lord Shinnok warned me that they had decided to assist you.
You killed them over the prize?
With the very weapons Father gave us to use against Blaze. And now I will use them to destroy you. Fight!
Well, definitely, this is definitely a crucial battle here. And due to copyrights, I can't play that song, so maybe I'll give a description of the battle song I had with the two brothers. The Symphony of Destruction. Huge classic. Taven put up his dukes as he drew out his new weapon, the same blade he found in Argus's temple at the start of his journey. Dagon actually struck first, as he ran and sicked his swords onto his older brother. Taven just countered with a fireball, hitting dead center. Stunned, he lunged, in which Dagon blocked and made a pyro uppercut after he rolled. Taven mimicked his move, but it missed, and Dagon knocked him down. He flipped onto his feet and Dagon rolled again, only this time Taven avoided the onslaught and tripped him as soon as he stood. Dagon stood up quickly and utilized his brawn as he grabbed and tossed Taven aside like a wrestler. This seemed to cause more of an impact as Taven wavered. It was a very lethal move from what I saw in Armageddon's conquest. So, stay alert. Still, he unleashed a fireball as Dagon closed the distance. He then lunged fast, with Dagon avoided, but not from another trip. He took out his twin Drake swords, which injured Taven greatly. His maneuvers became more aggressive and swifter, and he connected with him several times before Taven took out his own blade. There were some lethal combos, but it seemed Dagon was merciless, especially when he used his lethal throw once Taven was inches away. Dagon kept on the same strategy until for once, Taven collapsed. It is a tough fight, it really is, from what I saw. Just when he was lulled into thinking he won, Dagon witnessed a little bright red light took on the shape of a diamond. Oh no, the clock is gonna chime in. It was from that in which its energy seeped into Taven's shell. With a sudden jolt of energy, Taven felt it seep into him and lessen the enormous weight from his wounds and restart his heart and body. He gradually rose and crossed his blade for another round. Wow! It seems that Aiko's heart gem actually worked after all. It's about time. Great idea. And for once, it actually became Taven's backup. So, good on her part. So, here we are. Taven threw another fireball in which Dagon avoided with a roll before he had the chance to retaliate with a severe thrust. Taven did a brawny charge, taking him off his feet. Dagon's swift blades were nearly too much, even though Taven struck with a few combos in the center. Still, he was no match for Dagon's fatal throw. He needed to think of something quickly before he'd be at his brother's mercy. Determined to never fall to his arrogant younger sibling, he avoided his charges and countered with his brute strength. Dagon was desperate as he shot out his twin swords. Taven used his own, and they clanged with one another. His kick made Dagon back away, and Taven raged like a bull, pummeling him with rapid slices. Dagon's body began to ache, and it gave Taven an opening. Dagon hunched over for a few moments before he closed in. Since it was some wobbling, Taven continued to punish him with a fiery charge, but he thought better keeping his distance. He diced Dagon with a series of hits, making him relieve his double swords. With more vitality, courtesy of Aiko's heart gem, Dagon was losing energy and was unable to get pumped up and perform his fatal throw. Remembering the many assaults by the Red Dragon clan, enslaving Khro, and the fact he's slain his parents, Taven showed no mercy. He made several more strikes non-stop until Dagon was turned into a bloody fountain. All he did was just stand there, letting his treacherous brother succumb to his wounds before he collapsed in a heap. Processing Dagon's death, Taven just sulked. And he will play the cutscene.
unfortunate. It was not intended that the brothers combat each other. Dagon has fallen. Now you must fulfill your obligation.
Obligation? The quest destroyed my family. Explain to me why I should care.
Your mother, my creator, foresaw the coming Armageddon. That through mortal combat, warriors would unknowingly tap into the very forces that make reality possible. Those warriors are in the crater below, engaged in mortal combat.
All of them? But with that many fighting in one place...
This crater will be the origin of the apocalypse unless something is done to prevent it. The Elder Gods had ordered your father to orchestrate a solution. He decided to kill them all when the time came, but your mother argued to merely strip the combatants of their special abilities. For some were heroes, undeserving of death. In the end, they conceived of a contest between you and her brother. The victor would unleash one of two solutions. Like a coin toss, one side would disarm the warriors. The other would destroy them all.
Which side of the coin am I?
It is unknown even to me. Your armor is the catalyst. The fate of the combatants will be revealed when our battle is done.
So by defeating you, I could be killing them all.
They are unimportant. Whichever outcome, you will be saving the realms. But you must not let anyone else combat me.
Then allow me to win, and we'll put an end to this.
No, Taven. I must act according to my creator's design. Take your sword, walk through the archway, and finish the quest. Face me in Mortal Kombat!
A narrow wall of fire burst before blazes dissipated. All Taven did was wonder. Now what do I do? He whispered, remembering Orin's words and how the quest was indeed a setup all along, and that he and his brother were only puppets for that symphony of destruction, pun intended. Image of his new allies flashed before him, even the fact when Khro was saved. Hearing the distant cries distracted his thoughts, and he looked down at Dagon's fallen body. Never wanting to lose anyone else, Taven took a deep breath before he walked over to his corpse and took out the longer sword he failed to notice during the quarrel. The tip actually imbued with a holy light as if blessed by the Elder Gods, and with it in his possession, Taven slowly trodden through the portal, and even looked over to the dragon heads, remembering Orin and Khro, the only family he has left, to where it only took him to the other side. He gazed over the balcony, only observing the conflict. I failed to mention this was the trigger that made the Pyramid of Argus rise, so there's that, I guess. At the Yingyang Island, Khro hung his head upon Dagon's demise. Dagon had this coming. He was too arrogant for his own good, like letting a wild beast never be tamed, and just be empowered by bloodlust. Everyone must choose their own destiny, Khro, and Dagon chose this path, just before I lost my brother. It's now only up to Taven. The Edenian just hung her head in dread until an orange glow was seen in her peripheral vision. Good heavens! The quartet of spectators were then glued to the portal. The warriors landed the nether wing and noticed their enemies descend as they treaded down the steep slope. Everyone easily made out all the assailants, including some who were supposed to be obliterated back in the Red Dragon caverns. Uh-oh. We got some survivors here. So this is it! Melina for once was showing dire, as her eyes glazed and wrinkles appeared despite the vial. There is no turning back now, said Fujin. Only the Elder Gods should decide our fate, Sharad spoke as he adjusted his red and black attire symbolizing himself as Ermac. Shao Kahn and the others are down there, but we're ready for them, Sindel said. Please be with us, Katana, said Jade. Lao perspired. Please hurry, Master Raiden. We need you too, brother. Slowly but surely the heroes disembarked and slowly slid down the slopes. And this is normally where you would see Armageddon's intro, but I made a lot of changes here. So, they descended the crater as if formed by a devastating meteor. A lone vulture was pricking meat off a corpse and leaving its bones clean. The predator felt tremors marching towards it, and the scavenger soon flew away into the thick, opaque clouds, filled with dust with its gray and dark brown hues. The creature avoided the sights of a massive warrior wearing spiked shoulder plates, a cape, and horned helmet. It was Shao Kahn, the revived conqueror, as he roared and rose his arms, leading his tremendous faction into battle. On the other side, another faction gathered, as Kung Lao and Fujin led the charge toward them. Both walls of crusaders rushed into the crater, as if blindingly, never noticing the fiery funnel in the sky. Thunder began to crackle as the scorching display glowed like the sun. It soon ignited, and some of the spectators on the right side gazed up, to see a series of bolts descend onto a god with his white eyes illuminating. He gradually lowered his arms, wearing a determined and serious complexion, before he descended rapidly onto the crater. The impact was so sudden as if it belonged to a missile. The right wings unshielded their eyes as they beheld a series of embers, and the thick cloud of debris soon cleared, revealing the god of fire and thunder! The warriors cheered, some with raised fists, and continued to race toward the startled and vulnerable left-wingers. The fire god never wavered, as he marched toward the assailants. He then unleashed all his electrokinesis, and on the collateral shock licked through some of them, the helpless infantry. His allies ran up to him, and he did was commander them, "Stand back!" Just like in MK11, wound up like a pitcher before he let out his devastating streak of flame onto other waves of enemies, blasting them and the wounded asunder. All the brawlers stormed and were clashing in the melee. Oniro was first seen as he fought off Kwai, remembering his treachery and escape from the cyberized clan he created. The noble brother couldn't wait to smite him as soon as he saw him, justifying his henchman's worry. So you have the dragon medallion. Then allow me to take it from you, and I'd be the rightful Grandmaster again. Never! They exchanged some blows, and Kwai unleashed a blizzard, in which Oniro's arms easily broke off the ice particles, and continued to bash him without relent. Even without the sacred artifact, his might was still too much like how it was several years ago at the Appalachian Mountains. After sitting up from an injury, Kwai desperately fired another ice streak, only this time Oniro was surrounded. Frost and Bihan emerged, and the latter punched some of the shit out of him till he was dazed and confused. If anyone should lead the Lin Kuei, it's my brother! You tell him, Bihan. And unlike MK1, he redeemed himself. For once. And maybe for only. Sector overmatched Cyrax and broke small portions of his armor. His brutal strength and endurance made some of Mustard's armor chip, and he mocked he shouldn't have quit on being an assassin. Broken in body and spirit, Cyrax was soon incapacitated. Not even the green net was able to keep Sector back, nor his bombs, not as fatal as his missiles. Blue oil leaked out of Cyrax as a thin streak of smoke escaped, stunned and vulnerable. Sector was about to unleash another fatal rocket till he was hit by one from the side. Smoke intervened with an uppercut from beneath the ground, in which Ketchup mimicked. Smoke recovered and used his rocket jets beneath his feet to change trajectory and charge toward the blood-red assassin. Su-Hao blasted his artificial heart's laser, nearly melting the skin off the special forces. Intimidated, Cabal took on the lead, with his super speed making the traitor dizzy before sacking him with his elongated hook swords, provided by Su's former associate Mavado. It was thanks to them that the former Black Dragon against the Red Dragon agent that he had the upper hand, both literally and metaphorically. Lao took up the vicious Baraka mano a mano in the intro, until the latter spread out his lethal arm blades. Lao retaliated with his hat tricks and possessed it both as a sword and shield, unless if he were to rely on his tornado and whirlwind kicks or Shaolin drop. Baraka countered as he diced one of Lao's legs, making the former monk vulnerable. He was about to make him mincemeat till he was impaled in the back from above. By a tremendous leap, 2 extended blades yanked out belonging to the time-displaced Turcotten, only to have him nearly be blinded by an acid spray on his face. The impact made him roll back, and the dirt stomached the sting, when he made out his former ally, Reptile! Recuperating a little from Aiko's gem, Kung Lao was re-energized and found another nearby enemy. Serena met up with Quan, who was merciless on the so-called traitor. Despite wearing the Lin Kuei and Cobalt armor, she was still weakened. Quan rose a few undead assailants and Jack rushed in and bashed through. He charged, but missed, as Quan teleported before he was sacked from behind. Stryker tased him, but was taken down seamlessly. The Oni was engulfed by a blinding ray of light from aloft sent by Ashra. That was until she was impacted by a female vampire. So, we got Natara back. You usurper! You're the one who created genocide to my clan! That accursed dagger made you insane! I used it to slay demons! That accursed Tatusha must be surrendered! You never work for a greater good! You mean to destroy us all! With her rage in her mouth dropping with venom, dripping, Natara attacked the goddess. Jax was meanwhile busy with the familiar Oni, Moloch, attempting to disable his ball and chain, while Johnny assisted against Draman. I hope he doesn't relieve his mask. Sonya was hit by Jarek numerous times before being confronted by Kai. Havoc was also dealing with his counterpart, Hataru. Like how Chaos versus Order should be, Dairu and Darius were actually hesitant, as if they had some out-of-body experiences and seemed to at times hit each other in a dazed stupor, while Rain was at a disadvantage by Frost. Shao Kahn was using his warhammer plowing through any combatant who would dare to be in his way, ally or otherwise, even Melina. He then cornered both Sindel and Ermac, while Jade kept Tanya at bay. Onaga was simply circling the battlefield, while Shang had his hands full against Fujin till Lulu kicked him away. Kenshi was even matched with Raiko, as was Nightwolf with Quan, like how the shaman was against him back at Shang's palace. Lu helped the wing god up, and the elementals were ambushed by Shinnok from the air. Ugh! Shinnok has escaped! We must have used the antimatter! I do not see the amulet! Go help Kung Lao! I will deal with him, brother. Liu Kang. Liu Kang, the champion of Mortal Kombat. You seem to be more powerful than we last met. You seem to be powerless without your amulet. Once Armageddon follows through, I won't need it. He closed in with a bicycle kick in which Shinnok blocked, but was stunned on impact. He then used his staff as a shield, although Lu's moves left decent marks. Their projectiles bounced each other off until he was surprised him with lightning. You're combined with Raiden! Lu performed an aerial tackle and shocked the Umbra Kinetic. Shinnok was brutal, but thanks to the merged god of fire and thunder, Shinnok was just taken down before Taven made a sneaky smack onto him. He, Fusion, and Lao noticed their partner, who changed drastically. Liu Kang! I am. Oh.
And I am not.
What happened to him?
Bound to my soul. Made me a god.
God?
For now.
Is that possible? Taven was taken aback. A god merging with a mortal. Now I'm out of your league. You can still be assistants to us, Taven, but it is not possible for a mortal to defeat the fire spawn. As a newly god and pyrokinetic, I can endure his fatal flames. I can outmatch him as I had with my former enemies. We must stop Armageddon. Suddenly the four men felt violent tremors as the earth shook. Keeping their balance, they beheld the pyramid finally breaching the surface little by little. It is here. The Pyramid of Argus. Everyone held the sudden emergence from beneath the dead earth. And soon, the tip began to burst into flames as if a volcano had erupted. Stryker made the sucker punch onto Rain instead of Melina, and the combatants rushed up much to Lu's dismay. No! It was a brawl fest to see who could reach the pyromaniac. Liu Kang, Fusion, Taven, and Kung Lao remained still. The godly hybrid knew all too well who it belonged to, as the monstrosity roared, his being scorching in a blinding light. He's here! Taven's voice was caught in his throat. Lu urged his allies to step back as they watched Bo-Right Cho, Kamadai, and others take a fight to the death. As much as Lao, Taven, and Fusion were compelled to help their comrades, Lu urged them to stay put. My destiny is to slay him! He'll doom us all! That may be, but you must remember what Orin said. Cairo told me he instructed it's all a death trap. We mustn't be tied to the hands of fate. Every man is responsible for their own destiny. My brother knew that. A mortal may not be possible to decimate the fire spawn. The winged god was worried. Taven hesitated, but he took in Lu's strategy. Taven, Kung Lao, Fusion, we must protect the pyramid from our adversaries. I shall deal with Blaze. The trio nodded in affirmation, and I had to make the cliffhanger here. The idea with the Netherwing was an idea I found on Twitter by some fan, forgot who it was, but it's about time the Nether ship had an upgrade. Also, I wanted to give the revelation of Melina before the story ends. She had to do something with Chameleon. I knew that Taven was supposed to beat Blaze, but after the reboot came out, I didn't see the point, especially on how Armageddon ended, and it was just sheer hell putting everything together. And there are the songs, yada yada. Also, since I was never a fan, Kano and Mavado shall be cut since they weren't mentioned in Armageddon. Well, actually they were, but not in the intro, just Conquest, which is relevant. So they might as well be buried within the Red Dragon Caverns. Sorry I had to cut this short, guys. There's a lot going on, and I didn't want it to drag on for too long. So part 2 shall be up shortly for the true series finale! Yes! I can't wait to do this! Until then, this is the Ekron writer signing out, and I can't wait to end this. Actually, those songs should have been switched, but whatevs. Welcome to the finale of Final Combat. Last time, Armageddon has begun, and Taven just defeated his brother Dagon as he triggered the Pyramid of Argus to rise, and Blaze warned him that the quest has been corrupted and it wasn't what he desired. And Taven actually disobeyed Blaze and took out his brother. If it weren't for Aiko's heart gem, he wouldn't still be alive, by the way. So he had an extra fighting chance. And so, Taven was determined to meet up with Blaze at the Pyramid of Argus, whom he just triggered. And the war raged on in the southern crater. But it wasn't long before a certain fire god actually descended unawares and incinerated the infantry and helped out in the final battle. And Taven soon shown up alongside Fushin and Kung Lao as they were awestruck by Lucian's merger with Raiden. But this is it, guys. This is the series finale in my Mortal Kombat Chronology series. So without further ado, let's start this and finish this. And hang on a sec, guys. This is awesome! Continuation 12 Armageddon. This is it, guys. As much as he tried, the elemental powerhouse known as Fire God Liu Kang couldn't stop his allies from rushing up to the summit of the Pyramid of Argus, while their enemies remained close on their tails. Whether it be ally or foe, everyone was either been dead or severely wounded while ascending to reach Blaze. He, Kung Lao, Taven, and Fushin were helpless over the melee and seemed as petrified that all they could do was watch. Even Nightwolf was keeping his distance in the shadows as he kept on firing his green soul-encased arrows at his own adversaries. It's no use. We'll never survive if we try to reach Blaze. Even with Aiko's heart gems, they can only do so much. We can't just stand here and wait for all our enemies to fall. And if we let any one of them kill Blaze first... Kung Lao was tongue-tied. Taven should know from his own experience. Orin and Karo were right. The quest was indeed corrupted. It was all a setup. Demigod was outraged on all the pain and chaos it wrought to the table, aside from annihilating his family over an elemental monstrosity and claiming its flames for a false and suicidal gain. Unless if we should climb it indirectly, there's just no way. Only the merged god was hunting for a solution without causing any casualties. Two red silhouettes caught his eye, their statuettes, as he hesitated in deep thought. Yes. Yes, there is. What do you mean? The green arrows continued to zip through the dry air, and Luke called out, Nightwolf! Tell everyone via telepathy to stand down. Tell Kenshi to do the same. I cannot! Kenshi has already been badly hurt by Quan Chi. If he ever gets revived, he will still perish. Then, it's all on to you, brother. Remember your technique when you broke the Tetsuri spell. I'll climb up the pyramid. Reluctant, he nodded, and he stretched out a hand to his fellow warriors. His voice echoed into their minds, even those who were fatally injured. They saw the crowd thin out little by little. He also mentioned the prize was nothing more than a death sentence. Our forces had responded, Liu Kang. They're standing by. Not everyone cared as Su Hao hit Stryker with another lethal laser from behind, but Raicho unleashed a volley of green vomit into the approaching crowds. Then soon mangled by Motaro, Cyrax was tossed off by him. Damn error. After attempting to strangle the Minotaur, Ermac was pushed asunder, while Kenshi stabbed the beast with his Sento. Quan Chi impaled Kenshi. Shang Tsung lifted and thrown Kenshi off with his soul kinesis, and he was about to slam and shatter the blind man's ribcage until he was blasted away by Lu's lightning. Shao Kahn advanced until he was ambushed by Onaga, who was trying to lift him away. But the fire god knew better, electrocuting them both from above. More and more waves of enemies were advancing post-haste. That was... Spotting the pair of structures located at the corners of the first layer, Lu urged, "Chameleons! Take me up! I'll assign Taven, Kung Lao, and Fujin for assistance." By the time he noticed the melee was clearing up, Lu signaled the men to run up to the sly couple, and they did just that, warping them up. With 2 poofs of smoke, the group arrived 2 stories below the fire spawn. "Good! Head back!" Never wanting to be roasted nor slaughtered, they returned to their posts the same way. "I will deal with Blaze. You 3 must defend the pyramid from all enemies." "Shao Kahn!" The evil emperor broke free from Onaga's talons as he wrecked through the trio with his lethal hammer. Kung Lao and Taven lost trying, and only Fujin was left until Liu Kang fired away with his pent-up pyrokinesis. Taven was pulled up by Kung Lao's hand. "We can only be of some assistance now." Khan just charged up and challenged the champion. "Liu Kang! Long time no see!" "Yes, Khan. It has been eons since I'd last defeated you." "I sense you have grown even more potent when last we met. You and Raiden had merged into one." "Impressive. But I shall see to it. I separate you, and I can split souls once I am finished with you." "I won't let you take the prize and corrupt all the realms, Conqueror." "Fight!" Lu performed a series of strong kicks which knocked Khan down. He blocked Lu's flying kick with his hammer and countered with it till he was down. He jumped with his hammer raised, and Lu avoided the nick of time, then retaliated with a direct kick and downward thrust. Lu jumped over Khan's charge and evaded his hammer slam, but the Conqueror was agile and managed to make his mark several times. Lu wasn't done, as he retaliated with a flurry of kicks until Khan had at a considerable distance. He then made a few fireballs and lightning bolts which made Khan falter on contact. He closed the gap with a bicycle kick, only to be vulnerable to Khan's hammer. Kung Lao took the front as he made a teleport, then performed slices with his razor-rimmed hat, followed by a Shaolin throw. Lu took over with a lightning burst, then clobbered him with more direct kicks. Vulnerable, Kong was pummeled by a bicycle kick. Lu wound up and hit Kong directly in the chest with another flying kick. Finally, he spotted Onaga and forced him down with a lightning stomp onto the Emperor. Man! From the shadows, Nightwolf lent out his heart gem, which revitalized Liu Kang's strength. He wished he would have used his ancestors' healing ritual, if only it were more discreet. Lao and Taven foreseen Quan Chi running toward them, and together they made an aerial kick, forcing him down onto Shang. Motoro marched up, and Lao threw his hat, while Taven fired onto the rim, causing it to avoid the enemy, and split him with a combusted flame as it returned. "I learned the hard way! He could deflect projectiles!" Taven nodded. First, Fire God Liu Kang was stung from behind by 2 acid spits, until Fujin caught 2 saurians in a funnel. The winds unveiled their camouflage by Reptile and Kamadai. "You 2 set a bad example helping to repopulate the saurian species. For shame!" He tossed them asunder, and the chameleons held them down. Liu actually limped toward Blaze, finally succumbing to his many injuries. Even Blaze's stagnant heat was beginning to take its toll on him, despite his weakened state. Lao, Taven, and Fujin trailed behind him. "Liu Kang!" Lao murmured. "I must talk to Blaze! I must end this!" He hunched over a few steps and paused.
Earthrealm's Jinsei flows within you. Let it fuel your fire.
Raiden for once actually spoke his mind like his very own conscience. Blue's eyes flared with white lightning as his body spread out while he screeched. Both fire and electricity erupted all over, with the Jinsei restoring him. The display died down and Lu spread out an open palm, ready for battle once more. Meanwhile, Hanzo managed to teleport from beneath the floor with an array of hellfire recalling his Wraith technique. He made it back to Shinnok's spire and noticed time was of the essence as he saw the placid Shinnok slope over while his hands remained shackled. He handed the amulet to the dying elder god with his fish grip palm. My double absorbed most of my essence, leaving me to rot. But thanks to your quickness. He clutched the amulet as tightly as he could while he felt energy seep through him. The beast snarled as the dark energy was absorbed, and he soon broke away from his shackles, yet still he hunched over. Hanzo wished Shinnok would possess the Blackheart gem. If only a sneaky, treacherous double didn't snatch it. As soon as thoughts crossed his mind involving the Double Walker stealing its artifact filled with malice, Shinnok's essence felt as if it was being conflicted. He held his head in irritation before his eyes shot up as if to the heavens. Cetrion! As if by a sentient reaction, the black heart gem attached to the clone's more unclean self, it sparkled like a diamond in an opaque void. Before it shattered, and the mist evaporated in its place. The double was outraged he lost his own power source.
Miserable wretch! Insignificant speck of feculent scum! How dare you!
I always loved that line, by the way. Lao Taven and Fusion stayed behind Liu Kang as he headed toward the summit. They couldn't help but gaze onto the fallen warriors, even the ones making a lost cause. The sudden display, when Liu was firing streaks to blaze, got their attention. Although the flames seemed thin, they grew in mass, but the entity was just taking them in like an impenetrable tank. He only roared back as Liu kept increasing his shots. Blaze isn't feeling any of Liu Kang's attacks. I don't think they're attacks. I believe Liu Kang is trying to talk to Blaze. What is he saying? The monstrosity bellowed again, firing a streak into Liu, which made him slip a few steps before he noticed he was only being covered. He just closed his eyes, so he absorbed them. After a few moments, he opened and spoke. I know how you must feel, Blaze. It doesn't have to be this way. As Delia's creation, you are a tool of insatiable destruction. Perhaps I can help you. We can only eliminate our enemies and spare our friends. As Delia's own creation, I must bring a stop to Armageddon. But all living beings shall fear me, as I possess Pyro far more powerful than even Dahlia, or even the sun, or the endless core of the Netherrealm. I shall erase all life as they're responsible for triggering this calamity. Me, finally being awakened, free from the shackles of Onaga and his demonic fanatics, and here to roam and bring total destruction to all the imbalances that have disturbed me for far too long. I will no longer be bound, as I shall bring about the end, and if I must die with them, so be it! With loose flames as an act of communication, like radio waves. Why are you doing this? Why do you want to bring about the destruction of all realms? Why were you created by Dahlia, the Empress of Flame? Are you a pawn of the Elder Gods, Dahlia and Argus? Are you a slave found by your creators? Blaze increased his thermal energy onto the humble monk. He blocked the onslaught and shouted over the anger. Blaze! Listen to me! You do not have to destroy everyone and everything we hold dear. Let me help you erase our assailants. We can both make peace with the realms. You are bound to your creator, but you must know that everyone has will and govern their own destiny. Liu Kang! Blaze only decides the fate of the warriors. My parents were in a feud to choose their fate, their final destiny. Even have them all destroyed or strip them of their powers. As twisted as my family is, you can't convince him. Blaze just elongated a tight fist and hit Liu dead center, making him tumble. The trio faltered, but the fire god was just getting warmed up. Through gritted teeth, he ran and leapt onto the topmost floor. Catch, Liu Kang! Taven threw up the sword. Being he wasn't going through to him, by the elder gods, I will not let your prophecy come to pass. If you must die, then so be it! Blaze rose his arms ready to rumble. Liu Kang just came at him full force with his bicycle kick. He figured with the elementals so humongous he could be an easy target. He actually strategized to limit his pyrokinesis, as it'd be neutralized on the beast of hefty destruction. At first he felt intimidated being Blaze could manipulate lava and all types of fire. Even his brute strength was crippling on Liu, as Liu was taken down by his molten fists from above. Liu performed a direct flying kick in which Blaze blocked, only for the Shaolin to counter with a potent uppercut to the lower torso. Oh, this is long. Although with the mystical sword in hand and his Jun fan style, Liu almost felt like a fairy tale knight dicing an abominable monster. His determination got the best of him as Blaze grabbed and tossed him aside like a tempered child with an unwanted toy. Liu snarled and charged, churning his lightning inside him, hoping to stun and paralyze the enemy. The bolts only licked him for a second before he resumed his wrath. He blocked Liu's advances before warping behind through a lava pool and sacked him. The intense heat and the magma oozing into Liu was starting to make him weaker, but thanks to Raiden's dual essence, he kept Liu moving forward. He dove into Blaze's gut with an aerial tackle, avoided the elemental's charges, then countered with a few swift swipes before he leapt away. His body began to sting for a while until Liu was ready. He cut from above, below, and hopped away from another assault. Then he rinsed and repeated, even hopping over Blaze's flames. Liu performed a jump kick with both feet, causing the tower to crumble gradually. The embers began to weaken. Blaze moaned in pain, and his body was darkening as Liu was nearly out of breath. For once he declared in the most menacing tone,
If I go down, I'm taking you with me!
No! Kung Lao, Taven, and Fujin ran up as fast as their feet can carry them. Every combatant heard Blaze's horrifying words. Liu became fixated onto the monstrosity's expansion and ignition, and he did the same. 2 volleys of flames pushed against each other, with Liu's streak being pushed back. I must win! With Raiden's harsh whisper, it was as if he took over Liu's vessel, performing a powerful air tackle, breaking the streak, and held Blaze's stomach. With his other hand, he slowly resisted the intense gravity and shot skyward. Brother! What are you? Liu Kang! Master! No! I had already died once, and I'm taking it back with me. Now get out of there. Do I make myself clear? Champion of Mortal Kombat! Lao just stood as still as the pyramid, his eyes wide, his mouth agape as if reaching the roof. No, brother! You can't! You'll die! Why are you doing this? Why? As if Raiden's complexion shone through, all he did was turn his head and smiled. I must win. All of a sudden, neither combatant were expected to be pushed back at such a length. By the merged warrior's flame burst, it swelled and enveloped the entire one side of the hellish structure. It was as if moths were caught in the flames. As the firestorm began to run down on the unsuspecting victims, Shinnok became overwhelmed as he hollered and unleashed his energy from both the amulet and the dark heart, sensing this was the end. Back at the grotto, Aiko felt her heart gem ignite in a neon red. while the Elder God amulet was beginning to destroy itself both in Liu Kang's side and the Orientals. The latter noticed the commotion and heard the Adenian collapse. Kitana! He tended her while Orin went closer to the portal. Taven! Kero was away as he caught the same igniting gem in his maw. Via a red rip, he conjured. He hurriedly carried it to the same spot where the comatose mistress laid. What are they doing? Meanwhile, Aiko just sat beside the spot the dragon's aperture was, as her mind finally put the pieces together like a puzzle. No one noticed Kitana's lifeless body dissolve. Liu Kang, Raiden, I know now who created all the time lapses. I know now who sent me and Baraka back in time. It wasn't neither Raiden nor Chronica who caused all these temporalities. It was you who encouraged Kung Lao to keep living and watch over us. She broke into tears. It was you. Please don't go. I love you. Oriental heard glass shatter, and he fell to the leftover debris from the Elder God's amulet. Knowing he failed, he screamed, No! Kero and Orin were stunned as they observed him sink to all fours as he buried his head and sobbed. The firestorm raged from the pyramid, making everyone lose consciousness from the volatile impact. Liu and Raiden managed to utter their last words as they gazed into the heavens. I must win, before they just faded within the towering inferno. Oh no! This was the hardest scenario I had to write throughout this whole chronology. I never wanted this to happen, but I had this tragic idea. Should have been like this in the games, though. All of a sudden, as if by a super volcano, debris rained all over the pyramid, while the heavenward display of thick smoke and ash extended beyond the stratosphere. Even comets at times were hitting the surrounding area. Asgarth and the Resistance couldn't help but stare at the devastated pyramid in the distance. The monks remained as deathly silent as Frederick, Hanzo, even Shinnok. Over the quiet, peaceful settlement known as the Temple of Light, the spectators saw a solar flare emitting above. So, it looks like realms are kind of like planets after all, I guess. Aiko's mind was cracking as she had terrifying hallucinations of the world ending from an enormous liner being lifted at the side and be decimated by a tsunami, to the same floods destroying everything in their path, to the entire realm being torn asunder. Oh, thanks for traumatizing me, 2012. That movie is... ugh. I would never pick this over The Day After Tomorrow, I swear. It's terrible. Thinking the disasters would come right for her, she only had her eyes shut tightly as if blocking all light, until her mind calmed as she heard distant crashes of waves. Then a cool breeze hit her skin. Near the portal, the dragon sulked over the distant woman in cerulean, finally opening her eyes. Slowly she breathed and moaned a few times while they cleared. She slowly turned her body till she was on her hands and knees. Recovering from her dizziness, she spotted the dark crimson gem beside her. She picked it up, and a realization came to her. Aiko. She suddenly heard hard breaths from a few feet away and followed the chokes and sobs to her beloved. Kitana rose a hand and slowly took off his hood before resting it on his quivering shoulder. The gray-haired Oriental turned and almost at a loss for words. You're alive? Yes, Liu Kang. We all are. She even unwrapped her hand, showing a little appall. He couldn't help but smile through his tears, and he suddenly embraced her tightly. Then perhaps Taven and the others are alive as well, Orin hypothesized. So, the realms didn't come to an end, Kiro added. The man noticed a speck in the portal through his peripheral vision. Someone is here. Aiko! Her eyes slowly opened, and she was seeing stars. Her vision eased up, and the first thing she saw were thick tropical bushes and palm trees. The sand also grated beneath her eyes, even some of the rocky cliffs in the background. Aiko's mind wandered. What is this? Where am I? Desperate, she faced all corners sharply until her ears perked up, ruffling leaves from a nearby bush. A red-snouted face popped out. Kiro! He immediately dove back in, and Aiko chased after him, anxiously asking where he was going. She tore through the underbrush and kept heading straight, plowing through any branches, vines, or detritus in her way. After a couple feet, Aiko brushed herself off before she beheld a more spacious area. An enormous hourglass overlooked her. She was in complete awe, her heart nearly stopping as she looked over the fine design she never saw before. She then saw Kiro slither around it, and smack dab in the front was... Oh! Katana! She looked over for once, never showing her vial, and she couldn't help but smile as Aiko stormed over to her. She was full of glee. The Edenian never died! Aiko felt the warm, soothing comfort toggling her mind, and her doubts everyone was dead. Oh, I'm so happy to see you! Are we dead? She gradually broke off. Oh, you look ghostly, taking in her pale complexion from her coma earlier. Katana's face brightened. Aiko, so you were the one who preserved my memories. Kiro gave Liu Kang your remaining heart gem after I was electrocuted. I thought I was dead when my heart stopped, but you were the one who brought me back. Do not fret. Only the Order Realm and the Chaos Realm were destroyed, while the others remained intact. She then held the confused cardiokinetic shoulders as she gazed into her foggy eyes. I really want to thank you for everything. Liu Kang was the one who sent you back, and for a very good reason. Your deeds will live on in the memories of the cosmos. Peace has returned once more. May the Elder Gods forever shine down upon you. Katana then lightly pecked Aiko in the cheek, although the latter backed away, startled by the gesture. Whoa, 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 whoa! Wait. I'm not changing. Yes, I heard about your kiss of death. Thanks a lot, Mortal Kombat 2. Meanwhile, the Oriental gazed into the portal and noticed the sky was being blanketed by light brown clouds as a downpour occurred, which doused Blaze's devastating flames. Thunder boomed and lightning flashed as every combatant was being drenched by the Elder God's tears, as if they for once showed emotion and were crying by Raiden and Liu's heroic sacrifice. Only this time, it looked as if the battlefield was being littered by lesser bodies, where only the majority of the heroes remained. Li Mei was impaled on Hataru's lethal pole weapon, which suddenly tilted and fell to the ground. Stryker was lasered in the chest by Suhao, leaving a large abrasion in which began to close up. Shiva and Goro got their limbs disjointed and broken by the Monitor Motoro and Khan's wrathful hammer, while Kentaro had similar wounds. Kenshi, with the usual red headband shielding his eyes, was run through by Quan Chi's sword. Johnny Cage's arms got mangled by Draman's steel club. Jax's chest collapsed due to Malik's ball and chain, while the weapon detonated some of the agent's explosives, forcing them back into sharp rocks. Sonya Blade's pregnant belly had multiple lacerations. Bihan, Kuai-Liang, and Frost were severely dehydrated due to blazes and Lu's firestorm. Ashra was still unconscious without her Chris blade. Ermac and Sindel were both impaled with swords. Melina had some of her Torcatan fangs missing, although new ones began to grow in, while her face healed after being crushed by Khan's hammer. Jade just laid there, still comatose. Baraka had his left arm loosely dangling. Kung Lao and Taven laid at the bottom steps of the pyramid, with the former on his stomach, the latter on his back. Fushin laid on his side with his arm outstretched on the second story. The Chameleon's bow and Nightwolf remained at the side of the decimated pyramid in nearly the same fashion. Cyrax and Smoke had their armor cracked and broken off in a few places, with the Grey Bot's body having less of an impact. Serena had her chest impaled through, believing to be from Shinnok's staff, and Cabal was left not breathing with his dropped hook swords, while Kai's body was twisted in multiple angles like a pretzel. I guess I did, everyone. What is this place? Aiko queried after she recovered from her stim of excitement on preserving Katana's life and memories. This was supposed to be Shang Tsung's island, when in fact, it's considered as just the Yin-Yang Island, as half of the island extends to Earthrealm, while the other half is a portal leading to Outworld. Wow. So, we are alive? Indeed, we are, Aiko. She was ecstatic to meet up with Cairo as she hugged around the dragon's neck. His snout caressed her. Liu Kang and Raiden had saved all life, excepting those in the aforementioned realms. It's likely they destroyed themselves, like the yin and yang, and no balance between them. And Kung Lao? I believe he may still be alive. I pray to the Elder Gods he will. Do not be troubled, Aiko. The tears of Cetrion would have our comrades recuperated. If it weren't for Hanzo giving the amulet to the weakened Shinnok, he probably never would have lived. Nor would Shinnok had activated his amulet in conjunction with your darkened heart gem. She was dumbfounded. What? I thought it was forbidden to give the amulet to him. The real Elder God diffused himself. The positive energy he absorbed from Liu Kang and Nightwolf restored her memories of Cetrion, and with the two relics, with your black gem dissipated from his double, his memories restored the Elder Goddess of Light and Light. She mourned for all the sacrifices and merciless destruction during Armageddon. I guess. But Raiden and Liu Kang are... She couldn't finish, as she was so disheartened. Katana hugged her. That hourglass once belonged to Kronika as the keeper of time, though it was located in the Netherrealm, until my savior relocated it here. He defeated her, and Cetrion took her mantle. So, it was him all along. I saw him when my mind was just in a complete fog. So many horrible things were happening, and I knew it was him who sent me and Baraka back. Raiden said there was more than one. She sulked, and a couple fresh tears fell upon the fire god's sacrifice. Taven! It's Taven! Oh. Taven! It's Taven! He's alive too! Orin came to the sorrowful group. Meanwhile, the rainstorm remained constant over the devastated pyramid, looking as though it only had a quartet of floors cracked. The topmost layer was just a pile of disarrayed rubble with Blaze's flames still being seized within a thick smokestack. Less lightning and thunder cracked the sky, while more of the Elder God's tears fell in torrents, so much so that several combatants began to stir. One or two upchucked as water entered their lungs, while others twitched their fingers and turned over. They each felt as if they'd been greatly cooled off from a heat wave, even being rehydrated. The Cybers had the rudest awakening as they hurriedly removed their armor, while the rain entered their circuits. Poor guys. Some were even so out of it that their allies needed to wake them up. Unfortunately, the fighters were so soaked that their electronic gizmos became worthless. Little by little, the forces of light recovered, some more than others, even with their deep flesh wounds, and the last one was actually Kung Lao. Having felt he slept for many hours, his muscles ached as he moved his head, which was lying to the side. Confirming whether or not he was alive, he took in a deep, refreshing breath. He slowly sat up with a few groans from weakness until his head was clear enough. His mind recollected what just transpired before he was... Liu Kang! Raiden! His chest was sore as he heaved and ran up the pyramid. He didn't care if he'd slip and fall on the ragged, slippery steps, nor how much lower the structure was after Blaze's impact. His lungs almost felt like they were about to burst as he finally climbed to the top and breathed heavily. He eventually rose, and Blaze and the Fire God were nowhere in sight. Lao just hollered as he raised his hands to his mouth. Liu Kang! Raiden! He wandered aimlessly over the topmost floor, even overlooking the sides and the rear. Still no such luck. Not even when he teleported off the pyramid and looked through the shady spaces. He kept on calling until his throat went coarse, and his feet nearly gave way. At the exact epicenter of the disturbed soil, Lao went down and brushed it away, revealing the single object that almost made him slip. The shiny metallic crimson headband. Recognizing the small attachment, Kung Lao held it loosely in his shaky hands, not from the cold, but rather from sudden grief. His entire body began to quake and his head became heavy. His legs buckled and fell to the ground, clutching the headband close. All he did was let out his tears just as fast as the rain itself. Lao whimpered as his throat became closed. He soon clenched as he looked up to the sorrowful sky as he screamed hard. He was so beaten sadness he didn't even notice his allies racing up and each calling his name, glad to see him alive and well, especially Goro, Sonya, Stryker, Kai, Taven, and Fusion. Kung Lao! All he did was sob before he rose his head. But where's Liu Kang? Raiden! Kung Lao responded with a head as heavy as an anvil. They went after Blaze alone. They challenged in Mortal Kombat at the roof of the pyramid. And I could... Oh, gods, why? He continued to sob, his arms shaking. Everyone just bowed their heads in disbelief. Their mentors, Liu Kang and Raiden, actually perished in a race from time. With weighted hearts, the combatants soon boarded the Nether Wing, surprisingly still in operational condition. Aiko reiterated to the Shaolin monks and Frederick of Kung Lao's, Fusion's, Kai's, and Nightwolf's possibilities on returning home, while they also deeply mourned for Raiden and Liu Kang. And about a day later, she was soon at the fields near the Temple of Light in the Yellow River, amongst the denizens, always being their assistant on fishing. She most certainly loves seafood, and ever since she found out several years ago Liu Kang's hobby was fishing, aside from shadow puppets. Interesting. I actually found that out in the Heroes Wiki. Good stuff. Only the accepting monks volunteered, and she offered to weaken the prey's hearts to allow the Shaolin to reel them in without much effort. They just caught and dragged in one of the massive tuna the Yellow River was known to inhabit, until their eyes struggled to make out a silhouette through the glaring sunlight. All they saw was a large rim atop a skinny figure which seemed to make a scraggly walk. The Shaolin stared at the presumed dead man walking in, which they thought was Kung Lao. Even Aiko was startled. Her right arm struck out toward that undead figure. How could he have survived Armageddon rather quickly? Her limb was quaking, as was the shade, clutching his upper chest. Then something illuminated in bright crimson from his right pocket. Recognizing the object, the cardiokinetic reluctantly lowered herself as she became fixated. She straightened and her feet rapidly carried her closer to the shadow. He rose his head as he gave off a thin grin while his eyes sparkled, as he remained steady, barely lifting his arms when she raced to him. Kung Lao! I'm sorry. I've worried you longer than enough, didn't I? She just shook her head. Lao hesitated for a few moments before he slowly ascended his arms again, as if they were weighted like the accursed Howen chains. The odd combatant out suddenly dove into Lao's tight embrace. Oh, Kung Lao! Tears began to run down. I never thought I could hold you again. Me too. He caressed her back before he broke off. I have held on to your heart, and onto this. Took out the burnt headband which dangled. Aiko felt just as disheartened as him. She hardly met her lover's botched eyes as she held his neck and whispered, I'm so sorry. Remembering the merger of the Shaolin brother and the mentor, all they did was shed their tears as they embraced while the monks still remained inert. And the waves continued crashing onto the distant coast. Still no author notes? Later that day, Kung Lao walked to what used to be Liu Kang's tomb. Aiko was beside him, and the resting place looked as strong as ever, even with the 5 metals hanging over the hearth, with a flame which seemed to be burning eternally, as it was originally when the monks erected the place after the hero first perished by the deadly alliance. It was overcast, and neither person cared of the slight breeze. All Kung Lao wanted was to pay his respects to the 2 fallen members of his family he lost, as he offered Aiko to hand over each of his offerings. First was the dragon-armored vest. Lao put the suit over the statue of Earthrealm's late champion. Next were the pair of spiked gauntlets as he inserted them around the arms. Lastly was the red burnt headband, although Lao hesitated as he gazed onto the placid structure. His mind began to relive those incidences back atop the pyramid, where he flashed back as the 2 warriors were engulfed in flames upon Raiden's and Lu's sacrifices. Lao's hands began to tremble with the headband still in hand. He felt his temperature drop and his body became numb. Aiko grew worried at her lover's hesitation, and the quaking in his hands as he never peeled off his eyes from that statue of his brother, as well as his father erased from existence. Lao slowly attached the hairpiece around its head and secured it behind as he made a fish grip, though it remained taut. He slowly backed away as he just became limp, his eyes watering. He moped as he gritted his teeth tightly like a vise, much like as his right fist. He abruptly rose and dropped himself onto the tile, while his clutched hand hit hard. Lao rose his head briefly before he adjusted his arms and sobbed. All Aiko did was watch her mate grieve. She slowly sat beside him as she tended him. Struck with fear and sorrow, she only whimpered, Kung Lao. A few minutes ticked by, and the stricken couple heard a faint voice whisper the griever's name. Neither one looked up thinking it was Fujin, not even when a slight breeze picked up, nor when the eternal flame flickered and turned into blue. A man with gray hair tied back with some side locks hung, a wide, bare chest with white tattooed arms, and a dark outfit gradually descended.
Kung Lao.
Aiko was the first, while she rose her head, and Lao followed, You're stupefied. King! All the time displaced male did was nod with a smile. You're alive? But how? Unless you were the one who sent me back? Indeed, Aiko. My existence has not been altered, as I had come from another time. I have been watching over you in Earthrealm for so long. Where is Raiden? I have combined with his soul. Together we had beaten Kronika and went back in time. Raiden, as immortal, wished me well in the next timeline, as I had found and betrothed with Kitana. I had retrieved her crown after I'd beaten Shang Tsung and created my new era. Aiko realized she was the Edenian she saw at the island. How's Kero and Orin? I had already explained to Fujin. He is indeed thrilled and knows he is not alone. Taven will keep Orin by his side once he becomes the new protector god of Edenia. Kero has decided to stay with us for a while. So, you're Liu Kang and Raiden? It wasn't easy for Liu's mind to wrap around. Yes, champion. I am also the new Keeper of Time. With Armageddon now conclusive, I am free to roam to any time. Kitana and Kero shall join me. Will we ever see you again? Yes, you will. With society saved and with the chaos and order realm's destruction, there will be no shackles in order nor chaos. And time has been altered for the better. You have now secured our past and the future. Well done, champion of Mortal Kombat. The fire god bowed, and Liu followed with Aiko's curtsy. You and Fujin are now worthy to take mine and Raiden's place as protectors of Earthrealm. You are the chosen one, and your ancestors' legacy has come full circle at last. Look after the Shaolin, and train them well. And give him a prosperous life as Kitana did me, Aiko. All she did was bow low and bashfully. Remember this, that the universe does not hear what you are saying. It feels the vibration you are offering. I shall now depart, but I will be honored to see you again. Liu Kang ascended into the heavens as he gradually dissipated. Goodbye, brother. They both watched him leave Earth behind. Liu made a kowtow as he did. Aiko just sulked as she cried. Goodbye, Liu Kang! She became fixated onto the high noon, wondering if the one they love will someday return. That universe quote I put in, I found it on Twitter once, and the source said it was from Abraham Hicks. I don't know who he is, but it was just as invigorating. It was such a tragic loss as I brainstormed the idea of having Liu and Raiden sacrifice themselves to change Blaze's eruption to save all of existence. But when I noticed that Liu's ending was canon in 11 and Aftermath, and followed into MK1, I just had to write him in. It was indeed the time to place Liu Kang and Kitana that brought Aiko and Baraka back into the past and watched over his fellow warriors. Even encouraged them to keep living until Armageddon. He was the ultimate chess master, and I love him and Kitana for it! Seriously, the perfect ending from MK11 with them watching over time and Earthrealm together should have been the definitive story arc for the next game. I hope MK1 would somehow restore their memories of them and have them live together while protecting their respective realms, with Yin-Yang Island as their base of operations, smack dab between them with the Hourglass. Better than the Netherrealm. And for once, Mortal Kombat vs. DC got one thing right. The hallucinations Aiko had been based on these scary sequences in 2012 Always hated it, and the idea of Liu communicating with Blaze via streaks of fire was inspired by Pikachu talking to Zapdos in Pokemon the Movie 2000. And the sacrifices from Raiden and Liu Kang reminded me of Groot in the OG Guardians, while the explosion was similar to Dante's Peak's destruction. Oh, and I want to give a shout out to Snake on describing each of the combatants' deaths displayed at the start of the reboot, which was set soon after Armageddon, even though I sorely hated the ideas on having Shao Kahn win over everyone, and to have Taven with a third outcome in which nothing happened. Thanks, developers! You guys suck, you know that? Armageddon was a rush job and we got the results of the reboot. God damn it. Also, I didn't have the heart to kill off some of the heroes like, say, Bi-Han or Stryker. Some might say it could be biased, but some of the combatants still got a decent ending after you complete Armageddon's classic tower. Not everyone has to die like during the intro of the lousy reboot. And just a reminder, I am not an expert in the games. Or the lore, or all the combatants. So, if all along you think I suck in my projects in general, like in my fanfiction or countdowns, well then, trolls, suck on this shit! To quote the angry video game nerd, there are the songs, and the epilogue, as usual, shall wrap up the series up shortly. See you then. Until then, this is the Ecron Writer signing out, and I'll give you some time to readjust after that tragic loss. Man, I always loved that song from Major Lincoln, Brew Hewitt, and Ian Aisling, as it says here. Welcome to the epilogue of Final Combat. Last time, we just went through a very, very deep, tragic sacrifice by Liu Kang and Raiden. They merged together, they became Fire God Liu Kang, and they decimated Blaze. With Taven's sword, of course. And, yeah, Armageddon was happening, and Liu Kang had this idea, this strategy, to use the chameleons to warp up the Pyramid of Argus alone before they returned to their positions. And he dealt with Shao Kahn, he struck down Onaga, and they began to fight each other. And he dealt with Quan Chi, and he forced him down to Shang Tsung, and they fought each other. And most of the enemies were either dead or busy with other foes. But, Liu Kang was able to warp up to the final floor, the roof, where Blaze was. and he tried to talk some sense into him, but Blaze never bought it. He was still blind in his creation, his purpose, even though Liu Kang kept trying to convince him that everyone has a right for their own destiny and not always tied to fate. Take notes, NetherRealm. Anyway, Liu Kang changed Blaze's trajectory and he saved all of existence, and only the Order Realm and the Chaos Realm were obliterated, along with the inhabitants. So, it wasn't too bad of a loss, but, you know, the time-displaced Liu Kang and Kitana actually introduced Aiko to the Yin-Yang Island where they were staying all this time with the Hourglass. And Liu Kang actually visited Aiko and Kung Lao near his tomb, assuring them, you know, Liu Kang is still around. He watched over them since the universe's birth. So, he's not completely gone. So, more will be explained here. Alright, here's the epilogue. Soon after Armageddon was seized, the Netherwing first dropped off Taven, leaving him to sulk and reflect at the Edenian ruins, the same location where he blackened out and where his parents were discussing their preparations for the inevitable event. My world had been ripped into pieces. I awoke in a foreign realm, forced to complete a quest set forth by my parents Delia and Argus. This quest, though intended to save the realms, has destroyed my family. My brother Dagon had become obsessed with winning the ultimate prize of full godhood and murdered our parents. And in his madness, he sought to destroy me as well. Oran and Keiru, loyal to our family for ages, were not spared from the curse of this quest has wrought. Dagon enslaved Keiru to serve his own ends. The sorcerer Quan Chi nearly killed Oran, who was my guardian. If it weren't for the heroic actions of the fire god Liu Kang, then they would have met the same bloody fate as my elders. Though I almost had nothing left, I was determined to complete the quest, despite the dragon's warnings of the quest's twisted setup. I had faced many combatants, fighting my way to the top of the pyramid until at last, I assisted Liu Kang with my sword, and he defeated Blaze in Mortal Kombat, but at a terrible cost. His and Raiden's souls were bound to one another, merged into a powerful deity with power and might beyond my imagination. Though in so doing, my allies and I were the only ones who survived the ordeal, while the two warriors made their heroic sacrifice. He cocooned us with all his strength, and changed the trajectory of Blaze's assault to spare us all. I will never forget the chaos of this quest, and for all our valiant deeds it did not foretell. You seem to be in a pensive mood, Taven. Orin! Still pining over the deaths of Dagon, Argus, and Delia? And for the fallen gods? You must miss them all so dearly. He hung his head. Yes, Orin. I will always miss them all, and this devastated pyramid shall be the reminder of those grave tragedies. This was never meant to take place. You must not trouble yourself, Taven. While we have suffered great loss, it wasn't all for nothing. At least, I still have you and Keiru, Liu Kang, and... At least, I still have you and Keiru. Liu Kang and Raiden shall not be in vain. If it weren't for their brave endeavors... you wouldn't have attained full godhood. What? Yes, Taven. Despite the firestorm, Blaze's flames still passed through you and your armor. Your sword was the catalyst, and assisted the fire god. You still earned the prize indirectly. And we never would have wanted it any other way. Well done, protector god of Edenia. Taven was just speechless as Orin bowed low. It is true, Taven. Jade, Sindel, Asgarth, and Gerard marched to them. Jade? Cairo told us that Katana still lives with Liu Kang, albeit other incarnates who still houses our daughter's memories. Indeed, Sir Taven, you shall be the new protector god of our realm, and Sir Orin will still be your guardian. I did not ask for this! It was thrust upon me! Taven began to pace away to the spot where Dagon's bleeding body once laid. So are the hands of fate. You were the one helped slay Blaze and turned the tides of Armageddon. We are proud for what you did. We are proud for what you did. Although, you still have millenniums of catch-up learning to do. I will be more than happy to oblige. And who knows? You may be its next promising king. Her reassurance almost made Taven smile slightly. If Katana wishes, she can still be its prosperous princess. The Molina took a higher calling organizing Outworlds with Baraka, and they're more than welcome to visit. So much has changed before my reawakening. Indeed, you and Orin shall give Edenia a brighter future. Protect it, with all your hearts. We will be here for you whenever the need arises. The graduated god grinned a tad more as he nodded, then declared and saluted, Edenia is an idyllic paradise, where we are free from tyranny. Everyone muttered their astonishment, knowing that Taven was certainly the right man for the job. Jade just couldn't help but peck him on the cheek. The majestic queen simply looked up into the heavens. May the elder gods guide you, Taven, and to Liu Kang and Katana as well. The group followed her gaze, praying for the same. Back at the Reformed Special Forces base, Smoke and Cyrax were undergoing repairs. Sonya just gazed at her growing belly and touched it delicately. Still worried for a baby, Sonya? Yeah, the Special Forces are gonna have a field day if I should take medical leave. The aftermath from Armageddon would not be easy to adjust. Same deal with Vera. Jax! Your arms have been fixed already. Well, I feel we should just settle in for a while. It's been quite a rough day for real. Yeah. How is Vera faring anyway? Good. She's expecting to have Jackie within the next trimester. Cassie may not be so far behind. Aiko was right. We should prepare ourselves for the worst. I can't believe Liu Kang and Katana had different incarnates, and they never told us. They have their own agendas, Johnny. I hope we will see them again, someday. It won't be the same without Raiden either. You said it. Time is never easy to manage. I hope the Shaolin are taking it well. He couldn't help but wonder of what the crazy future would hold. Outside the Shiraryu base, the sun shone as clear as a god's eye, and Takeda for once was a joyful little boy laughing and playing with his telekinesis as he bobbed in his stroller. Hamza was walking beside Kenshi, who was moving it with his mind. He is a fine boy indeed, the former wraith murmured. Yes, he may be a part of the next generation of combatants someday. The blind man nodded. Cassie, Jackie, and even Kung Jin shall be joining the ranks as well. And it turns out, although Molina would join Baraka and Outworld, it will still need to be watched over. Without Tarkatan disease, she can still be a threat. Perhaps you and the Outworlder Investigation Agency may be able to find a cure. It is quite a severe mutation. That'll be our next objective. First thing on the agenda, although we might as well make some leeway from the aftermaths of Armageddon. Jax will always be busy with his family, too. Hanzo held his chin in thought. And what of Natora and the vampires? With Chris incinerated, there's nothing for them to fear, although Ashura may have to stay out of Outworld for a century or two. By the way, what of Shinnok? He has found a new job, a new realm to govern. Purgatory. Mortal Kombat never brings it up. They should always bring up Purgatory. They should have done this before. I thought Shinnok might have an upgrade with his job, with Cetrion and all. Kenshi was stunned. Purgatory? The realm between life and death? And he was the Elder God of Death. He will give it stricter authority this time around, the second best compared to the Netherrealm. And does he still wish to have his vengeance on the Elder Gods? Not really. Just like me, as long as he has family for leverage, the trigger will be tamed. When he noticed he had his sister back, she emancipated him there. And with the energy from Lu's heart in conjunction with Nightwolf's and his Black Heart gem, they were quite the catalysts. I can't believe Liu Kang and Kitana knew of Shinnok's corrupt family. They have a lot of explaining to do. Perhaps a story for another time, if they wish to visit us again. Kenshi looked up at the cerulean peaceful sky. But until then, we have this little guide to prepare for the unseen future. He made the boy tickle and giggle in his seat. Inside the Sky Temple, there was a gentle rain, although there were still periods of lightning and thunder, reminding Fusion of his lost brother. Earthrealm will never be the same without brother. Of course, we will be there to take his place, as the realm's protectors. But he is still alive, just not the same. I knew Liu Kang would serve well, even with Kitana and Keiru. But they would be too busy traveling through time, a realm that cannot be foreseen. With them as the new architects of history, it'll always be a mystery. At least we no longer leave the corrupt Titaness Chronica to govern it. And Cetrion is one of the Elder Gods again, bringing peace to the Pantheon. This should have been done in MK11. Fort Snake was right about her. Fusion rose his head slowly, for once staying hopeful. Perhaps, maybe, someday, we will be together again. If Liu Kang is willing to reform him, like in MK1, he was a promising mentor and a dear brother to us. He was the one who motivated me to leave the Netherrealm, as did Shinnok. But until we will see him again, you still have Kung Lao. Fusion actually smiled. The last descendant's destiny has come full circle. He will lead the Shaolin and take Lu's place as the chosen one. I always knew there was some potential in him. He has finally surpassed his ancestor like I knew he would. He stood up and made a fighting pose. After all, he still has a long way if he should dare to surpass me. Back in the Lin Kuei base, the clan was still a bit cold toward Bihan's treachery, which may be foreshadowing to MK1. Hate him. Although we did make an offering to hone his skills and discipline himself at Delia's temple with Serena. The Lin Kuei has changed greatly with you as the Grandmaster. I am sure that only you have what it takes to lead them. That being said, you're still too soft. Kuei just let out an irritated sigh. But maybe, someday, if the light should smile upon me, it will become stronger with the two of us at its thawing helm. I, however, have much to atone to, and to put aside my cold-hearted ways. Hey, if humans and machines can coexist and be an unstoppable force combined, then so can you two. Thomas was more optimistic. As long as he's not bitter towards Hanzo anymore, or us with the Shiraryu, Frost added. He has put aside his discrepancies. Oh. He has put aside his discrepancies, Frost, said Serena. I'm sure you would make a moral supporter to Kwai, just as I would be with Bihan. Due to his insensitivities from the Nether Realm, he needs to cool his heels. You know I will. Hey, if Kwai needs a strong backbone, I'm here. We will be honored if you too shall return. Thank you, brother. Perhaps having to be in between won't be much of a hassle after all. Bihan for once complimented as inspired by Kwai, Smoke and even Shinnok governing purgatory with his heart on extreme. They bowed to each other before the pair left with their heads held high. God damn it, I wish MK1 was like this. The Shokan were gathering before the Prime Minister of Australia. He welcomed them as his own after the four-armed beasts offered to rid of all the stragglers from the Black Dragons, those who weren't sent to the Red Dragon caverns. Led by Shiva and Goro, they mingled with the Aussies little by little, and if they offered to move into the continent, as long as there was no congestion, they each thinned out from Edenia. The monarchs stepped down as being bodyguards of Edenia, but they'd be more than willing to help if the need should arise. Until then, they passed the torch to their Tyro Kintaro. Alright. Shao Kahn never shed any pity nor respect to you nor our kind, and began to favor the centaurs, kindling our hatred between us, until Katana turned things around in both of our favors. So do not compromise our truce. I see. Alright, who's saying this? I see now why you decided to leave. Our world has always been in turmoil and endless wars for thousands of eons. Bloodshed, suffering, and death littered our neighboring realms. I shall only serve Edenia and the Shao Kahn. Do not become too friendly. You have our word, Kintaro, as long as you keep your end of the bargain. Goro, of course. With Shiva and Goro exalted as the new protectors of Earthrealm by the support of other world leaders, and the kind Aussies accepting them, they and their people thought that anything was now possible. Things have been quite quiet since Armageddon's riots died down, and Stryker and Cabal sometimes grew uneasy. Since then, crimes had been decreasing rapidly throughout New York's chaotic streets. Their closest allies, the Special Forces, were looking forward to lending a hand, and Stryker even wondered if Aiko's prediction of a certain terrorist attack would come into fruition. Just like a dark beacon, Cabal stood idly by every night, watching and waiting to put a stop to any large or small break in the law like a wary owl, or more like Batman. With a sharp decrease in calamity, Stryker settled down more with his new girlfriend, even describing his last unfortunate experience several years ago. If there should be another unsettling, meddling tournament or invasion, he hoped he and his legacy shall be ready and not be caught off guard like he was. For once, Kiba actually found a female wolf who seemed to have reduced his biological urges. It was actually thanks to Fujin, who assisted him and Nightwolf to find a mate when they found himself in heat a lot. Ever since after Armageddon, there were some repercussions, especially on account of his age. The shaman was looking forward if Kiba should breed a fresh litter so that the Matoken can carry on his unfathomable companionship and talents for another generation. Hell, Fusion wasn't even afraid to embrace his sexuality as a gay god for once, inspired by the roleplay. He was shy amongst the Pantheon, and he seemed subtle with Raiden. But with Shinnok's new management over Purgatory and Cetrion's revival, he felt there was no shackles holding him back, even if he should perhaps mingle with the gay mortal. Maybe Nightwolf or Smoke or Kung Jin. Nightwolf never really became interested on finding a mate. He was still content being the tech whiz and the top-notch shaman that he was. He was the most optimistic that the elderly incarnates of... incarnates of Liu Kang and Kitana would visit, as he would know from his spiritual connections. Even a special even a special Ayas and Bear Cub gave him some welcoming company. Baby Hawk, actually, who was inspired by MK11. At the center of the, it should say Li Tai, on the Wuxi arena, Kung Lao was meditating, and also pining to see the elderly Liu Kang once more. There was still a gap in his heart, similar to Ico and Fusion's, that had yet to heal. He then perked up as he sensed someone sneaking up behind him. The intruder ran up, but the new protector was ready as he grabbed his leg and tossed him over. The crimson-clad warrior rolled, and Lao stood at attention. Eventually, noticing Kai, Lao offered a hand, and the prodigy took it. "Nice move, master. I sensed your chi, just as I was meditating. I knew you were there. It's about time I was able to master Liu Kang's technique. You must hone his skills." "I have been training with the White Lotus," he assured. "Always have. Although I heard from Ico that I must stand out and not be a carbon copy." "Indeed. You should give your enemies something they would not anticipate. Your explosive prowess would offer you the upper ante." "Heh, yeah. I guess my flames would roast their naive asses." "I only wish Liu Kang and Raiden were here." Well, Salt. "Yes. It would not be the same without them. Their sacrifices still scar me, and being the chosen one has only covered the wounds. I was able to see my elderly brother a few times, in my mind's eye, like Kenshi would say, and I began to take in some comfort. He said only time can heal, and I must stay strong for the Shaolin, for Ico, for Jin." It gave some of the warriors some separation anxiety, especially since they knew Frederick's son was a vagabond and traveler across the realms. They wished to see him return and would welcome him with open arms, even though he never wanted to have a permanent, secure place. Not even a personal chamber if there should be a library, considering he was quite the bookworm. Still, though, he held on to one of Ico's heart gems as a beacon for his haven, and he offered an olive branch in return, never forgetting their befriending. "Uncle!" Lo and behold, Jin and Ico went to the two men. The former couldn't be more happier to see Lao alive and well. Despite his cracked voice, he was still chirpier, and much like Fusion and Thomas, he came out of the closet and all the monks accepted, especially since 98% were male anyway. It was no surprise. "Have you heard the news? Johnny says he's willing to adapt my fanfiction series into films. But with the baby coming, the least he could do is have a publisher write them instead, even in various languages." Fantastic. I never expected them to catch wind so soon. I wasn't suspecting it either, nor did I know how Johnny figured I was a writer. I guess the Shaolin must have passed it on. No doubt. I can't wait to see Uncle Lao's adventures once they come out, Jin said enthusiastically. He was still indifferent. First the movie and now this. I hope to the Elder Gods we won't get swamped into celebrity. I am still pondering for Liu Kang and Raiden. He hung his head. Aiko went over and embraced him. I hope we will see them again. Someday. Fujin said they will, and I'm going to miss Cairo too. She recalled her last moments with the Red Dragon as she, Taven, and Orin said farewell back on the Yin-Yang Island. He nuzzled them all, and he even offered to give the Cardiokinetic one more aerial ride around until he got exhausted. The elder Liu Kang affirmed her to take care of Kung Lao, and perhaps betrothed to him too. I hope she'll be my aunt. She will. I'll see to that. As soon as you are 18, we will adopt you, and we will train you in the ways of the Shaolin. As proof, Aiko shone her shining diamond ring as a token of their status as fiancés. She faced her lover. They both smiled before they made a long, passionate kiss. Kai and Jin couldn't help but snicker. Even Lu's grandfather was relieved he still has kin to keep him from being lonely and worthless. He proclaimed Kung Lao, along with Aiko, Jin, and his mom, as the only family he has left. He was confident Lao could be a strong, devoted leader, the way Liu Kang was, even embracing his destiny as the Chosen One and Earth's protector. He, Katana, and Cairo periodically still gazed into the mystic portal emanating from the hourglass, and no matter what epic they wound up in, it still remained as majestic as ever as the Isle itself. Several years later, a Black Hawk pierced through the glaring sky. The special forces were all on board the chopper heading to enemy territory. A fierce tournament was hosted on the tyrannical leader Kotal was taking no prisoners. I'm not really sure if he's actually a hero or not. Johnny, Sonya, Kenshi, Jax, Cyrax, Hanzo, Kwai, Frost, Thomas, Hornbuckle, yes, the Hornbuckle, Kai, Kung Lao, Aiko, Nightwolf, and their new faces consisting of Cassie, Jackie, Kung Jin, Takeda, and a slim female Chirokinetic were on hot pursuit. They were certain the Adenian resistance would assist in their salvage mission. The air vehicle landed several feet away from an ominous tower, and Taven, Orin, Jade, Fujin, Ashra, Limei, a young Outworld Earthrealm hybrid, Serena, Bihan, Melina, Baraka, Kintaro, the Chameleons, and a fresh Adenian with a yellow-green garb met up with them. There was even a young apprentice with a red key and a pointed straw hat who emerged from the crowd. The new Raiden! Alright, team. Are we ready for war? The general declared. Everyone nodded their affirmation before they marched into Kotal's arena. Crowds of spectators were cheering for Kotal and his upcoming foot soldiers. Several vicious beasts emerged from the shadows in a single wave consisting of Fertor, Devora, Jataka, a new Saurian in silvery green, a Minotaur, Aaron Black, Triborg, a mass serial killer wearing a gas mask and wielding a chainsaw, a Sauron mutant, a delusional clown with heavy makeup, an extraterrestrial that looked more deadlier than Cabal, a psychotic-wielding finger knives, and a xenomorph. The solar manipulator stood from his perch and led the charge. Kung Lao and Sonya commanded their own troops, as the two factions began to collide with one another. Just another day setting the stage for the next Mortal Kombat! I added random combatants to Kotal's side just for lulz. It was only a past epilogue scene, yet still. This is indeed the end of my Mortal Kombat fanfiction chronology. I hope you all had enjoyed all these misadventures as much as I did writing them. Unless if there should be a one-shot in the future, this should wrap things up. And there are the songs for that. Honestly, I was very disappointed and miffed of the results from MK Armageddon, in which Taven won over Blaze and attains godhood, but in the end, the third outcome was all for nothing. We all know the deplorable events from the reboot. A lot of the ideas were just thrown in, even those involving Frederick, Taven, Kiro, Kung Lao, and Aiko being engaged, etc. Even the fresh new faces who seemed to be the offspring of Taven and Jade, Kwai and Frost, Li Mei's own child, etc. Even when I added in Lao tossing Kai asunder based on Liu doing the same to katanas. As the new chosen one, Lao should be capable of sensing chi too, and I kind of do see Taven and Jade as a couple, much as Kwai and Frost were Serena and Bihan. It's been so difficult to say farewell to the Mortal Kombat series, but that doesn't mean I'm going to leave it completely, unless if the community should give me a very hard time and or I should encounter fallouts, and I hope MK1 would pick up the slack my few dropouts have left, which I doubt. I might do a one-shot or two in the future, as I still have some ideas that didn't quite fit with the epics. Just wanted to get all of them out of the way, as my mind, so too my mind was. I am so glad the MK fanfic series is finished. Now I just gotta start on the podfic, which I'm doing now. I finished that. And I wanted to wrap up as many things I could, especially before MK1 should come out this September. I too wanted the timelines to merge into one as well, and you will see with my F-Zero works. So, I'm the Ecron Writer signing out and saying so long, until if there's a one-shot Mortal Kombat. I bid to you all, sayonara, and Huan Song. I guess I pronounced that right. So, just like that, Final Combat is over. And I bid you all adieu. Parting is such sweet sorrow. Take care, combatants.